Well, there wasn't any time. I was going to the range. And should I get stopped, I let the officer know I have a weapon. I said, the weapon is here, the glove. You want to take it out, it's empty, the chamber's empty, the clip is out, and the finish the lock of the attention case of the trunk. He said, show me, I did, he said, everything's good. Yeah, yeah. I believe in following the rules when it comes to gun safety. Look, we had one guy in Century Village many years ago, I don't know how many years he did it there. This might have been 20 years ago. Okay. You remember a guy in Century Village, they found a bullet hole in his chest, he's laying on the catwalk. I think Snackenberg was the captain. Okay. Anyway, ready? Somebody shot him. There's no gun.
Okay.
The guy tried to commit suicide, but he felt in the chest, put the gun away, walked outside and collapsed.
I've seen that too.
Good evening, everybody. We're going to start. We have a full agenda for this evening, so I appreciate everybody being here to the regular city commission meeting for the city of Deerfield Beach on Monday, September 15th, 2025. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Hudak,
Here.
Commissioner Plout,
Here.
Commissioner Shinetsky,
Here.
Vice Mayor Preston,
Here.
Mayor Drosky.
Here. If we could all stand for a moment of silence and pledge of allegiance. Vice Mayor, do you mind leading us in the pledge of allegiance this evening?
It would be my honor.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Just a quick note how we're going to proceed the evening. Some of the early items on the agenda relate to the budget, which have to be transmitted to Tallahassee tonight. So depending on the time, we're going to do the budget items all the way up through the public hearing. Depending on the time, take a 5 to 10 minute break so that the items, the clerk can transmit that to Tallahassee. Come back with the consent agenda and the rest of the agenda after that. So just so everyone knows, we'll probably have a 10-minute break right towards the middle because we have to do some paperwork for the state. With that, we're looking for approval of the city commission meeting minutes for August 19, 2025.
Motion approved. Second.
Motion approved by Commissioner Plout, seconded by Commissioner Hudak. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Let the record show unanimous consent. Next is acknowledgement of city board minutes. The Education Advisory Board of May 12, 2025, and the Planning and Zoning Board of August 7, 2025.
Motion to approve. Second.
We have the reverse. Motion made by Commissioner Hudak, seconded by Commissioner Plout. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Let the record show unanimous consent. Next, we have approval of our agenda for this evening, September 15, 2025.
Motion to approve. Second.
Motion approved by Vice Mayor Preston, seconded by Commissioner Hudak. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Let the record show unanimous consent. Madam Clerk, please.
For those attending via Zoom online wishing to speak under public comment or on an item that's open for public input, please click raise hand at the bottom under the reactions tab, and your audio will be unmuted when you are recognized by Mayor Drosky. For those attending via Zoom by telephone, please press *9 to raise your hand, and your audio will be unmuted when you are recognized by Mayor Drosky. Please make sure your audio is unmuted on your end by pressing *6. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First item on our agenda, Mr. City Attorney.
First item is a certificate of recognition presented to Ocean Rescue for winning the 2025 USLA National Lifeguard Championships.
So I know this is an item that's near and dear to all of us here on the commission, and we really are here to celebrate the national champions that we have here in the room. Our Ocean Rescue department won the USLA National Lifeguard Championship for the fourth straight year in the small team category, which is under 50 guards on staff. Team captain, and gentlemen, I apologize if I mispronounce any names in advance. I will do my best. Team captain Roman Stromenger took first place with Deerfield Beach alumni lifeguard Dylan Narkowicz in the paddleboard rescue event. Jillian Kenny took top honors and became the first Deerfield Beach lifeguard to win the Women's Open Surfboard Row. Daniel Lenahan was consistent across the board in multiple events and was the highest point scorer for the team. Danny Repass and Maurizio Pasquale placed 5th overall in the men's open surfboat. Tom Nolan placed 7th in the open men's American Ironman. Derek Narkowicz, Anthony Callie, and Jose Bolivar all made the finals in different events, adding valuable points. We are extremely proud of our lifeguards for everything that you do and making Deerfield Beach as great as it is and bringing the recognition not only to us, but also to yourselves. And we want to thank you very much for all that you do and for winning that national championship 4 years in a row. So as I read your names, we have certificates for you. If you come down to my right, your left, over by here to Madam Clerk, we'll take a picture. Is Dylan and Narkowicz here this evening? No? So I'll never know if I got the name right or not. Tom Nolan, I believe I saw Tom here tonight. No? Jose Bolivar?
Congratulations.
Maurizio Pasquale. Is that close? Okay. Derek Narkowicz. Close? Thank you. Danny Repass. Daniel Lenahan. Out here. Okay. Anthony Callie. Thank you. Roman Stromenger. In the ballpark.
Perfect.
Jillian Kenny. Not here? Okay. And that's it. So, Commission, come down. Let's take a picture, please.
Oh, yeah.
That was weak.
Thank you.
Cheese.
Okay, Mr. City Attorney, item number 2.
Item number 2 is the certificate of recognition presented by Captain Hoffstein to BSO law enforcement staff and Chief Masters to BSO fire rescue staff.
Captain, come on down. Captains.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, distinguished commissioners, Mr. City Manager, members of the BSO command staff. Thank you for joining us tonight, and citizens of Deerfield Beach. My pleasure. Big Chief, come on, step up to co-present tonight. Thank you for this opportunity. We wanted to both share with you the great and exceptional service provided both sides of the BSO Deerfield House, law enforcement and fire rescue. So if this is a hit tonight, we're taking this show on the road. So please bear with us. But first, Chief Masters is going to talk about the exceptional service provided by his fire rescue staff.
So our members about 3 weeks ago, unfortunately, they're all on duty today, so none of them could be here. Ran a respiratory distress call that turned into a respiratory arrest. Patient stopped breathing. They ended up calling a specialty unit. Our EMS 17 unit came down. The crews did an outstanding job. Ross got a pulse back, got the patient breathing by the time they got to the hospital. They used a new specialty piece of equipment, the Hamilton respirator that we carry now. And actually the patient on leaving the hospital sent a note to the station for the crews. So it was a very good outcome on a difficult call, and the crews did an outstanding job. Unfortunately, like I said, they're saving lives and property right now, so they're not able to be here.
Thank you, Chief. We take a lot of
Regards. Thank you.
we take a lot of pride in our cooperative efforts together. Sergeant Vanderham, will you please come down and join us at the front here? Thank you. I also appreciate the opportunity to recognize outstanding service provided by our law enforcement staff, which all of them do, of course, on a daily basis. But tonight, don't be shy, Sarge. Come on over here if you would be so kind. And I want to give a special recognition here to Sergeant Vanderham. He's a longtime member of the Broward County Sheriff's Office and a longtime member of the Deerfield Beach District. We go back at least well over a decade here in Deerfield Beach. On August 26th, early in the morning, mind you, about 7 a.m., BSO dispatch received a call relayed from the Coconut Creek Police Department regarding a subject who threatened to kill a victim in our city of Deerfield Beach himself, and also threatened to engage law enforcement in a shootout if he was confronted. So we had a trifecta situation here. They further advised that through investigative means, they were actually able to place the subject within the area of the 1600 block of Southwest First Way right here in Deerfield Beach. Mind you, this is the onset of our day shift, but our staff quickly responded under the leadership of Sergeant Vanderhams, who he himself personally took lead. While he was circulating in the area, he actually observed the suspect's vehicle traveling within the area at a high rate of speed. So given that these facts warranted a significant threat to public safety, a pursuit was initiated, at which time Sergeant Vanderhams actually pursued the vehicle until at such a high speed he's temporarily lost sight of it, but reacquired it in front of a residence. And now we had a completely different situation because the vehicle was found, but the suspect was nowhere to be seen. Sergeant Vanderhams immediately went to the residence to ensure the safety of everybody inside and determined, thankfully, that indeed everyone inside was safe. The suspect was not there, but he noticed on the ground keenly that there was a magazine, if you will, a clip to a handgun with ammunition in it. He circulated the area with the assistance of his deputies, and thanks to the effective perimeter that he created with those deputies, the suspect was located nearby and safely taken into custody. A further search of the area revealed that a firearm indeed was abandoned nearby on that property in which the suspect abandoned his vehicle. So all in all, a dangerous individual who threatened serious bodily harm to himself and others and law enforcement was rapidly taken off the street, and a firearm was recovered. And outstanding work, but not one to rest on his laurels. Just a mere week later, again on duty on September 3rd, we received a call of a robbery at the 400 block of West Hillsborough Boulevard, where a suspect entered a business, grabbed money and threatened the employees and fled out the door. Sergeant Vanderhams, again, coordinating an effective perimeter and quick response of all deputies, took the lead and responded to the area. He was checking behind a business adjacent to where the suspect was last seen, and he observed a suspect matching the description who was now accosting a woman behind the business. So he was committing a second robbery and physically accosting this woman, which fortunately Sergeant Vanderhams observed in progress and was able to intervene. The suspect took flight. Sergeant Vanderhams exited his patrol vehicle and engage in a foot chase. And I'm going to give a special shout out also to our executive officer, Lieutenant Christofias, who's here, who also, along with many other deputies, engaged in that foot chase. Sergeant Vanderhams caught up to the suspect, tackled him, again, safely taken into custody and charged with 2 counts of robbery. So once again, within just the span of 2 weeks, and many, many other countless times, Sergeant Vanderhams has made such a significant contribution to the safety of Deerfield Beach. Not only as a police officer, but as a supervisor, he leads by example, and this is what we hope our deputies will and do emulate on a daily basis. So for that, congratulations, Sarge. I present to you Employee of the Month for August and September.
Okay, we are on to budget and millage public hearings. Mr. City Attorney, if you could read 3 and 4, we'll discuss them together, but vote separately.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 3 is an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, adopting the millage rate to be levied by the city for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2025 and ending September 30, 2026, stating the percentage change by which the millage rate exceeds the rollback rate as computed pursuant to section 200.065 Florida statutes, providing for conflicts, severability, and an effective date. This is second reading. This ordinance will require an affirmative 4/5 vote tonight in order to adopt it. Item number 4 is an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, adopting the final budget for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2025 and ending September 30th, 2026, authorizing encumbrances and carry forward of funding to fulfill outstanding purchase orders, providing for conflicts, severability, and an effective date. That is also second reading. A brief statement in accordance with Florida law before I turn it over to the CFO to give the presentation. The City of Deerfield Beach final operating millage for fiscal year 2026 is equal to 6.0018 mils, which is 7.59% more than the rollback rate of 5.5786 mils calculated pursuant to Florida law. The total voted debt service millage for fiscal year 2026 is 0.1711 mils for a total millage rate for the City of Deerfield Beach of 6.1729 for fiscal year 2026. Mr. CFO?
Thank you. Distinguished Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, City Attorney, residents, and general public. Today, September 15, 2025, is the second and final public hearing to adopt the proposed millage rate and to adopt the city's budget for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2025, and ending September 30th, 2026, as required by TRIM or Trusin Millage Act. Again, I wanted to remind everyone that the information presented today, as well as the budget workshop on July 9th, budget message from the city manager to commissioners, budget in brief, capital plan, and additional detailed information, excuse me, is all available at the city's budget department website. You may also use the link listed under agenda item number 4. The required information was properly advertised last week on Friday, September 12, 2025. Today, we will begin discussing required TRIM millage and rollback rates and discuss any open items. The city proposed operating millage rate is 6.0018 mils and remained the same since 2020. The city also received voted debt millage cover that covers the debt services associated with the 2000 and the 2012 B general obligation bonds. The two remaining GOB bonds combined millage decreased by 0.0122 mils. Therefore, in total, proposed millage rate for the city is 6.1729 mils compared to 6.1851 mils in the prior year. And I'm going to repeat information that the city attorney already stated as legally required. Additionally, the operating millage rate of 6.0018 mils is 7.59% more than rollback rate of 5.5786 mils, calculated pursuant to state law. The reason for the increase is continuous increase in public safety, personnel benefits, insurance, capital purchases, and operating costs for services provided to our residents. On this slide, again, we're showing the average property tax on a condo and single-family owner. Average value in Broward County, as you can see on the slide, is higher than within the city of Deerfield Beach. This slide indicates a millage breakdown within the Broward County as of the current year. 30.44% of the average tax bill is for the city. The rest are for various other governmental entities listed on the slide, largest being for Broward County schools. Again, as this slide indicates, the changes between the current year 2025 amended budget and 2026 proposed budget is decrease of 63.6 million compared to last year. This slide shows the changes in personnel. In total, there is no change to overall number of employees proposed within the city for 2026. As we discussed at the workshop, main changes were within Park and Rec, Environmental Services, and Municipal Services, all results of the org chart changes for the creation of Municipal Services Department. General fund revenue source. On this slide, you could see the largest revenue source in general fund for the city is from property taxes, 41%, which represents approximately $69.5 million. As we move to the next slide, you can see that a significant portion of general fund expenditures is for BSO services, which is 45%. Personnel services, the next largest category, is 21% and is in line with the industry standards. This slide, we're going to talk about fire assessment fee. The slide has no changes from what was presented last week at Monday, first public hearing. As we discussed before, the fire rescue assessment fee is non-ad valorem special tax assessment that is levied against all assessed residential and non-residential properties in the city. The current adopted city fire assessment rate is 315 per unit and is based on a 2022 average assessable cost. This captures approximately 84.75% of the allowable cost. At the July 8, 2025 commission meeting, the commission approved a preliminary assessment rate of 365 per residential dwelling unit as the established rate for advertisement on the trim notice. That would be the maximum rate that could be adopted as the final fire assessment rate. This is an added slide. We wanted to provide comparison to other cities comparable to the size of the city of Deerfield Beach, their current adopted rates and proposed for next year. As you can see from this information, the city is slightly below the median rate. As you recall at the workshop, a special emphasis were given to discussing details of proposed capital projects for 2026. This slide provides overall CIP plan from FY 26 to FY 30th. And again, all the details are provided on the city's website. And this concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. I don't see any lights, so we'll go straight into public hearing for items 3 and 4. At the last public hearing, I made a mistake. Instead of 3 minutes, I allotted 4, so I think it's only fair to carry that over to this meeting as well. So if you're going to speak on, Madam Clerk, anyone that wants to speak on 3 and 4 will have 4 minutes. Did anyone sign up in advance? Then we will start here in the commission chamber. Anyone inside the commission chamber like to speak on items 3 or 4?
Dan Hers, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue. Some of you may be wondering tonight why I'm here in person, especially since I fear for my life from BSO Captain Adam Hofstein. But after seeing how courageous Rodney Brimlow was to show up in person last week, it gave me the courage to show up in person as well. At last week's commission meeting, Mayor Todd said, "Mr. City Attorney, is it okay if I open it up for items 4, 5, and 6 together? I don't see any reason why not, right?" Let me explain to you why it's not right. Our democracy is built on public discourse, and when you cut the time allotted, which should have been a total of 9 minutes or 3 minutes for each items 4, 5, and 6, you are cutting off public discourse because you don't want to hear comments from the public, especially from me. Why else would you go against a policy that has been in place for at least the last 15 years? Did you not pay attention in the 8 years you were sitting up there watching how Mayor Gans conducted the budget and millage public hearing? This is just another example of what you have been doing in the 5 months you have been in charge, cutting out public questions and discussion whenever you can. And when you do answer a citizen's question, it's only answered in secrecy by email, with only that person who sent the email getting an answer, so that the rest of us will never hear the answer. That's what I call true transparency. Let's examine City Attorney Anthony Soroka's role last week. He said the statute provides for a public hearing, and he emphasized the A in a public hearing. That would imply Soroka felt opening it up to the public just once for all 3 items is sufficient. However, he went on to say a public hearing on the tentative budget and the proposed millage rate at first reading. In other words, you needed to have a public hearing for the budget and a public hearing for the proposed millage rate, which goes against what Mayor Todd was deceitfully trying to accomplish. After Soroka's nonsensical ruling, Mayor Todd said the following: "Madam Clerk, because there are 3 items tonight, we'll do 4 minutes." I will not even make an attempt to get it into his mind to try to figure out that logic. Why am I wasting my valuable time talking about what Mayor Todd tried to pull off last week? Because it's important to show everyone the mayor's feeble attempt to limit public discourse whenever he feels he can get away with it. I hope he doesn't make the same mistake tonight. Finally, please keep in mind, No matter what Commissioner Hudak says, the city is raising property taxes for the 14th time in the last 15 years. The operating millage rate of 6.0018 mils is almost 8% more than the rollback rate of 5.5786 mils calculated pursuant to section 200.065 Florida statute, which is the only definition the state of Florida accepts when defining whether a city has raised or lowered property taxes. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the commission chamber like to speak on items 3 or 4? Seeing no one, Madam Clerk, is there anyone online? Jay, is there a phone number or? Jay, please unmute. Has he unmuted, Madam Clerk? Jay, go ahead and unmute, please. Okay, we're gonna skip Jay. We'll come back if he can unmute. Is there anyone else, Madam Clerk, with their light on? Okay, Jay, we're gonna give Jay one more chance. Can you just send him a quick message? Okay, Mr. Estrada, go ahead, and then Jay, try to unmute.
Hey there, Michael Estrada, 1431 Southwest 6th Way. Just want to mention for this, I mean, I know that the city has, throughout the year, various budget workshops and various times where they post the materials online for people to see. I know that you all are in the process of like overhauling what the online footprint looks like. And I think this is another one of the moments for the city to think about how they can make this kind of information not just transparent for the citizen like myself and a few of the others here who like are really digging and clicking links and really doing the work to try to find this info. But I think really cracking the nut on how do you make this info just readily available, easily accessible, beyond just being transparent, like really thinking through how we can make this easy for us to access. And I think that we would have a better understanding of some of these numbers and kind of how they're being adjusted year over year. As someone who's lived here, in the time that I have, I almost anticipate that our taxes are going to go up every year. In the fact, we're paying more for taxes everywhere. We're paying more for every good and service, as the years go on. So that the fact that they are raising isn't something that's especially concerning, but I think really making sure that the city is doing their best to make sure we're getting our bang for our buck at every level of the budget. And making sure that they're just keeping that conversation really open for the community to understand where these funds are going exactly. If we are going to cut the millage rate, these are the types of goods and services that we're going to have to lower or cut back. So again, I just want to make sure that the city keeps note of that this is another one of the areas that we really want to think through. How do we make this info more accessible to the citizen? Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Estrada. Thank you. Hope your little daughter is well. Madam Clerk, was Jay able to unmute? Is there any
Yes,
other?
hello, good
Oh, there we go.
evening. Hi, how are you guys doing? I was on J520 Northeast 21st Ave. I just want to bring up for the record the BSO contract. I see is budgeted. It's a little bit higher over the years. It goes up every year, whatever the case. So the city previously left its own police department for whatever reason. None of the commissioners that's on the dais now was here during that time. But I want to encourage the commissioners, the city manager, and everybody else to go back to what that reason was before and to look at the reasons why. So we know that the sheriff's office, they provide service to the city for fire rescue along with law enforcement. And it's heavily discounted for a couple of different reasons, to include hiring, firing, lawsuits, and the list goes on and on. One of our sister cities in Broward County, Pembroke Park, as you all are familiar, recently
Jay, I'm going
opened
to
up their own
interrupt and
police-
ask you to please keep it to the budget tonight. I know everyone wants to talk about that subject, and
Yes.
that's more for the public hearing tonight. So if you could just please tailor your comment, because I just want to keep it fair to those that want to speak about that issue during public comment that you just tailor your comments to the budget aspect for tonight, please. You started to.
Yeah,
But kind of veered a little bit, so bring it back, please.
correct. So, it is related to the budget because I don't want to have to, deal with higher property taxes going and doing what other cities did where they left BSO and now they're paying double the price for public safety, which is Pembroke Park. So, just make sure you guys are dotting your T's and crossing your I's when it comes to, the public safety and, making sure that our tax dollars are being spent the best way that they can be spent. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, did you get Jay's information at the beginning? Jay, if you're still on there, we need your name and address for the record, please. I thought I heard an address, but I'm not sure the last name. That's my fault, Madam Clerk. Sorry, we'll get it next time. He gave an address. We'll look it up. Is there anyone else online, Madam Clerk? Last chance for inside the commission chamber on items 3 or 4. Okay, we're going to close the public hearing on items 3 and 4. No lights, commission. What's your pleasure? Item number 3 will require a 4/5 vote, and item 4 a 3/5 vote.
Second.
Motion to approve item 3 by Commissioner Hudak, second by Vice Mayor Preston. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Plaut,
Yes.
Commissioner Shanetsky,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Preston,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes. On to item 4.
Motion to approve item 4.
Second.
Motion to approve item 4 by Commissioner Hudak, seconded by Vice Mayor Preston. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Plaut,
Yes.
Commissioner Shanetsky, Vice Mayor Preston,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes. Mr. City Attorney, item number 5.
Item number 5 is an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, approving the budget for the Deerfield Beach Community Redevelopment Agency for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2025 and ending September 30th, 2026, providing for funding through tax increment financing as provided for in Part 3, Chapter 163, Florida statutes, providing for severability and an effective date. This is second reading.
Mr. City Attorney, is anyone going to speak on item 5 this evening?
No, unfortunately, the CRA director had an emergency as well and cannot be here tonight.
Okay. I don't see any hands from my colleagues, so we'll go into public hearing. Anyone, Madam Clerk, anyone sign up for item number 5 this evening?
No, sir.
Okay, then we'll start inside the commission chamber. Anyone here this evening like to speak on item number 5? Come on down, Mr. Hers.
Dan Hers, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue. There is one line item on the budget that needs some on the CRA budget that needs some clarification. It's account 503230, and the description says community policing, and the budget description says cost of BSO deputy detail to provide additional security in the CRA. The annual cost to the CRA is $110,000. I remember many months ago, BSO Deerfield Beach Police Captain Adam Hofstein came in front of the CRA Board of Directors to explain that BSO officers were not filling up many available time slots to patrol the CRA zone. He then made his case for increasing the hourly wage of BSO patrol officers from $49 an hour to $75 per hour. Hofstein correctly reasoned that the time slots would be filled with the 53% increase in the hourly wage. The CRA Board of Directors approved Captain Hofstein's pay increase request by a 5-0 vote with no apprehension whatsoever regarding giving our BSO officers the 53% pay increase they so richly deserved. Before you vote on the CRA budget tonight, Captain Hofstein was asked by numerous taxpayers to present information to the taxpayers on what the taxpayers would now be receiving for the extra 53% salary increase in full coverage. For example, was BSO writing more tickets since the CRA now had full coverage? The taxpayers also requested a narrative from Captain Hofstein to explain what positive changes the taxpayers were now receiving from this full coverage. To date, Captain Hofstein has provided nothing to the taxpayers. So I ask the commission, before you approve the CRA budget, Please have Captain Hofstein explain if the taxpayers are getting their money's worth with the full coverage. Finally, it's ironic the mayor and Rodney Brimlow had no problem approving Captain Hofstein's 53% pay increase request for BSO police officers. But now, after Sheriff Tony presents evidence of how underpaid BSO police are, the mayor and Rodney Brimlow disrespect our brave uniformed officers, saying they don't deserve a pay increase. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the commission chamber would like to speak on item number 5 this evening? Seeing no one else, Madam Clerk, does anyone have their hand up online? Okay, any last chance for inside the commission chamber? Okay, we're going to close the public hearing on item number 5. Commission,
Motion to approve item number 5.
Second.
motion to approve item number 5 by Commissioner Hudak, seconded by Vice Mayor Preston. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Plout,
Yes.
Commissioner Shinetsky,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Preston,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes. Mr. City Attorney, item number 6, public hearings.
Item number 6 is a resolution of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, relating to the provision of fire rescue services, facilities, and programs in the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, providing authority, providing definitions and interpretation, confirming the preliminary rate resolution, reimposing fire rescue assessments against assessed property located within the City of Deerfield Beach for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2025, approving the assessment roll, providing for collection, providing for effect, and providing an effective date.
Mr. City Attorney, is there a separate presentation on this, or is it part of the slides that we had as part of the budget?
The Chief Financial Officer is going to pull up those 2 slides so that you can have those in front of you for discussion purposes.
And just, Mr. CFO, with respect to the folks that are here in the public and online, if you could just give a quick summary again on these 2 slides, because it is a separate item, just as a refresher.
Absolutely, Mayor. Just one second. So the fire assessment, this slide includes information compared to what was presented at the workshop. And then we added some information, as you remember, requested at the workshop to it. So just a little summary. In fiscal year 2019, a full study of the city fire assessment rate was conducted to determine the accuracy of city fire assessment rates. At that time, the city commissioners adopted a fire rescue assessment rate of $235 per residential dwelling. And that was for 2020, and subsequently for fiscal year 21 and fiscal year 2022. In year 2022, a full updated study of the city fire assessment rates was conducted to again determine the adequacy of city fire assessment rates. At that time, it was determined that the previous fire assessment rate charged to property owners still did not cover all assessable cost. Per study, based on 100% funding of a projected 5-year average assessable cost, the residential rate would be $372 per residential dwelling. And as you remember, on July 8th, Commission approved maximum rate of $365. So that's why we didn't put this on the slide, because it's no longer relevant. And as I stated during the budget presentation, the current adopted fire assessment rate is $315 per residential unit, which based on 2022 average assessable cost captures 84.75% of allowable cost. And that's basically the history of this. So we're waiting for your guidance, commissioners.
Okay. Did you just want to show the next slide? Come back to this one, just show the next slide, which had the
Absolutely.
city comparison and where Deerfield Beach falls in line with our sister cities.
You controlling it? Okay.
Okay, we'll leave that up there for a couple seconds, and then probably if you want to flip back, Madam Clerk, give it a couple seconds and flip back to the other.
And just for the public, Mayor, the order of it is based on the current established fire assessment rate for the year 2025. Because in some cases, the cities are still like we're doing today, the city is still adopting their 2026 rate.
I don't see any city that went down.
No, you're right.
Okay. This is a public hearing. Madam Clerk, did anyone sign up for item number 6? Okay, so we'll start with those inside the commission chamber. I'd like to speak on item number 6. Well done, Mr. Freitag.
Good evening, Roger Freitag, 418 Southeast Second Street, Deerfield Beach, Florida. I really appreciate all the data that the CFO has been showing us at the workshop that I attended and everything else. However, I struggle with continuing fees going up for policing and fire department. Has anybody thought, or are you guys all afraid? Has anybody ever thought about maybe cutting everything by 30%? I mean, this little booklet that I got at the town hall that Dr. Tony presided over at the church makes it very, very clear here that Deerfield Beach pays BSO a ton of money for fire services. Do we need 6 separate fire locations in the city to take care of all of the fires that we have? I really struggle to understand why nobody wants to try and do something a little bit different. We have, and this is information that I just recently got online from Chief Hofstein, is that the city of Deerfield Beach, based on our contract, has 24 police officers working per hour for 12-hour shift, and then it changes. But always 24 police officers on duty. That seems like a lot of people to be working a small city like Deerfield Beach. We don't have that many criminals. The criminals that do come to our city come from Hialeah, Fort Lauderdale, other places, and they take advantage of us. Police and fire are strictly responsive units. I mean, they're not out stopping something before it happens, and unless we call, they won't come. So I would like for our city commission to maybe turn a leaf here and maybe think about trying to save the taxpayers some money, renegotiate contracts. A 30% decrease in $72 million would give the city manager and everybody here a lot more money for other things that we require for children, for schooling. And let's not get me started on the Broward School Authority with all the millage rate money that we spend to them. And what do we get? Most of our schools have failing grades. They score 3 out of 10. Children aren't scoring very well on state testing. So, you know what, let's think a little bit more about what we're going to do with our money. I mean, another fire assessment fee, where does it going to stop? I mean, do we have that many fires? Do we have that many threatening issues going on in our city? I really don't think so. I've been living here for quite some time. And you know what? There's too much fat in the city, and we need to start cutting some of it away. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Freitag. Anyone else inside the commission chamber? Mr. Hers, come on down.
Dan Hers, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue. You know, this fire assessment fee, it affects poor people and people on a fixed income a lot more than it does people who are well off. And while I can afford to pay the increase, when you're on a fixed income and you have to pay at $365, if you live in a $50,000 condo in Century Village, you have to pay the same $365 fee as if you owned a $10 million mansion on the Intracoastal. So it's important that you all keep in mind that every dollar that you increase this by affects the poor people disproportionately. And let's not forget that this fee started out at $50 not that many years ago. So, you know, then the question comes, well, if you leave it close to 315, you're not going to cover all of the expense of the fire, all the expenses involved with the fire. So where are you going to get the money? Well, you can scare the public by saying you're going to have to cut services, or you can look to the, as of fiscal year end September 30th, 24, you can look to the extra $17 million in reserves that we have over the minimum dollar amount. Or maybe you could look to the $23 million that the city has received from the federal government over the last few years. But the last place that you should be looking is to citizens on a fixed income and who cannot afford it. You also have a mistake in the numbers. You said that $17.5 million is covered at present, and that the new figure for fiscal 26 is 22.9 million. If you deduct those two numbers, you get 5.4 million, not the 5.9 million that was erroneously put in the backup for this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hers. Madam Clerk, could you put the previous slide back up? Anyone else in the commission chamber that would like to speak on item number 6 this evening? Former Commissioner Parnas, welcome.
Bernie Parnas, 3074 Harwood F. My district, which Mr. Shinetsky now covers, has 16,000 people, seniors. 16,000 during the season. A couple of weeks ago, I had some surgery. Unfortunately, the stitches came out. I almost bled to death. Fire Station 66 was there in 5 minutes, had a compression bandage, got me to the hospital where they sewed me up. These are the stitches. They're still in. Cutting back on saving people's lives is wrong. This isn't a little city. We have almost 90,000 people living here. God forbid you get a heart attack or you fall. We need people to have ambulances available to save lives. Wrong place to save money. We're talking about seriousness. We're talking about death to save money. Wrong. People are entitled to good service. And if it costs a little more, so what? Better to save somebody's life than say, well, we saved a few bucks, but we lost 6 or 7 people. No, thank you. I applaud our fire department and the ambulance services that we have. I haven't used them too many times in the 36 years I live here, but when I needed them, they were there. They were there for my parents. They're there for my neighbors. When you live in Century Village and an ambulance pulls up to your building, I don't care if it's 2 o'clock in the morning, the light wakes you up. And you see they're there to help people. Wrong place to save money. The lives of our citizens always should come first.
Thank you, former Commissioner. Anyone dare go next? Madam Clerk, anyone online with their lineup or their hand up rather? John, oh, you're next. We need your first and last name and address for the record, please.
Jonathan Ungian, 1938 Northeast 6th Street. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, we can.
All right. So, again, I come with a different perspective. I do business mostly in our neighbor, which I don't see up there on the slide, in Boca Raton. Somehow, with their own police and fire, they've managed to keep fire assessments on residential consistent at a rate that's 2.5 times less than what you see here. Following Commissioner Pernes, and Mr. Hers, I disagree necessarily with Mr. Hers, because Century Village happens to be probably the place that needs the most services, has the most calls. So, just disproportionately, they probably do have the most calls and, are probably responsible for a large portion in the 16,000 people or so that live in that area. But like I said, running its own fire department next door in Palm Beach County in Boca Raton, they've somehow been able to keep fire assessment consistent at about $155 per household, I believe. But maybe what the issue is and what I ask is, what is the rate on commercial and industrial? buildings. I know we're lacking it in economic development in the city, but I'm a property owner in Boca Raton commercially that I pay a fire assessment of $15,000 a year as a commercial property owner, which is what has helped keep the fire assessments on residential consistent and low. So this city can do and should do better on many avenues and areas, and look into its own, because maybe running it through the conglomerate known as BSO is leading to higher rates. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, anyone else with their hand up online? Okay, anyone in the commission chamber would like to speak again on item number 6?
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. I'd just like to point out that this is $1 a day.
Name and address for the record, please.
Thomas Nolan, 406 Southeast 8th Ave. This is $1 a day assessment. We spend dollars every single day on things. My kid's lunch cost me $5 a day. No matter when you call 911, BSO Fire Rescue shows up, no matter what the emergency is, and they help you with whatever that emergency is, whether it's in Century Village or whether it's out east, and you don't get a bill. For $365, your house could be on fire. The fire department can show up with 35 firefighters, put it out, save your cat, and you pay $1 a day for that service. I don't know any service that you can call, and in 5 minutes, they're at your house. They handle the situation with the utmost professionalism, and it costs you $1 a day. And to the point that this service can be cut in certain areas, that's all great until they cut in your area. Because when you dial 911, you expect 3 brain surgeons to show up on a rescue truck and be able to save whoever it is in your family that's having an emergency. The Broward Sheriff's Office takes pride in what we do. And for $365 a year can provide a premier service. I would also like to take note that the top 5 cities for the fire assessment fee are cities that provide service themselves. They do not contract with BSO, because you're going to have to make up dollars and cents somewhere. And if you look at Lauderhill, it wasn't even it was off the charts. That's what doing your own homegrown police and fire does. So I just wanted you guys to make note of that. $1 a day. And I know everybody has to pay their bills, but at the end of the day, if I call an AC repairman to my house, I'm going to be paying him a lot more than $365 to fix my AC. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Noland. Last chance inside the commission chamber or online for item number 6. Anyone, Madam Clerk? Okay, we're going to close the public hearing on item number 6. Commissioner Plout, you have your light on?
I do. Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make a point here. I like Mr. Nolan's idea there, $1 a day. That really puts it in perspective. What I do like to make a comment on is the commissioners and the mayor get a weekly report. Shows everything that happened in the city. So when we started talking about how important fire is, I just scrolled down to the weekly report. I just looked up one at random. That's from August the 5th to August 11th, just 7 days. Now, some people might think that the fire department just puts out fires, but we get a pie chart, and it turns out of 100%, the fire calls were 1%. 71% were EMS. So think about it. If your heart stops and there isn't somebody there within 3 minutes to 5 minutes, they're not going to have a chance to resuscitate you. So this is so important that most of the calls are emergency medical service calls. There's some service calls and whatnot, but emergency medical services are the most important part of what the fire department does. And we all need to understand that. I think most of us know that. And that was my major point, except for the fact that we also have to have locations, because if everything's downtown, they're not going to make it out through traffic, sirens and being able to hit that pedal that changes the lights and all that. if you go down in your house and somebody's not there within 10 minutes or 5 minutes, you're not going to make it. So I'm proud of our fire department. I commend the BSO fire department. I like the fact that we have a lot of stations. And the older I get, the more I think about how close I live to that fire station that's right across the street. Station, that truck's number 66. I look at it every day when I go by it. It's quite across the street from Quiet Waters. So I don't want any reduction in those kind of services. It's part of the best money that's been spent. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. We have 5 options that are presented before us tonight: 325, 340, 347, 350, and 365. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but can I assume you're in favor of the 365? Is that what I was hearing?
Well, I like the idea of $1 a day, but I would like to compromise a little bit on that. We did do 315 for 2 years, but every one of those numbers, below that create a deficit that comes out of our general fund. But I'd like to hear everyone else's opinion on it before I put a number on it by myself. I see some other lights, Mayor.
Commissioner Hudak, I saw your light next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree wholeheartedly with not only Mr. Nolan, but also Mr. Plout, with regards to the professionalism and the need for our, firefighters. They do a tremendous job, and I thank you all every single day for all that you do for all of our residents. And looking at these numbers and taking into account what's been going on over the last couple of weeks, I think it's fair, that we look at an 11% increase, because that's what we're looking at year over year, what our BSO fire is going to cost. And if we do an 11% increase, that gets us up to 350. So that's the number that I think is what I'd like to propose. And that's my reasoning for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Shanetsky.
My district is District 3, as Commissioner Parnas said. Most of my residents, I'm sorry. My district is District 3, which is what Commissioner Parnas had said. Most of my residents are in fixed income. We have Century Village, we have Crystal Lake, and we have the Meadows. They're 55 and older, and they're on fixed income, but we haven't had an increase in 2 years. Also, remember that we just got hit with a mandatory stormwater fee that people are paying right now. So I think it's very, very important to have an increase, but also look at, the necessities with the tariffs. The food prices have gone up. A lot of housing prices have gone up. So I'm looking at maybe 350 as a compromise.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Mayor Preston.
Thank you, Mayor. I think sometime when we're discussing issues like this, we forget that there's a segment of our population that's really suffering. People that are on fixed incomes, what does that mean to most people? For most people, it's just a phrase, a fixed income. What it means is that people are financially suffering. And for the most part, people that are on fixed incomes, they need to account for every dollar. So this, we sit here and we discuss how much we're going to go up. There's never going to be a time where things are going to go down. We're never going to be able to say, hey, we're going to bring this down. And yes, understanding that there is a tremendous challenge for what we have to consider because of the fire assessment, you still have to remember this affects real people who have a challenge that don't enjoy the life that many of us enjoy, a life that we actually take for granted, and we forget sometimes that people are really suffering financially. Look at the climate in our country right now. Things are pretty tough financially for a lot of people, and I don't see that it's going to get better in the near future. And so I kind of, I have a different perspective on it. Anytime you raise any money on any, especially seniors, that puts a strain on their household budget. You gotta, that challenges their finances. And although Mr. Nolan made some great points, and those points are valid, but he was saying that people when about AC, there's a lot of people that don't have AC. There's a lot of people that don't have. There's a lot of people that are suffering, and I'm challenged with this. My colleague was saying that one of my colleagues said that he would is looking at 350. And that's still represents a lot for some people. I don't think this is the right climate to raise anything. This is just not the time to do it. Okay, we have people that are losing jobs. We have people that have to deal with rising costs, and that's just to get through from day to day. So I can't in good conscience support this. I can't, and I won't, because it puts a stress on so many seniors, puts stress on them financially. So that's my position, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This is no doubt a difficult issue, but that's why we're elected to make these difficult decisions. Keep in mind, for every penny that's not paid through the fire assessment fee is going to come out of the general fund instead. So it's not like the money magically disappears. The assessment, the amount that we have to pay is still there. That doesn't go away. So you're putting the burden on the taxpayers on one location or the other. The magic to the fire assessment fee is it's the great equalizer, because whether you pay property taxes or not, everybody pays the fire assessment fee. So some of the homes in Century Village that do not pay property taxes, and would not, if you were to shift the burden back to the general fund, do pay it through the fire assessment fee. So everybody that has the opportunity to use the fire services should pay for that service. And this is that opportunity to spread it across the population as equally as possible. Are people hurting? I don't disagree with that statement. I don't think it's as pervasive as some of the comments were up here, or those people would be here tonight screaming at us, and they're not. So for $1 a day, the 365 is what the maximum amount that we initially authorized. We cannot go above that rate. We can certainly go below that, but we cannot go above that. $1 a day for if you're in cardiac arrest or having a fire emergency at your house, I think that is probably money well spent, especially for the service that we receive here in Deerfield Beach. It looks like the compromise position may be 350, what I'm hearing from some of my colleagues, to land this plane tonight. But to go lower and shift more of the burden onto the general fund, I'm not sure that would be a responsible way to go either. So with that, gentlemen, someone's going to have to make a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve a fire assessment fee of $350.
Motion for 350 by Commissioner Hudak,
I second it.
seconded by Commissioner Shinetsky. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Plaut,
Yes.
Commissioner Shinetsky,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Preston,
No.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes. City Attorney, item number 7, please.
Item number 7 is a resolution of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, relating to the collection of nuisance abatement services assessments, adopting findings of fact, approving the rate of assessment for each affected property, adopting the assessment roll, providing for notice, and providing an effective date.
Mr. CFO, welcome back.
Thank you, Mayor.
Something tells me I'm going to see you again as well.
Okay. The city has instituted a nuisance abatement program to address certain properties maintenance issue affecting abandoned or unmaintained homes. This agenda has 2 properties listed on it. That's it.
Is there anyone, Madam Clerk, that signed up for item number 7?
No, sir.
Okay, we'll start from inside the commission chamber. You see a pattern, folks? Inside the commission chamber on item number 7.
Katie Freitag, 418 Southeast Second Street. I have seen this program, this abatement program come through, and I have not gotten to see any of the numbers. So if is anybody can give us a little bit of the numbers as to how many people actually took advantage of the abatement program and how much money was reduced?
This is on homes this is putting on the tax assessment. There are 2 homes that did not pay for their nuisance abatement. That's what this is. On the
Okay.
other part of the nuisance abatement, that'll be covered at probably in October or November. I have to check with Sean on the nuisance abatement as we move forward. That's on that neighborhood program.
That new program
Yeah.
that's doing, because I'm hoping that a lot of people took
Yeah, I
advantage
do
of it.
too. I do
Thank
too.
you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Freitag. Anyone else inside the Commissioner Chamber like to speak on item number 7? Okay, we'll go to online. Madam Clerk, does anyone have their hand raised on item number 7? Okay, last chance for item number 7, public comment. Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing on item number 7. No lights, Commission.
Oh. Sean, oh.
All right, maybe I was a little quick on the draw. That was Mr. Ungian. He had his hand raised again. Okay.
Jonathan Ungian, 1938 Northeast 6th Street. So I would like to just speak on, it is great to have the pier open. Again, to anybody that hasn't been out, definitely, this is public comment, correct?
This is not, we're talking about the nuisance abatement.
Oh, okay, sorry, my phone died and it just got back on, so I'm sorry. I will speak in a little bit.
Cross you off number 7. Okay, no problem. Madam Clerk, no more hands, I presume. Okay, now we're going to officially close the public hearing to item number 7. Commission?
Motion to approve item number 7.
Second.
Motion to approve item number 7 by Commissioner Hudak, seconded by Commissioner Plout. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Plout,
Yes.
Commissioner Shinetsky,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Preston,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes. Mr. City Attorney, number 8, please.
Item number 8 is a resolution of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, relating to the provision of stormwater management services provided by the city's stormwater utility, providing authority, providing definitions and interpretation, confirming the amended and restated initial assessment resolution, reimposing stormwater service assessments against developed property located within the stormwater service area for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2025, approving the assessment roll, providing for collection, providing for effect, conflict, and severability, and providing an effective date.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Again, here. The stormwater provides stormwater management services to all developed property within stormwater service areas. All of any portion of the stormwater cost must be funded from proceeds of stormwater service assessment. And I just want to state it for the record that the first hearing on July 8th, the annual rate per ERU of $69.48 did not change.
Thank you. Seeing no lights, we'll open the public hearing. Those in the Commission chamber, anyone like to speak on item number 8 this evening? Mr. Hurst, come on down, please.
Dan Hurst, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue. I just feel that somebody needs to talk about the increase in this stormwater fee this year, because last year between fiscal 24 and 25, it only went up 14 cents, which was only 3%. But this year between 25 and 26, it went up from $4.91 to $5.79, which is an 18% increase. And that's why one of you mentioned that in talking about the fire assessment fee also. So I just would like to commend the vice mayor for thinking about the people on a fixed income who may not be able to afford all these increases. And it's nice to know that at least one of you cares about a significant number of the population of Deerfield Beach.
Thank you. Anyone else in the Commission chamber like to speak on item number 8? We'll go to online. Madam Clerk, anyone online for item number 8? I'll just give 1 second in case anyone. Last chance. No, Madam Clerk? Okay. Anyone else in the Commission chamber? Otherwise, we'll close the public hearing to item number 8. No lights for speaking. Commission, what's your
Motion to approve item number 8.
Second.
Motion to approve number 8 by Commissioner Hudak, seconded by Commissioner Plout. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Plout,
Yes.
Commissioner Schnetsky,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Preston,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes.
Okay, we are now at the public comment portion of tonight's meeting. Persons addressing the commission shall state his or her name and address and may speak for 3 minutes. This is the time for public comment on items that are not on tonight's agenda. The time for public comment on an item that is on tonight's agenda is after I read the title into the record and the mayor opens public comment for that item. No comment shall be made related to the personal life or personal qualities of any person, and no language which would offend persons of ordinary sensibilities shall be permitted.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Let's go to Mr. Unjian online. He was eager to speak for public comment, so we'll start there this evening. Is he still on, Madam Clerk? Is his hand raised?
Yes, I'm here.
There he is. Go ahead, Mr. Unjian.
All right. So Jonathan Unjian, 1938 Northeast 6th Street. Like I was saying, it's great to see the pier open. It's good to see the benches being added. The only thing I'd like to say is, as a resident, and it'd be good to know going forward, I walk out there with my 10-month-old baby all the time. I'm there for 5 minutes, 8 minutes, as long as she can take. And I'd love to know going forward, what will, for somebody that's not coming out to fish, that is a Deerfield Beach resident, what will be the rate? I think is obviously our taxpayer dollars went towards and the years of not being able to enjoy it as well, went to repairing it. I think that our, rate as non-fisher people who want to go and enjoy a few minutes out there, I don't think as a taxpayer to enjoy that, it should cost anything for a few minutes. Additionally, from what I understand, other cities such as Pompano for fishing pay considerably more. And like I said, I'd hate to see this turn into only fishing people from other places because we are a third or a fourth of the price for fishing. So like I said, it was great to see that the pier's open. The other thing I asked is that the non-fishing area maybe gets extended past the first gazebo-like structure, where if you're out in the heat of the day, that you don't have to worry about getting, angled and potentially the risk of somebody with their line hooking you, that you can enjoy some shade there, when already from that point it's about 2/3 of the pier is for fishing dedicated activities. So or not necessarily dedicated. And the last thing is I want to just clarify my comment earlier. I fully respect the police and fire that are in that advocate and have our best interest, hopefully. As you may know, I've not necessarily seen some of the best that we have. But I do think it's worth looking into and talking to maybe our neighbors to the north, how they've kept costs somewhat consistent, running their own force. I think, we don't have to look very far to ask Chief Muccio or Trainer, how do we keep fire assessments consistent while running your own? So like I said, I'm not against the services, but certainly it doesn't hurt to find out how neighbors can do it so well, not sacrificing it, and somehow keep it consistent in pricing. Thank you.
Mr. Unjian. We'll stick with online for now. Madam Clerk, anyone else have their hand up? Person with phone number ending in 820. Please unmute. State your name and address for the record, please. Did they unmute, Madam Clerk?
My name is Donald Anderson.
I'm sorry, could you say that again? I didn't hear you. Donald
Anderson.
And your address, please?
400 Fairway Drive, Suite 106, Deerfield Beach, Florida.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Yeah, my name's Donald Anderson. I am a regional property manager for Investments Limited. Currently, I am involved in 6 to 7 different cities and oversee that area, Deerfield being one of them. I probably work more in Deerfield than any other city due to the fact that we have more properties, residential and commercial, that I do the property management on or oversee, and with staff that work for me. And I just want to make a few comments. I heard the contract renewal was coming up for possibly for the building department with CJA or the new company that's taken over, and just want to
Mr.
get my
Anderson, that's
comments
actually
about the
on
building
the,
department.
I have to interrupt you, Mr. Anderson. That's actually on the agenda for this evening. That's item number 19. So you have to make a comment with
it
respect
19?
to that
Okay,
contract
okay.
at that time.
Yeah, I thought it was 9. So my apology. I'll come back at the 19.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, anyone else online? No? Okay. Public comment for those in the commission chamber. Anyone that would like to speak, come forward. State your. Oh, okay. I guess we have sign up. So, sorry, I was a little. No. Folks signed up. So we're going to take those. We're going to take those first. Well, Madam Clerk has an order. So Madam Clerk, who's first?
Okay. Bernie Parnes.
It was not you, Commissioner. But
I'll
since
wait
you've
my
got-
turn.
You're there. Go ahead.
Okay. There are people that I've worked with for many years on the commission. Mike, Ben, Todd. I've never been accused of stealing money from the city. Somebody's going to have to explain me how I would have access to steal 5 cents from the city. Mr. Hers put online that I've taken thousands of dollars of city money.
Mr. Hers?
Let me finish. He also put on that I took thousands of
Mr.
dollars from
Parnas-
the
Mr.
Democratic
Parnas,
Club.
Stop the clock. Mr. Parnas has the floor. Please give him the respect. We'll give you the respect when it's your turn to speak. Mr. Floor has the respect. Mr. Parnas, you know the rules. Look forward and address the commission, please.
Okay, it's just I wanted to know who was screaming at my back.
Okay, restart the
In
clock,
the
please.
20 some odd years I was president of the Democratic Club, I never spent a nickel that wasn't approved by the board. So I asked these people, where were you 20 years ago when an amount was given to whoever the president was to spend at his discretion for the use of the club? Dan, you got a phone call when we needed a tent after the tent was destroyed. And I bought a tent. You were part of the phone call because you were a member of the board at the time, and we went out and bought a tent for $115. I wouldn't even spend that, even though I could have, without calling the board and getting permission. So I don't like my name besmirched by people who have an agenda. And I will answer that in court if it continues. My attorney just can't wait to go to court on this because I've done nothing wrong. I spent 8 years as a commissioner and not one complaint has ever been filed against me because I did nothing wrong. I never would. I love this city and I respected the office that I held with this city and always will. I've lived here for 36 years. This is my home. This is where I'll be buried because it's become my city in terms of where I want to live for many years, and I hope for more years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Now we're going to go to the signups. I apologize. So, Madam Clerk, we're going to call the order they were given to you. We'll announce the standby so that you can be ready. So, who's up and who's on standby?
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, city staff, and residents. I stand here today as an ambassador of Dr. Sheriff Gregory Tony, as a voice of the Broward Sheriff's Office, and as an advocate of the noble men and women who serve you and your families. Importantly, I stand here as a representative of myself, my character, my beliefs, my core values, that inform both my conduct and my words. By nature, I'm a peacemaker, an ambassador of peace, and a voice that believes a gentle answer turns away anger. I'm a person who believes there is life and death in the power of the tongue. And I choose to speak life, life into the relationship of BSO and Deerfield Beach, life into our continued partnership, life into the important relationship that has kept this community safe. Our community is looking to leadership that rises above the noise, that sees through the fog and champions peace. The public needs us to champion this course. Our world is filled with a lot of negative examples. What the public needs to see now more than ever is those who can come through the furnace of travail and lead them to a better path, a better example. The path of peace isn't always easy. If it were, it wouldn't be called the narrow path. I'm not here to finger point. I'm not here to find fault. I'm here to tell you that I see a path and I ask you to walk it with me. Together, let's show the public a better path. In that vein, tonight I put before you a clearer path of peace, a proposal of partnership as currently stated. The city budget has for the entire original consideration for both police, fire, and services, $75,264,808. Instead, I recommend the City Commission take the following action tonight. In accordance with City Charter, Article 315, subsection 3, call and schedule a special meeting and set this meeting before September 30th this year. The mayor has the power to call the meeting, or a majority of the commission may call the special meeting. I ask tonight that the mayor or commission make a motion to call a special meeting. At the special meeting, accept one of the revised consideration options provided to the city. For example, scenario 2 would save the city taxpayers $896,752. This does not reduce or eliminate any staff. It simply saves and reserves nearly $900,000 in your current approved budget. In setting the special meeting and simply accepting a savings, BSO will withdraw its intent to transition services. The current contract will continue uninterrupted until March 31st, 2026. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, I am very respectfully asking you to make a motion this evening to set a special meeting in accordance with your charter, save hundreds of thousands of dollars of taxpayer money, and give us an environment of 6 months to let the temperature come down. If it may, this proposal partnership puts the city in a much better footing, even if they desire later to transition. It would start a 2-year transition in April 1st of 2026 instead of October 1st, 2025. It would save hundreds of thousands of dollars, money which could be used to hire an experienced consultant to do an objective public safety study, all the while granting more time to the city to hold their own public forums for the sake of transparency to the residents. Please, I speak with no ulterior motives, make a motion tonight, set a special meeting before September 30th, allow me opportunity to engage with you at that meeting, and accept this proposal to champion peace and show the public a better path. Thank you.
Thank you, Major. Appreciate that. Mr. Daigle, you're next, and Madam Clerk, who's on deck?
So
Well, I think we have to
Robert
have a person, not an entity, but we'll get to that next. Mr. Daigle, welcome.
Okay.
Thank you.
Robert Daigle, 338 Southeast Second Court. I'm talking about a completely different subject. I own a business on 42nd Street in Deerfield, and we've had cars parking all up and down the street. I have to walk across the street to get my mail. I've almost been hit by cars numerous times. So we have been calling and trying to get some resolution to this problem that we're having. I've been on the street since 1983. I'm a second generation. So the root problem of all these cars is there's people that are living in these warehouses. So I get there very early in the morning and I see the little kids, you know, getting ready for school. So this is a serious problem. You know, there's families living in warehouses on that street. And we have to find some kind of solution to help these people, to put them in, you know, a better circumstances, because it's just it's a matter of time before there's a fire there. Because they're operating businesses that shouldn't be in those warehouses. They're, for storage only. And it's not getting any better. So I'm coming here, I didn't want to have to come here and make it known, but we have to do something about it because it's just a matter of time before something bad happens. So thank you for your time, and thank you for, doing something about it.
Thank you, Mr. Daigle. I'm going to direct you to our Public Safety Director. Mr. Daigle, if you would see the gentleman in the pink shirt with glasses. It's pink. Madam Clerk? The American Legion?
Okay, cool.
And who's on deck, Madam Clerk? I don't know how he knew he was on deck next, but
Okay, so hello, my name's Lauren Ogden and I'm with the American Legion, Loftley Hinson, Post 162, 820 Southeast 8th Avenue is our location. So currently we are creating, we have this project that we're doing that is called Caring Heart Bear Project, where we are trying to collect 250 bears, either handmade or just donated. And right now we're currently only collecting at our post, but I would like to offer to see if I can collect at other places around the Deerfield area, like the firehouse or the police station or any other location that you think would be appropriate to collect these bears for veterans. We are collecting the bears in celebration of our 250-year anniversary birthday. So that's all I'm just going to ask.
Madam Clerk, is her email and telephone number on her sign up sheet? Phone number? If you could write down your email on your sheet as well.
Okay.
We'll give it to the city manager and he'll have someone reach out to you.
Okay, yeah, we will set up the boxes and decorate them and put, when we're going to collect them, and there is a time when we're going to go and pass them around, like stand down operations, honor flights, VA facilities, and all sorts. And we really want to make special bears for World War II veterans and Korean. So, thank you.
So you give her your contact information. Thank you. I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, who is next? Mr. Bernardo, come down, state your name and address, and who's on deck?
Good night, everyone. My name is Bernardo Aguiar, 762 Northeast 42nd Street. I'm representing a TRA repair shop. So just to elaborate a little bit of what Rob was speaking about, Hudak knows the issue, Hofstein knows the issue. We've probably been in communication for roughly 3 years, maybe more. We repair small engine construction equipment. In the last 3 years, we've been burglarized 3 times. It's been really tough, into 2023, a car went through our front door, This year, 2 of my customers backed into these cars that are parked everywhere on our street. It's tough, so we're in direct communication. I mean, Hudak's been great. Whenever I call him, text him, he answers, something happens, but there is no resolution. It's still been going. The main issue is cars are parked everywhere on the street. It's a 2-lane street. There's 2 side streets. Hofstein said it's illegal to park in the side streets, yet people continue to do it. There hasn't been a resolution. That's what we're looking for. I just don't know. I'm at a loss for when it's gonna resolve itself. Recently, I want to say last week, after I did tell I told Hudak, I was like, hey, we're gonna come to the meeting. Once I said that, code enforcement finally showed up after maybe 2 or 3 years. And they got one person that was living in the warehouses out. I mean, that's not my goal. My goal is to resolve the parking issues. you know, because we're losing business on top of that. Across the street in these warehouses that are an issue, there were two other businesses that are no longer there. They said, we're leaving this street. This is awful, you know? And, yeah, just help us, please, you know? And that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Aguirre. I'm gonna, if you go straight back to the guy in the pink shirt. Oh,
42nd Street. It's off Dixie Highway.
and Mr. Nolan is next. And on deck will be?
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, Thomas Nolan, Vice President, Local 4321. I'm here obviously to speak on the BSO issue and the contract issue that we're currently having. I would just like to reiterate what the major said. I think if there's a way for the city to save money in the meantime until we can do an actual feasibility study of the actual costs of what doing service on your own looks like. As presented earlier, like I said, the top 5 most expensive fire fee agencies are all city fire departments, Lauderhill being off the charts. So I think everybody's thought of do it ourselves, it's cheaper, isn't real cost. That's just hearsay. And in all reality, without a true study by an outside vendor that does this professionally, we obviously presented you information when Hallandale Beach did this, when they were taking their fire department back because they said they could do it for cheaper, until they brought in somebody in a third party who ran the numbers and said, actually, you can't. So my fear is instead of going on facts, we go on emotions. 35 years, law enforcement's provided service here in the city of Deerfield Beach, 14 years for fire rescue services. I think that that's a pretty good tenure to show the professionalism of the Broward Sheriff's Office. I understand the water's hot right now, the temperature is hot, but at the end of the day, if we can buy 6 months to actually do a true study, look at the actual factual numbers, maybe we'll all have a difference of opinion of what Sheriff Tony's trying to do. Because at the end of the day, we were supposed to have a hiring class of 25 individuals. They were supposed to start 2 weeks ago. 10 people showed up. 10 people showed up for a job to work for the Broward Sheriff's Office because the other 15 went elsewhere. They're going north. They're going for wherever the pay is. There's no loyalty anymore. It's all about what they can get where better. I know that we've opened the FRS here in the city of Deerfield Beach. I want to caution you. The reason the city of Deerfield Beach Fire Rescue didn't have FRS before is because you could come to an agency and 2 years later you can go off to Palm Beach County or Miami-Dade or a bigger, better opportunity place. So I understand you guys have a hard decision before you, but I just want to make sure that you're doing it based on facts and not off emotion. I think that if we have one hiccup in the last 35 years for law enforcement and we say that we're out, we're done, I feel like that you guys were all elected by the residents to do what's right for the residents. And I know the blank check has been talked about a lot on the dais. There's no difference between giving Sheriff Tony a blank check than giving your city manager a blank check. If we don't have true numbers and we don't know what things are going to cost, I caution you to look at all the different things. Look at what Lauderdale by the Sea is going through with the city of Pompano Beach Fire Rescue. They offered them service for 2 years, and then they went up by over $8 million in 1 year. So partnering with a partner city isn't always better either. So just look at everything transparently. The major's offering you something, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nolan. Madam Clerk, Mr. DePerna was next. Oh. Those were the signups for tonight. Now we're going to take those that did not sign up that would like to speak at public hearing. Mr. Freitag, you're making a rush, so come on down.
Good, yeah, NFL football's on tonight. Good evening, Roger Freitag, 418 Southeast 2nd Street. I appreciate the comments from the people who have gotten up to speak, who belong to the fire department. That's the struggle that I have with this diocese is, you know, we have a retired firefighter, we have a retired military personnel, we have a retired BSO person. So if we're going to do a data study, I hope we would hire someone from Iowa, Idaho, somewhere that doesn't live in Florida and knows what's been going on here. The last gentleman who spoke talked about hot waters. He made my point for me. It's all about money for the firefighters and the police departments. It's not about doing the right thing. And you know what? The fee going up from $315 to $350. Myself as a homeowner, I've had to call on the fire department, I think once for a palm frond that was hitting an FP&L line. So if I do the math, the amount of time that I've owned my home, it's not $1 a day. I lived in my home almost 20 years. So let's do the math. How much do I pay in taxes towards the fire department? Now you want me to pay an assessment fee for the fire department. You want stormwater management fees for people who don't live in a flood zone. I mean, I'm going to leave you on this note. I called my local District 1 commissioner. I'm not even from the United States of America, but I had to tell people who live in Deerfield Beach that our flag was not at half staff on September 9/11. That's how you remember everybody. Have a good night.
Anyone else inside the commission chamber like to speak that did not sign up? Ms. Swaffer, come on down.
Mayor and Commissioners, good evening. I wanted to share my
Name and address for the record.
Arlene Swaffer, 621 Siesta Key Circle. So I wanted to share my thoughts on as a Deerfield Beach resident and what I had received recently from Sheriff Tony. So I received a text message survey on my thoughts about what's happening with the contract dispute between the city of Deerfield Beach and the sheriff. I also received a very large, 8.5 by 11 postcard mailer, color, double-sided. And, having run for office, I know how expensive that is. I'm thinking probably he spent about $40,000, $50,000 on the mailer alone. And he probably spent a lot of money on the text message to all, 87,000, 88,000 residents. And I'm thinking to myself, as a licensed professional, when you're dealing with a contract and you're being that aggressive in trying to find or rather reach the consumer in the whole process of the negotiations, they're jogging through the city, they're holding town halls here. I find it to be a bit aggressive. And I'm not in your seat, and I have nothing to do with the sheriff office, but I find that to be overly aggressive to the point that I started doing research on this, right? So in Florida, because I kind of felt like that's a little bit on the steering side. When you're in the middle of a contract negotiation and you are an elected official and you're that aggressive, that's steering. So Florida government contract steering is a form of procurement fraud that occurs when a public official or a public contractor manipulates the competitive bidding process to favor a specific side. The state has robust laws against this. In fact, if you look at Florida Statute 838.22, the statute makes it a felony for a public servant or contractor to knowingly and intentionally circumvent a competitive bidding process. And so, I wanted to bring that to the city's attention because, I'm on this side. I'm not sitting in your seat, and I have nothing to do with the other side that's in the middle of this contract. And that's my perception. Okay. So I kind of feel like you're all being bullied into a contract without having, the proper opportunity to look at other resources. And I want to tell you as a resident, I am supporting your goals and your initiative to explore every option before you come to a decision. And please don't feel bullied because as a resident, I support you.
Thank you, Ms. Swaffer. Mr. Hers, come on down.
Dan Hurst, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue. I just have to quickly respond to Commissioner Parnas. Commissioner Parnas was never accused of stealing a penny from the city of Deerfield Beach. Mr. Parnas is accused of stealing money from the Deerfield Beach Democratic Club. And the case will be given to Broward Sheriff's Office. And if they feel it's warranted, I'm sure they'll pass it along to the district attorney. But that's not what I want to talk about. I don't have a speech for the BSO versus Deerfield Beach fight because it's too important. And the reputation that both sides are experiencing the loss of due to this back and forth is really putting a black eye on this city. I've had people that I know that don't know anything about Deerfield Beach, but after seeing what's been going on in print and on the news channels, they just shrug their shoulders and go, wow, what the hell is going on here? So I think it's really important, though, to just talk a little bit about the timeline and how we got here. So on April 14th, Sheriff Tony met with Ronnie Brimlow, and he brought the Evergreen pay study. And the city's familiar with Evergreen because they used the same company when they wanted to do a pay study to increase the salaries of the employees. So when he does that on April 14th, I don't know how Ronnie Brimlow could have thought that may have meant that maybe BSO would want an increase for their officers when the letters went out. So BSO is obligated to send those letters, but they're not cut in stone. They never were. And the fact that Rodney Brimlow took a stance that I can't negotiate is extremely disturbing. So when he finally did meet with them on July 16th, after a lot of time had passed, 3 options were presented. And the third option was lowering the headcount from 152 to 144. And these are positions that have gone empty for months and months. So why don't you explain to me how that affects public safety if the positions were open for months at a time? So Rodney Brimlow doesn't even mention to the 5 of you about that option. How can a city manager on his own decide to withhold information from the 5 of you? So that is what triggered Sheriff Tony to go nuts 2 days later on August 7th, because the information wasn't presented. I would have a hard time holding back as well. So obviously, we know that right now it's personal between Rodney. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hers. Anyone else inside the commission chamber? Come on down, Miss Shelley. Name and address for the record, please.
Karen Shelley, 190 Durham D. And I want to tell you it's funny to be back on this side. It's my first time back since the election. But I do want to announce a new business in town. For the last 90 days, I have now become a newspaper publisher, and many of you may have seen the CVE Village Vox. It's the first new newspaper in 48 years in Century Village. Now we have some competition, and we're more of a fun kind of publication. I did drop some off to Heather, and I understand they were shared. I'm going to put some over here, and if anybody wants to do business in Century Village, the Vox. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Shelley. Appreciate it. Miss Swenson? Are you stretching or coming to speak?
Ava Swenson, 810 Southeast 7th Street, Deerfield. First of all, I have a couple of things. I want to commend the building department, who has been helping me greatly get through an issue with a Deerfield Beach roofer that didn't do something right. So I want to condemn them because they get a lot of heat, but this time they're really went over and above. Second of all, I want to address, we talked, I think it was the last meeting, about some rentals that were coming up. And they're 3-bedroom, 2-bath rentals with a 1-car garage. We're having a lot of trouble over by the park with similar types of rentals where people in a 3-bedroom have 3 cars and their garages are not garages, they're storage units, everybody knows. And they're parking all along the park area, on the swales, on the grass, everywhere. So that's becoming an issue. So I ask that next time you look at these type of developments, take into consideration when they're 3 bedrooms, they may have 3 cars there. And there's only room for really 1.5 cars because they're not going in the garage. And last, I want to bring up about the fire and police. I've been a 47-year resident of Deerfield. And the gentleman from BSO came up and he said he wanted to cool the temperature. And this temperature was raised, overraised by Sheriff Tony. We all have kept kind of quiet on this. And you're going to do what's best, I believe, for us by getting research numbers and that. I speak for many people that are silent in Deerfield right now about this, that we are sick and tired of seeing Facebook posts getting things in the mail, text from Sheriff Tony. We want that to stop. If he wants to get the calm, cool down, he needs to stop. Leave the city of Deerfield residents alone and take this between our elected officials and BSO and not bring it into our homes. And again, I want to say that I, Ava Swenson, truly believe that Rodney Brimlow and our commissioners will do what's right for all of us in Deerfield Beach. And thank you at this very difficult time.
Thank you, Ms. Swenson. Anyone else inside the commission chamber would like to speak? Mr. Cummings, welcome. Name and address,
Evening, ladies
please.
and gentlemen. Joe Cummings, 267 Oak Ridge P. We all know about the millions and millions of dollars of shortfalls that the sheriff's department had to endure. The largest one having a training center that was supposed to cost $34 million and ended up costing $74 million or $75 million. But the one thing that the commission has to keep in mind is that it's your job to make sure that these millions of dollars in shortfalls by the sheriff is not paid for by the residents and taxpayers of Deerfield Beach. And that's exactly what's going to happen if we do this. Now, one of the things that really bothered me, just like Miss Swanson was talking about, is this juvenile tirade that was the route that's been taken by the sheriff. And it's a shame. His command staff and all the firefighters, paramedics, and sheriffs that work in the city from BSO, we love every one of them. We want these guys. But the sheriff, because of his demeanor and the way he went about it, has almost made it impossible for this city to have a contract with him. Now, one of the things that, I keep hearing, and I think this is the deal breaker, to have a 2-year open-ended clause in the proposed contract that was proposed by the sheriff, basically gives him a blank check. And I know, those things can be negotiated and so forth, but we have a sheriff that has proven to use canceling a contract, invalidating a current contract, as a ploy of contract negotiations. How can we trust him and his word that it's to the point we cannot sign another contract with somebody that is not an honest broker? So please take that into consideration. We need to protect the taxpayers and the residents of Deerfield Beach, and it's your job to do it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Cummings.
Perfect timing.
That was a great finish. The Emmy goes to Ms. Freitag. Name and address for the record, please.
Katie Freitag, president of GFWC Women's Club of Deerfield Beach, address 910 East Hillsborough Boulevard, Deerfield Beach, Florida, 33441. Today I stand before you for a couple of things. One, I'm an elected position in my club. What you will not find on my building is my name, because it's not my building. It belongs to my organization. You will not find it you will not find my name on my building. You will not find it in marble on my building. You will not find it in murals on my building, because it's not my building. It belongs to my members and my community. There's my point in that. I want to thank Commissioner Shinetsky for coming to our 3rd annual fashion show a couple of weeks ago. I want to thank Commissioner Plout for allowing his wife to come and join us, as well as Commissioner Hudak's wife for coming to join us. It was a great event. We raised great funds that we will be utilizing in our clubhouse. And I just want to thank everybody for remembering that the Women's Club is a very vital important part of our community, as we are still and we will always be older than the city. We are 106. Catch up, buttercups.
Thank you, Mrs. Freitag. Ms. Stanich, you coming to speak? Okay. Welcome. Just name and address for the record, please.
Judy Stanich, 2257 Elbow Way, Deerfield. I just want to say, I'm so proud of the way you've handled this BSO issue. You stood up to him. You stood up to him really well. And I know you guys will do the right thing, whatever you do. So thank you. Proud to be in Deerfield, proud of the city.
Thank you. Commissioner, you coming up? Former Commissioner Gloria Battle.
Gloria Battle, 1240 Southwest 6th Way, Deerfield Beach. I wasn't going to get up, but I sort of agree with just about everything that has been said. I attended the Dog and Pony Show after I got a flyer in my mail. And I really think they're bullying tactics too. But I trust you because we elected you all to make the right decision on behalf of the citizens of Deerfield Beach. So take as much time as you need, review everything, and make sure that you make the right decision on behalf of the citizens of Deerfield Beach. My main concern here tonight, though, is bulk trash. For those of us that live in our communities who have our yards cut professionally, it's not a problem. The problem comes in that when we have bulk trash picked up on Thursdays and people cut their branches or whatever on Saturday or Sunday and they put them out, and the whole week we have to pass by that bulk trash. Is there another day that we can pick up that bulk trash that would, so that it's not just sitting there in the community all week long? It makes our communities look bad. Thank you.
I'm going to ask, I think I saw Mr. There he is, Mr. Davis. Do you mind getting with Commissioner Battle and getting the street? Maybe we can do some public education for the bulk trash day, please. Take the smile as a yes. Just name and address for the record, please.
Joe Chansey, 4250 Northeast 4th Avenue, Deerfield Beach. I'd like to say thank you guys for everything you guys been doing so far. I know with all the negotiation and back and forth, it is hard to focus on the actual facts of the contract. So I'd like to thank you guys for actually sticking to the facts regardless of whatever side, if you want it or don't. But that's not the reason I'm up here. I'm up here for, Commissioner Hudak, I thank you a lot. Roy Davis as well. On my side of town, we've been having issues with illegal dumping. Broward County Housing Authority owns the site that I'm talking in particular. It's pretty much with the Hillsborough Crossing development. I did speak to the gentleman, the property manager for Broward County Housing. They've been trying to do what they can. They have been more proactive of getting illegal dumping, but it seems like they time it. Once they take it off, maybe 20 minutes later, it's right back there. And it's starting to become an issue. I'm not sure what the city can do, being that it's, even though it's government, but it's not city owned. What can we do to get them to try to put some, some signs up or some along better? I've seen other cities, or other properties put every 2 feet signs, no trespassing or no illegal dumping. Not sure if there's anything we can do from a code standpoint. Also too, are there, and I know we spoke budget earlier, I just wanted to wait. On our side, there are certain things I feel that could be done from the city perspective, so the residents don't feel necessarily neglected. There's some oak trees. I know there's certain, what's the word I want to say? There's certain restrictions with them, but they kind of give a stain to the area that needs to get corrected and fixed. Also, And I thank Eric Powell for helping out with the Third Ave, but just a little bit more attention on it, being that it is a major thoroughfare in the city and it connects Sample Road, which Broward North is there, to 48th Street. So those are my comments, and that's the only thing I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chansey. Actually, if you head straight back, Mr. Davis is coming in the room. Mr. Davis, I have one more customer for you.
Yeah, we spoke, he knows. I just wanted to kind of make it.
But we have a heat map for the illegal dumping. I'll make sure that he has the address. So
Got it.
I'd rather you tell him twice than not at all.
Yeah.
You want to speak, Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes, Julie Rodriguez, 150 Southeast 7th Street, Deerfield Beach, Florida. I've been a resident for over 25 years here in Deerfield Beach. I'm in the minority. I do support Sheriff Tony. He's an educated man. He knows what he's doing for the city, okay? I think his workers that I've encountered, I live in a condo, I'm on the board of directors, and whenever I need a sheriff to come, they're there immediately. I think, like it's been mentioned, it's a very heated situation. Both sides are very heated and very angry. I agree with someone that mentioned, give it a 6-month period. Talk about it, discuss it again. I think both sides are very, very angry. Both sides have said despicable things about each other, which I don't like. However, take the time, discuss it amongst yourselves. And I don't think he's bullying. He's just being tough. He's tough on crime. He's a sheriff. He knows his stuff. Okay? I don't care who agrees with me or who doesn't agree with me. But I do agree we need a time to just talk about it and just kind of come to an agreement. Thank you very much. Good night. Good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez.
I wasn't going to get up. Peggy Nolan, 325 Southeast 3rd Terrace, Deerfield Beach. I was going to get up, but I think the biggest issue that I see is that we have absolutely no idea how much it would cost the city residents of Deerfield Beach to take back both our fire and police. Pompano Beach went out, and I said this at the last meeting. Pompano Beach went out and hired an outside firm to come in and do a study of how much it would cost them to take back their departments. Why can't you guys just vote on that so you can look at both contracts? You can see if we're getting screwed by Tony or if we can afford to take back the police and fire. What seems to be the problem that we can't take that next step? That's your job. You're representing 85 to 90,000 people in the city. And how can you find the numbers? How can you with your educations and stuff, not see that you have to get someone to come in here that can give you the correct figures of what it would take to take back the city of Deerfield Beach? How hard is that? And also, the streetlights from 15th all the way up to 10th on Federal Highway are burnt out. Okay, I had to throw that in. But please, think about that. That would be the way to go. It takes everybody off the hook. You've got this contract here, and you can see what they're offering, and you can see this contract and how much it would cost if we came back to the city. Problem solved when you get those answers. So thank you, and I hope you do the right thing for all of us that live here in the city.
Thank you. Thank you, former mayor. I don't see anyone rushing the microphone. Madam Clerk, is anyone that raised their hand online? We'll go back to that for a second, and then anyone else in the commission chamber. And then, like I said, at the beginning of the meeting, we do have to take a short break after public comment because we have to get some forms up to Tallahassee. And then we'll come back with the consent agreement and finish the agenda. Mr. Estrada, who's online, go ahead, please.
Hey there, Michael Estrada, 1431 Southwest 6th Way. Just want to say I appreciate all of the public information that you all have shared so far regarding the issues with the current contract disputes. They have, for the most part, been just very factually based and kind of trying to give us kind of the whole picture. But one of the things that I want to say is that I also think that you all can be more proactive, giving us the updates about the work that I'm sure is going on behind the scenes. Numerous people have mentioned needing to do studies and really kind of look into crunching the numbers, X, Y, Z. I'm sure you all are in the process of doing that. It'd be irresponsible if you weren't, and so I know you have, but I think sharing that process with us would cut out a lot of that feeling that we're kind of floating in the wind right now with no clear plan. So I think just being more proactive in sharing that. More broadly, I will agree with multiple folks that have said, they haven't appreciated the bullying and almost feeling harassing of sort of all the material coming from BSO side. At this point, I have appreciated the latest video that kind of pulled some of the direct clips. We've heard from his mouth saying that he doesn't care about the contract. We've heard them, numerous times say that we wouldn't cut Brimlow's pension because he was somebody who really worked and earned this and he put his life on the line, X, Y, and Z. Comes out a week later in the paper that that's exactly what they did. So numerous times, over the past decade, all you have to do is Google someone's name and scandal and it'll pop up 5, 6, 7 things. At this point, it feels like this contract negotiation is not happening in good faith. Even tonight, essentially coming and saying, if you all make a decision to do this tonight, we'll back off. And that's just not how it goes. We're not going to be forced into making a decision, 10 o'clock at night at the end of a commission meeting. I think that we know that we have a 2-year runway. And I'm sure that it's going to take 6 months or some time for us to really kind of dig through and figure out what it's going to take, all the options. So I know that's happening behind the scenes, but we just want to make sure we're hearing that on our end. And yeah, just I appreciate you all really, taking the effort to make sure that we are looking out for the long-term interests of the city. Any kind of contract that we would make with this vendor moving forward feels like something that could be pulled out in the middle of the night because they're obviously, as they said, they don't care about a contract. So thank you very much for doing the work you're doing. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Estrada. Madam Clerk, anyone else online? I have him speaking as second under public. He already spoke. Anyone else inside?
Yeah.
Anyone else online? Anyone else inside the commission chamber and wants to speak public hearing? Otherwise, name and address for the record, please.
Well, I'm from Boca Raton, Florida, but I have a little history with the Broward County Sheriff's Office. First and foremost, thank you, Mayor, City Commissioners, and to this great
name and address,
Russell DePerna from Boca Raton, Florida. I want to thank the mayor and the people on this dais, and to this great civic-minded audience here today concerned about the issues. I'm the former executive officer to the Sheriff of Broward County and served 1 week as the executive officer to Sheriff Greg Toney until I resigned in good standing when I observed things that I wasn't really too fond of. Greg Toney has made some broad accusations, disturbing accusations, to Rodney Brimlow and the people on this dais. Without an investigation, without any evidence, despite having a public corruption unit. But I know Rodney, and that's why I'm here today. Rodney Brimlow is a man of unwavering integrity, guided by a strong moral compass. He treats people with respect, and he leads with a quiet strength. And he earned the trust of the rank and file without demanding it. He remains a skilled administrator and a brilliant data analyst. If I was the CEO of a corporate 500 company and I asked him to do a data analyst on a business venture and he put it on my desk, I know I could take it to the bank. So don't question his numbers. He knows it, and he does it with integrity. In contrast, Sheriff Greg Toney's record is deeply troubling. And the diabolical contrast between the people on this dais and Greg Toney is also very disturbing. He has repeatedly lied, repeatedly, and it's been documented. And like you, we all started our careers around the same time, late early 90s. At that time, Sheriff Greg Tony was arrested for murder. He has repeatedly lied about this. Even FDLE and multiple investigations confirm he lied or omitted key information on official applications. He has lied for 30 years, right up to the point of the process for this contract. And you have to analyze it. And I know you've done your due diligence. I know that man right there has done his due diligence. But lying for Tony comes as instinctive as drawing a breath. Silent, unthinkable, and unstoppable. But this week revealed another disturbing issue, a recent revelation. And it goes to the broad sense of the politicization that has permeated this agency, as Darlene spoke about the money being spent.
Just address to the commission, please.
Tony boasts that he was appointed to prevent another tragedy like Stoneman Douglas. Yet, Sheriff Scott Israel's general counsel, Ron Gunsberger, co-authored
Need you to wrap it up, please, Mr. DePerna.
a controversial active shooter policy that failed students and led to Scott Israel's removal. Highest ranking members of his command staff have donated $3,500 to Ron Gunsberger's 2025 campaign. He authored that policy that killed these kids. That's the politicization in this agency.
Time's up, Mr. DePerna.
And I'm going to walk away. But Tony's got a problem. This is not 1993. He can't shoot his way out of this one.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. DePerna. Anyone else like to speak? Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break to do some paperwork. We're going to come back. Madam Clerk, set the timer for 10 minutes. We'll come back. Okay, we need to restart, so we are up to item number 9 this evening. Mr. City Attorney? I'm sorry, we're through the consent, so it's actually 9.
9 through 16 is currently on consent, Mr. Mayor.
First of all, do we have any polls from the commission on 9 through
Yes.
16?
Yes.
To pull it or just to discuss it?
Pull it to discuss it. Well, yeah, I'd like to pull it. I have a question.
Why are you, which number and why are you pulling? Do you just want to discuss or do you?
Well, what number?
No, you can, we're in a public meeting.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll pull 15 because I don't know what Commissioner Shinesky needs.
All right.
S-
Clarification on something.
I'm sorry, 1 through 16, we'll pull number 15. Any other polls from the commission?
15.
15. Would the public like to speak on any item 9 through 16 except 15? Mr. Hurst, come on down. And just let us know which number or numbers.
It is numbers.
Do you have a
not-
handout for us?
No,
I saw you with your papers. I just want to make sure. she didn't
no,
start the clock
no
early.
handouts. Number 9 and number 16. So, Dan Hurst, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue. Number 9 has to do with the ILA. And I think it's important to point out again, when vendors increase what they're charging. So in this case, for transportation, we went from $31.28 to $42.47, which is $11.19 increase, or 36%. So again, it looks like vendors want increases in their in what they're going to charge, which is again why BSO is requesting increases. So the next item is item number 16, and this is the severance contract in the CRA. And I just have 2 quick points. Again, my only advice to the city when looking who to hire to be the new CRA director is to make your number 1 hiring priority finding someone who will tell the truth. And there is also a very interesting clause in the severance package that I would like to read aloud. It's called Section 5, Non-Disparagement. And it says as follows: employees will not make disparaging or defamatory remarks, comments, or publications of any nature concerning the CRA or the city or their respective elected officials or staff in connection with employees' employment with the CRA or city. Should employee breach this provision, the CRA and city shall be entitled to recover the full amount of the severance pay paid to the employee. Now, I assume that City Attorney Anthony Soroka wrote up this severance contract agreement. So my question is to him, did he take this Section 5 non-disparagement and copy it directly from Rodney Brimlow's contract severance package with BSO when he retired from the force? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else inside the commission chamber would like to speak on items 9 through 16 except 15? Madam Clerk, is there anyone, I guess I should ask you for, did anyone sign up? Anyone online? Okay, then we're going to close the public hearing on items 9 through 16 except 15. Commission,
Motion to approve items 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 16.
Second.
motion to approve those items by Commissioner Hudak, seconded by Vice Mayor Preston. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Plaut,
Yes.
Commissioner Shinesky,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Preston,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes.
Item number 15. Oh, go ahead,
I
Mayor.
was just gonna say 15, good.
Okay.
Sorry.
Item number 15 is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, approving the award of ITB number 25-035 for emergency catering services on an as-needed basis to Hands On Development LLC, authorizing execution of a contract with Hands On Development LLC, the sole responsive and responsible bidder for a 3-year term with 2 additional 1-year renewal options, and providing an effective date.
Okay, Commissioner Shinesky, you pulled it, so
Sure.
there must be a problem with it.
Okay. Well, in going over the agenda, when I went to item 15, I had some questions. Number one, it says that authorizing for emergency catering services. I looked up Hands-On Development LLC. They're based out of Miami Gardens, and they're a non-emergency medical transport van. In looking at their website, I didn't see anything to do with catering food. So I'm a little confused about that. Hands-On Development LLC out of Miami Gardens, again, is an ambulance company. It's a non-emergency medical transport van. So I'm a little confused how catering, which is food, is, involved with medical transport. So I have a question about that. And number two, Hands-On Development is based out of Miami Gardens. In terms of catering, Deerfield Beach, and I'm always pushing for Deerfield Beach businesses. We have a lot of catering businesses in Deerfield Beach. I looked up a few of them. 954 Catering is in Deerfield Beach. A Touch of Spain is in Deerfield Beach. Joe Roby's Catering and Desserts is based out of Deerfield Beach. And even a Family Cooking, it's a catering business, is out of Deerfield Beach. So my two questions is, number one, how is Hands-On Development an ambulance company? How is that involved with catering? That's my first question. And number two, it says it's the sole responsive bidder. I mean, there are other catering companies that are based in Deerfield Beach, not in Miami Gardens, which is where Hands-On Development is. So I'd like that answered, please, those two questions. Thank you.
Mr. City Attorney, before we get in, Mr. Galedo, let's get at all the questions and then we'll go from there. Any other questions from my colleagues? Okay, you're up.
Good evening,
in
Mr.
your-
Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor,
In your pink
Commissioners,
shirt.
and Mr. City Manager. Sean Gladio, Director of the Office of Public Safety. So to answer Commissioner Shinetski's questions, number one, I want the commission to understand, I want the community and everybody in the commission chambers to understand that, number one, we do extensive outreach. We have more than 650 vendors on our preferred vendor list for the city of Deerfield Beach. Those are Deerfield Beach types of businesses. So the questions asked, why these catering companies would not want to bid or submit a bid for this RFP. Well, number one, we're just not asking them to cater lunch or cater dinner. This is for a declared disaster. And most of those catering companies would most likely have a difficult time getting access to their employees, getting access to their resources, getting access to their equipment, getting access to food, and a number of different things. We never know the answer to why organizations don't submit a bid. Oftentimes too, when they do submit that bid, we had 15 different companies and organizations click on the RFP and actually look at it and review it. We didn't submit this and put this out to bid just once, we did it twice. And so we have a very strict contingency of and requirements of what a vendor needs to provide to us. And they have to be willing to do that as the vendor. We can't, make them or force them or whatever. We can just say, these are the things that we need because we're going to be either having our people reside in a hotel, having them reside in Station 102 in our EOC in the bunks. And the one thing that we need to do is make sure they're nourished and fed in order to respond to make sure that we can recover this city and give first response to our residents and make sure that they're safe. And if they need medical care, that we give them that. And if they need to get out of incoming water or out of a home that has been ransacked or totally just demolished because of a storm or a declared event, we need to address those things. And we need to feed our folks, and we need to make sure that they're nourished and they're hydrated. So that's number one. Number two, we like I said, we put this out twice. Each time it was open for 4 weeks. We had one company submit. Because they are an LLC, they oftentimes can do multiple businesses outside of just ambulatory services or transportation with a van. This is for all intents and purposes, I would like to say a small business or a quote unquote mom and pop type of operation. They come with 3 solid references Those references were all checked. We received positive communication from all three of the prior references that they were required to submit to us, and all of them spoke very highly on this vendor and the services that they provided. So Commissioner, I want to say to you, we will always, always, always try to give every opportunity for our local businesses. We want those business partnerships. We crave, we beg for those business partnerships. However, just like any other, we have to follow the rules of the RFP. They have to click on the RFP, submit the documentation in its entirety, fulfilling every single entity and specification that the city has laid out. And if they don't, we will try to contact them and have them complete that. But in the end, the onus befalls them. And we did everything we could in this, in all cases, to try to get our business community involved more with our RFP process in the city of Deerfield Beach. Did I answer both your questions?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gladio. And I also believe we had this situation in 2017, I believe it was, with Hurricane Irma. And you can just kind of nod or give me thumbs up or thumbs down, Mr. Gladio, but it also is very highly specific because you're running shifts on an emergency situation. So a shift coming in that may be having breakfast, that may be dinner to somebody else. So somebody that, or lunch. So it's almost, they have to be prepared to have 3 separate meals at the same time, depending on the rotation of the shifts that you have, and not every company can satisfy that requirement.
Sir, Mr. Mayor, that is accurate. And also, we want these vendors to be preparing that food and having that food and having their staff on site. So we're not asking, for example, a Subway to wrap up 350 Subway sandwiches or Jersey Mike's or anything like that. We're asking for someone to actually be on site to provide that nice hot cooked meal. And to your point, Mr. Mayor, yes, it could be serving 150 breakfasts and at the same time serving 150 dinners. And this vendor, if chosen and approved by you all, provided a comprehensive menu for not only breakfast, but also for dinner. And they assured us, and by all of the submission and the information that they provided, they could provide 300 plus meals at a time for us.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no more lights, let's open item number 15 to the public. Anyone from the public would like to speak on item number 15?
Dan Hers, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue. Well, first of all, let me address something that Sean just said, which I don't understand. Wouldn't all companies have the same problem in an emergency with staffing? Did they explain how they can overcome this problem in detail? Because it wasn't in the backup. So how are the citizens supposed to know that? So anyway, does anybody in the city's procurement department ever wonder why there are so many contracts that only have one entity bidding on that contract? Is it remotely possible that maybe there's a flaw in the system based on how many times this keeps reoccurring? How can you possibly determine if you are getting the best possible price for the taxpayers when you only have one entity bidding on a contract? I also know the procurement department has been told time and again to try to award contracts to local Deerfield Beach businesses. Is the procurement department going on record that there are no catering companies at all in Deerfield Beach? And if there are catering companies located in Deerfield Beach, what effort did you make to reach out to them as members of the commission have asked you to do repeatedly? The recipient of this contract, Hands On Development LLC, has a principal address in Miami Gardens, and the sole shareholder of the LLC, Jessica Hudson, lists a Davie address. The only problem is Miss Hudson sold that property in Davie over 4 years ago. The other problem with Miss Hudson is if you do a name search on her, you will find 2 recent lawsuits filed against her. Did anybody in the procurement department even bother to do a name search on her? I never thought I would be asking the city manager to bring back Bogdan Avasilo to run the purchasing department.
Thank you, Mr. Hers. Anyone else in the commission chamber would like to speak on item number 15? Anyone online, Madam Clerk? Okay, we'll close the public hearing on item number 15. Commission?
Really?
Oh, motion for item number 15
To
to
Be approved.
Approve
To
or
be-
deny?
To be approved.
Second.
Motion to approve item 15 by Commissioner Shinetsky, seconded by Vice Mayor Preston. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Plaut,
Yes.
Commissioner Shinetsky,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Preston,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes. We are now on to item number 17, Mr. City Attorney.
Item number 17 is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, approving the rankings and funding allocations to charitable and public purpose organizations for the fiscal year 2026 Community Participation Grant Program in a total amount not to exceed $225,000, providing for implementation and an effective date.
I assume Mr. Salas, you're giving the presentation.
I guess I am. I'll keep it brief. Greetings, Mayor, Commission, Jonathan Salas, Director of Community Services. And tonight, my presentation is just a brief overview of the Community Participation Program, which is managed by the Community Services Department. So this program helps nonprofits deliver services that otherwise the city couldn't do alone. These nonprofits support a valid public purpose and enhance the quality of life for Deerfield Beach residents. So here, the program was designed with clear objectives to acknowledge our past support of nonprofit partners and allow them to grow, to align the city's giving with community priorities that align with the strategic plan, to provide one streamlined, transparent application process that occurs once a year to help us stay within the budget, and to use data and reporting to ensure accountability. And last but not least, and to foster strong partnerships with our nonprofits to extend the city's reach. So here we'll see our achievements for the current year that we're in. So over the past year, this program was funded, and collectively, we provided services in the realm of affordable housing, food insecurity, sustainability, and community engagement. As we continue to further partner with these groups, we'll continue to collect data for the common goal of the city and the benefit of all of our residents. This program is to ensure that taxpayer dollars are leveraged to serve thousands of residents in ways the city can't do alone. While we are collecting data for this current year, I just want to go over some highlights here. So in this current year, we awarded $150,000 to our nonprofits. To date, we've distributed $122,000, and we hope to have the remaining balance out to all of our nonprofits by September 30th. As of quarter two, the organizations have collectively served more than 18,000 Deerfield Beach residents. That's about 20% of our population. So here, we focus on the focus areas, the giving guidelines. So for fiscal year 26, the allocation was increased to $225,000. And we have some categories here which the funding will fall under. So the first one is the customer care and engagement, which we focus on programs like food security, food insecurities, housing access, education enrichment, and civic participation. We have a sustainable and eco-friendly environment. We prioritize efforts such as cleanup campaigns, waste reduction, and green infrastructure. And lastly, we have lifestyle quality. We support initiatives that expand healthcare access, arts and culture, recreation, and public safety awareness. So on this slide, we look at the application process and timeline. I want to share this information so that we're transparent and consistent. So the application was open in June. We had info sessions immediately after that to provide guidelines for the nonprofits so they can submit strong proposals. A scoring committee was assembled through various departments throughout the city to review these applications. Next, the nonprofits, if approved tonight, will attend the orientation and we'll sign contracts and we'll have agreements and we'll stipulate all the guidelines of the program. After that, we'll have quarterly reports. So these nonprofits will have to provide us quarterly reports so that we are abreast with information and to know that they're doing the work according to the agreement. So we have the application breakdown here. We receive a 20 nonprofit applications requesting a little over 431,000. So we had to trim that down to 225. So out of those 20 nonprofits, 12 of those nonprofits applied under the customer care and engagement. 2 of the nonprofits applied under sustainable and eco-friendly environment. And then we had 6 nonprofits apply under lifestyle quality. So this year, our recommendation is to fund all 20 of the nonprofits for the full $225,000 budget that we have. And here you have a breakdown of the different categories and how we want to fund them. So we have customer care and engagement for $144,250, which that is 12 of the nonprofits, about 64% of the total budget. And then we have sustainable environment. We have 48,025. That's 2 nonprofits. And then we have lifestyle quality, which is 53,000, and that's 6 nonprofits. So here we have the application recommendations. I'm sorry. So now we at the timeline. So with our timeline, we open the application June 9th through the 27th. And September 10th, we kind of send out communication to our nonprofits, let them know where we were in the process. Tonight, I come before you with recommendations for approval. After tonight, September 24th, we'll have a awardee orientation meeting. Thereafter, we'll have deadlines for documents needed to get these grants processed, and then we'll have formal contracts submitted thereafter. October 27th, we plan on signing contracts. By December 30th, we should have all of our payments out to our nonprofits. In January, first quarter reports will be due, followed by April, July, and then September 30th, we'll close out the grant year. So thank you for your time and support of this program. We are proud to demonstrate that this funding is making a meaningful difference in Deerfield Beach. And now I ask that the commission accept this recommendation for the 26 Community Participation Grant Award recommendations provided by the Evaluation Committee. At this time, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Salas? Otherwise, thank you and your staff for doing this. This used to be a role of the commission and until we had staff do it because we thought you had a better finger on the pulse of the community and the organizations themselves. So thank you for doing the heavy lifting on this. Appreciate it. Seeing no lights, we'll go straight to the public hearing on item number 17. Just take a seat, Mr. Salas. We'll call you back up if we need you. But anyone inside the commission chamber? First of all, Madam Clerk, did someone sign up?
Michelle Fernandez and Timothy Dwyer.
So Michelle first, then Timothy, unless you guys are speaking together.
We're part of the same group. Good evening. So Michelle Fernandez, as mentioned, representing Hispanic Unity of Florida, joined by Tim Dwyer on our team as well. So good evening, Mayor Drosky, Vice Mayor Preston, commissioners, and the Deerfield Beach community. We have been recommended for funding through the city's Community Participation Grant Program. Thank you for welcoming us and for considering this funding request. We are deeply honored. Hispanic Unity of Florida has been serving Broward County for over 4 decades, and we're excited to begin building a stronger presence here in Deerfield Beach. Since 2019, we have worked in partnership with Deerfield Beach High School to deliver our year-round after-school program that currently serves 75 students. The program works directly with students to provide leadership development, college and career readiness, and civic engagement opportunities. This program utilizes our 2-generational approach where we support both students and parents. Funding from the city will support our health literacy initiatives. This includes direct support for low and moderate income families through education and assistance to address food insecurity. Delivered by trained community health workers, this program promotes healthy eating habits and improves nutrition literacy, bringing resources directly to Deerfield Beach families. This support will be delivered in partnership with Deerfield Beach High School, whose collaboration will help us extend these services to the broader community. We see this opportunity not just as a milestone, but as a beginning of a meaningful and lasting partnership within the city of Deerfield Beach. We have submitted a handout to learn more about our organization and our programs, and we thank you for believing in our mission and for opening the door to collaboration. We look forward to growing together and making a lasting impact in the lives of your residents. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Did anyone else sign up, Madam Clerk? Okay. Anyone inside the commission chamber like to speak on item number 17?
Dan Hurst, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue. The company that the city of Deerfield Beach hired to help with the CPG program is doing a better job than when the city handled it in-house, but there are still a few areas of improvement. In the backup for this agenda item, under the paragraph titled Disqualified Groups, it says currently there are no disqualified groups, but Deerfield Beach Historical Society and Kiwanis Club of Deerfield East are receiving in-kind donations. There is no mention of what these in-kind donations are for full transparency purposes. Regarding the Deerfield Beach Historical Society, I have no idea what the in-kind donations are, but I do know over the last 2 fiscal years, the city has given the Deerfield Beach Historical Society $475,000. That's not an in-kind donation, that's actual dollars. Regarding the Kiwanis Club of Deerfield Beach East, I know what the in-kind donation is, but can't quantify it. The city owns 107 bus benches. The city gives these 107 bus benches to Kiwanis, and Kiwanis in turn hires an advertising company to facilitate advertising revenue to Kiwanis from the bus benches. This provides Kiwanis with thousands of dollars of revenue for their charitable causes. However, the city is not entitled to know the revenue that these bus benches are bringing in and will not know for a long time because the city recently signed a 15-year contract with Kiwanis to keep receiving the bus bench revenue. As an aside, there is no other municipality in the state of Florida that has this type of agreement with a Kiwanis club. Another area of improvement is more careful consideration as to who is chosen to be on the CPG evaluation committee. Only the first name was provided in the backup of CPG committee members. Through some detective work, I discovered that Caitlin was Caitlin Collier, Elizabeth was Peggy Nolan's daughter, Elizabeth Ritchie, and Serge was Serge from the finance department. There were significant scoring discrepancies between Serge and Caitlin's scoring and that of Elizabeth's. Serge and Caitlin's scoring were cumulatively less than 1% apart, while Elizabeth's scoring differed from the others by 24%. A specific example is Hispanic Unity of Florida, which despite engaging with the 8th most amount of people in Deerfield Beach of the 20 CPG applicants, finished tied for last in the tiered percentage funding amount. Serge and Caitlin's scoring for Hispanic Unity was 3% apart, while Elizabeth's scoring differed from the other two by 40%. This affected the money that Hispanic Unity is receiving. There was no explanation for the wild swings in scoring that Elizabeth made, other than the possibility that her scoring was influenced by outside factors. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hers. Anyone else inside the commission chamber would like to speak on item number 17? Good, Ms. Freitag? Or not?
Good evening, Marie Hayes, 4874 Northeast 2nd Avenue, Oakland Park. I'm here with 211 Broward. I do want to thank the commission, the city. This has been an amazing process to go through. And I realize all of the things that you all are facing. I have not been to a Deerfield Commission meeting before. And obviously you're in the midst of a lot of decisions. And the fact that you all make this opportunity available to not-for-profits is very admirable because everyone is not doing that. While 211 Broward is not physically located in the city, we do have staff all over, actually Florida. We are not physically housed in one location any longer. We can be reached by a phone, by text, by email, and that's how most people reach us. We do outreach. We do some work in Broward County Courthouse. We're right there. Last year, we served over 2,000 residents from Deerfield. We do keep zip code data. We do ask people where they live. So we know that we were talking to over 2,000 of your residents and dealing with the things that many of the things you guys are talking about today. You don't want to have to call 211, but we are there anytime, day or night, 24/7, 3 o'clock in the morning, 7 o'clock in the morning. We're there to answer that call. We do a lot of information and referrals and resources. We link people to services right here in the county, in Deerfield, but in other areas as well, wherever there's a resource. Over half of the calls that we received last year were for basic needs, food, housing, rental assistance. And then the other half are for mental health, people dealing with stress, anxiety, all of those things that go along with the things that people are dealing with now. Along with answering that 211 number, we also answer the 988 number, which is the new, not brand new now, but the crisis suicide number that is out there for anyone to call. And so last year we had 7 Deerfield residents that called saying they wanted to die by suicide. They specifically called for that reason. And one of those was in progress. So someone's called us while they were saying, I'm going to do this. And we're able to meet with them and talk with them and try to get them to make some other decisions. And when necessary, call rescue in to help them. And so we do absolutely consider, and thank you for this opportunity for us to be able to be here and to be able to share what we do. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. Mrs. Freitag, you're next.
Katie Freitag, 418. Oh, I'm sorry. Katie Freitag, GFWC, President of Deerfield Beach Women's Club, 910 East Hillsborough. Not to say nothing, but patting my own back. This is the first time I ever wrote a grant. And for us to receive the money that we are expected to receive for this invaluable project, I'm really excited about. We will be working with an organization called Fill It Forward, and Fill It Forward helps us to utilize and realize how important it is to get rid of single-use plastics. We're going to make competitions in the schools to see which school can provide can create so much use of the scan QR codes to get rid of the plastics, the bottles and everything like that. We're looking forward to making a huge impact on the city, and we cannot thank you enough for allowing us the funds to make this project a reality. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Former Commissioner Battle.
Gloria Battle, 1240 Southwest 6th Way, Deerfield Beach, Florida. As you all know, I am a proponent of these types of grants. I just want to make sure that we advertise, or we let the people know, let the citizens know what type of programs or what the programs are that we're funding. I know about 211. I didn't know they had a new number. The reason why I know about them is because I have 2 sisters who were volunteers, very eager volunteers, and I know the work that they do. But in terms of the rest of the Deerfield Beach residents, do they know about this program? And I just want to make sure, or ask you all to make sure that the community knows just what we're funding, so that they can avail themselves of these programs. And it will continue to take some of the pressure off of the city in terms of providing for people who are in need of the social service programs that they offer. Katie, thank you for your program. I'm one of those people that's still recycling. And again, just make sure that we know, or the community knows, what programs that we're funding with their tax dollars so that they can avail themselves of these programs. Thank you.
Thank you, former Commissioner. I think I saw someone towards the back.
Terry Cox, 180 Southwest 3rd Avenue. Let me say thank you on behalf of Deerfield Beach Housing Authority as being one of those recipients. We couldn't continue to do the work that Deerfield Beach Housing Authority does in this city without these funds. Funds coming through grant funding to keep us helping our residents, helping Broward County. Because, of course, all phone calls that we receive with folks looking and needing to be placed somewhere does not just come in Deerfield, but across Broward County, but more especially Deerfield Beach, when we are in need, because there is no such emergency housing throughout Broward County. So Deerfield Beach Housing Authority has stepped up to the plate and has housed many of our residents in the time of need, in that time of emergency. And we could never do it without the help of this city, and we are eternally grateful. On behalf of LaTonya Coley McKinley, the Executive Director, and Bishop Dr. Anthony Pelt, who served as chairman of the board, says thank you. Thank you so much for just looking out. And Commissioner Battle, former Commissioner Battle, I promise you that this will not go unnoticed in our community. And folks know if you call Deerfield Beach Housing Authority, that we are surely there for all of our residents. And again, we say thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott.
Good evening. Cynthia Thompson, Billy Thompson Foundation, 1839 West Hillsborough Boulevard. On the behalf of my husband and the foundation, we want to really say thank you. Thank you for coming and partnering with us. We love Deerfield. We love the city. We love the citizens here and the young people we get to be a part of their lives and make a difference. We've been doing this, making a difference here in Deerfield for several years now, and we thank you for helping us to get the funding we need to do even more. So thank you so much. And thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, all the commissioners. You guys have been amazing. And thank you so much, City Manager. You have been amazing. And so I wanted to make sure I took time tonight to say thank you so much. We cannot do what we do without you. And so we thank you. It was a pleasure being with you all in the back to school project we did, and we was there. So many kids were blessed. So many lives was changed, and all of you guys were there to smile and make a difference and be in the lives of people that we service every day. So I want to say thank you for your hard work. Thank you for your commitment to reach the people in this city, and let us continue to do it together. God bless you all.
Thank you, Mrs. Thompson. Ms. Swenson, come on down.
Isn't my real name anymore. Ava Swenson, 810 Southeast 7th Street, Pompano Beach, Deerfield Beach. This way nobody knows who I am. I'd like to thank the commission.
They're still behind you, Ms. Swenson, so.
I'd like to thank the commission for awarding the grant if you so choose tonight by your vote. As many of the other recipients, which congratulations to all of them, they do great work for the city of Deerfield. We should be proud that we have people willing in Deerfield to step up for our citizens that may not have that leg up on anything. So there's always someone right there to help them out. I've been called many times by Commissioner Preston, Hudak, many of the citizens in Deerfield. And all of us here tonight in the nonprofits will do anything or call anyone to help our citizens. Again, thank you for this program. Thank you, Jonathan. And the Rotary Club of Deerfield Beach thanks you. And Alexa couldn't be here tonight, so I've got the biggest smile, so they sent me. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the commission chamber? Come on down, Kim. You're up.
Hi, good evening, commissioners and mayor, city manager.
Name and address, please.
Kim Cardone, personal address, 628 Southeast 12th Avenue, Deerfield Beach. I am president of the Historical Society, as you know, and we are so humbled by your support every year. And we just keep expanding the mission and hopefully getting better and better with what we're doing. So we're very excited. We have a great program headed our way starting October, and we hope to involve even more citizens. We had like 9,500 participants in the past year. So we're hoping to ramp that up, and we do appreciate all of your financial and social support when you come out to our events. We appreciate seeing all of you. So thank you very much. And congrats to everybody else. I enjoy working. I'm with everybody pretty much all the time. Yeah.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else rushing the microphone. Madam Clerk, is anyone online?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
could I make a comment, please? You know, my job as city manager is to sit here and to listen to the comments of the residents, but I will not tolerate people making comments, disparaging comments about my staff. There are 22 exceedingly exceptional, wonderful organizations that applied for funding here. And to insinuate in any way that Jonathan Salas or any of the people that were on this review committee did anything outside of what they were supposed to do is abhorrent. If somebody has a comment, if they have an allegation that they'd like to make, my office will investigate it. They know how to get a hold of me.
Great, thank you. We're going to go ahead and close the public hearing then. Commission,
Motion to approve.
Second.
motion to approve item number 17 by Vice Mayor Preston, seconded by Commissioner Plout. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Plout,
Yes.
Commissioner Shinesky,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Preston,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes. Mr. City Attorney, number 18.
Item number 18 is a presentation by Sean Gladio in the pink shirt, Public Safety Director, regarding the school zone speed camera annual report for 2024-2025 school year. Mr. Gladio is going to get up and give a presentation, but I just wanted to point out, pursuant to the statute, that we do need a motion to accept it. And prior to that motion, you do have to allow for public comment with respect to the report. So even though it's a presentation item pursuant to the statute, you do allow for public comment before acceptance. And he also has to read the report, a summary of the report as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, and Mr. City Manager, and the residents of Deerfield Beach. This is the School Speed Zone Annual Report for 2024-2025 school year. As we all know, on April 28th, 2023, the Florida legislature passed and the governor subsequently signed into law HB 657, entitled Enforcement of School Speed Zone Limits. This became effective on July 1, 2023. This bill authorizes counties and municipalities to utilize automated speed detection systems in our school zones to enforce speed limits, while setting forth numerous requirements for implementation, administration, and due process procedures. The Office of Public Safety completed a review of the speed zone program to determine the feasibility and the potential impact on public safety. At the October 17th, 2023 commission meeting, a speed study was presented providing data that speeding in Deerfield Beach zones was rampant. The study documented in just one day 6,459 speeding violations at 11 miles per hour over the posted speed limit within 7 school zones were recorded. On January 9th, 2024, the city introduced ordinance number 2024-001, City of Deerfield Beach School Speed Zone Enforcement. The ordinance adopted following a public hearing authorized the installation and use of speed detection systems on roadways at identified Broward County public school locations within the jurisdiction of the city. Our sole goal is reducing speeding in or around school zones to create a safer walking environment for all pedestrians. In accordance with the ordinance and section 316.0776 Florida statutes, each municipality that operates one or more school zone detection systems must annually report information and statistics in a written summary that must be read aloud at a regular or special city commission meeting. Attachment 1 of this agenda item contains the information that meets this requirement. The commission approved the award of the bid and authorized the city manager or designee to execute a contract for school speed zone enforcement to Red Speed Florida LLC. Per the contract, Red Speed is responsible for providing a turnkey solution that includes, but is not limited to, the purchase, installation, operation, and maintenance of all equipment, as well as the billing, collection, and initial distribution of violation proceeds. The vendor is also tasked with the completion of quarterly reports required by the Florida Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles on behalf of the city. The cost for their service is deducted from the city's general fund share of the violation proceeds. Implementation of the school speed zone enforcement program requires a 30-day warning period as well as public awareness campaign prior to the issuance of any violations. Warnings were sent to violators during the first 45 days, and an awareness campaign was conducted. 4 schools with 8 school zone locations were activated during the initial warning period and were subsequently enforced during the 2024-2025 school year. In accordance with the city ordinance in section 316.0776 of the Florida statutes, each municipality that operates one or more of the school zone detection systems must annually report this information. The notice of speed zone violations were issued at the following locations: the 600 block eastbound of Southeast 10th Street, that's Deerfield Beach Middle; 600 block westbound Southeast 10th Street, Deerfield Beach Middle; 4000 block northbound Northeast 2nd Ave, Tedder Elementary; 4100 block southbound Northeast 2nd Ave, Tedder Elementary; 900 block westbound Southwest 15th Street, Deerfield Beach High; 900 block eastbound Southwest 15th Street, Deerfield Beach High; 600 block northbound Southeast 2nd Ave, Deerfield Beach Middle; and 600 block southbound Southeast 2nd Ave, Deerfield Beach Middle. For the enforcement period of May 15th, 2025 through June 3rd, 2025, the following results were obtained for Deerfield Beach from a report that I ran on September 3rd, 2025. Notice of violations, or NOV, issued were 6,357. Notice of violations paid were 4,281. Hearings scheduled were 55. Notice of violations contested and dismissed were 16. Notice of violations contested and upheld were 38. Uniform traffic citations issued were 1,009. Uniform traffic citations pending are 923. From May 15th, 2025 to September 3rd, 2025, payments were received by the City of Deerfield Beach from the School Speed Zone Safety Program and distributed as follows. There was an over or shortage of $400. Hearings, the fines associated were $680. The Deerfield Beach Public Safety Initiative received $182,338. The Florida Department of Revenue General Fund received $93,640. The Florida Department of Law Enforcement Training Trust Fund received $14,046. The Broward County School District received $56,184. The School Crossing Guard Recruitment and Retention Fund received $23,410. And Red Speed Florida LLC received $98,182 for a total of $468,880. By Florida statute, the revenue distribution for each paid notice of violation, or NOV, is as follows. The City of Deerfield Beach receives $60. The asterisk I will explain. The School Crossing Guard Recruitment and Retention receives $5. The Florida Department of Revenue General Fund receives $20. The Florida Department of Law Enforcement Criminal Justice and Standards Trust Fund receives $3. And the Broward County School District receives $12. The reason for the asterisk at the City of Deerfield Beach $60 amount, that's reflected as the gross amount. The vendor fee is netted from these proceeds. So in the end, the city receives $39 of the $60, and Red Speed Florida LLC receives $21. This information was read aloud at the Deerfield Beach Commission meeting on September 15th, 2025.
Thank you, Mr. Gladio. Mr. City Attorney, so we have to adopt that report this evening?
Yeah, we're looking for a motion to accept the report and prior to the motion, opening it up for public comment.
Okay, so before we do the motion, then we'll open the public hearing. Is that okay? And then like we
That's
would
fine.
any other item?
Sure.
So let's open it up to public hearing on the school zone cameras. Anyone in the commission chamber like to speak on item number 19?
17.
Katie Freitag, 418
I'm sorry,
Southeast.
18.
18. Katie Freitag, 418 Southeast 2nd Street. Just curious as to why Florida is getting $20 per. I'm not sure what the percentage is. That seems a little high. If it's a sales tax, sales and use tax, what kind of a tax it is, why would Florida be receiving that? So somebody could explain that to me, I'd appreciate it.
That's an easy one. That's in the state statute. That's what the state was set up by the state of Florida. That was their percentage they assigned to themselves. That's the state of Florida. Anyone else in the commission chamber like to speak on item number 18? Madam Clerk, is there anyone online? That's probably Mr. Ungian. So go ahead, Mr. Ungian, please.
Yes, Jonathan Ungian, 1938 Northeast Sixth Street. So I am all for school zone speed cameras when lights are flashing and when kids are walking to and from school. This statute allows for it to be throughout the school day, but it is your choice to implement it as you like. For instance, Boca Raton only does it during times when the lights are flashing. Again, on the bottom of the warnings that I had received many, many months ago, it states statistics. That's when kids are walking to and from school. Kids should not be on the roadway outside of the time when lights are flashing. If they are leaving school, they should be checked out by a parent, whatever it may be. The roadway that I travel most is Hillsborough, by your police station. You have uniformed cops that are there. They controlled speed, makes it very safe during the times that the lights are flashing. I don't think the violations are happening then. I think that this is an absolute money grab by this city. This is communist China-like activity. Eye in the sky. And also the National Motorist Association has given 10 items as to what's wrong with the programs such as this outside of school zone blinking lights. The main factor that I find to be concerning is the artificially low speed limit on Hillsborough Road, for instance, which is 35 miles an hour. Traffic doesn't travel at that speed. And that is why and where municipalities such as this one initiate this, because it is a money-making revenue scheme. The reality is, like I said, I believe 10 miles an hour is way too much for when those lights are flashing. I understand that's the statute. But again, you don't have to do this outside of the time that lights are flashing. You're going to create bigger safety issues with people that are aware where those cameras are, slam on their brakes for no reason as traffic is traveling at 40 miles an hour or whatever it may be. So again, as opposed to this being this money grab, and I recommend all people reach out to their representative, Chip LaMarca's office or whoever it may be, and remove these money grabbing situations for school zone, speed zone, safety cameras that are being used to make money outside of the time in the name of kids' safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, anyone else online? Anyone else in the commission chamber would like to speak on item 18? I'm going to close the public hearing on item 18. Commission, we need a motion to adopt Mr. Gladio's report this evening.
Motion to approve item 18.
Is that a motion to accept the report? I just want to clarify, that's all we need. Okay, thanks.
Motion to accept the report by Commissioner Hudak, seconded by Commissioner Plount. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Plout,
Yes.
Commissioner Schnetsky,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Preston,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes. Mr. City Attorney, if you would read number 19, and then I want to say something just briefly on the procedure we'll follow tonight.
Do you want to come
and-
back to comments by administration and legal, Mr. Mayor, after 19?
Actually, no, I missed that.
I don't
So-
have any comments during legal, so I don't know if Mr.
I just have one. I wanted to introduce Michelle Kaba, if she could come down. She is the new full-time economic development director for the city. She just started last week. So I just wanted to put a face to the name. She has a Bachelor of Arts in Policy, Public Policy from Syracuse, and she's got behavioral psychology as her master's degree. She's done, I don't want to say it's more than 2 decades, but more than 2 decades of investment and work on Wall Street. She's done fixed income trading, municipal bonds. She's done a lot of that, and she's also a best-selling author and has done several private business ventures herself. So she is here as part of the initiative that you, Mr. Mayor, had requested early on in the year, as well as my own assent to that. that we did need a full-time economic development director. And so I just wanted Michelle to say hi. She's going to be making appointments with each of you individually as well if she hasn't already met with you. Michelle? Okay.
Thank you so much for the warm welcome and for the opportunity to serve Deerfield Beach. I understand that this is a vital role, and so I am looking forward to meeting with each one of you to see how we can collaborate in helping to drive economic growth forward.
We have lots to talk about.
Yes, we do. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Look forward to meeting you. I'm sure all my colleagues are. Anything else, Mr. City Manager? Okay, so I'm sorry, Mr. City Attorney, I jumped the gun. So if you read 19, I just want to give a brief summary of the procedure tonight, which I'm sure, and then we'll go into your comments, which may elaborate on what I'm going to say, but I just wanted to kind of tee up how tonight's going to work.
Understood, Mr. Mayor.
Great, thank you.
Item 19 is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, re-ranking the responsive firms to RFP number 25-010 for building services, approving the award of RFP number 25-010 to blank, authorizing execution of an agreement with blank to provide building services for the 3-year term with 2 additional 1-year renewal terms, providing for implementation and an effective date.
Okay, so just let me jump in. So to my colleagues, I tried to set this up to be as fair as possible to everyone tonight. So I think the procedure that works best is the following. So after I'm finished just giving this quick summary of the procedure tonight, the attorney will have a more elaborate summary that he is going to give us this evening, followed by applicant number 1. Will give their presentation to the commission for 15 minutes. It's my understanding that both applicants have agreed that while the other applicant is presenting, they will, as if this were a any other type of meeting, that they would voluntarily agree to leave the meeting. And then when it's their turn, that they will come back. So applicant number 1 will give their presentation without applicant number 2 present for 15 minutes, followed by applicant number 1. We'll have commission questions for applicant number 1. I will go by the lights that you gentlemen push. If nobody pushes their light, then we will go by what we do at the commission comments at the end. So we'll do districts 1, 3, 4, and 2. So if you guys want to mentally prepare, 1, 3, 4, and 2 will be the order of questions if the lights don't come on. Once we're done with questions for applicant number 1, will leave the commission chambers. Applicant number 2 will come in. Applicant number 2, without the presence of applicant number 1, will likewise present for 15 minutes. Applicant number 2 will be followed by commission questions to applicant number 2, again without applicant number 1. Same thing, push your lights. We'll go in those order. If there are no lights, we'll do the same order. Districts 1, 3, 4, and 2 for commission questions. After questions for applicant number 2 are finished, we will bring both applicants into the commission chamber. We will have public comment at that opportunity, followed by full commission discussion at that particular time. We do have to rank the presentations tonight, so that will follow after our discussion. We will do our ranking. There's score sheets that will be given out. There'll be a short break for tabulation of the score sheets, and then there will be a final vote on the matter. So I think that sets out the rough procedure to follow this evening, giving each applicant the opportunity to present without the other, so that way one doesn't have an advantage over the other by hearing questions, because I assume questions of applicant 1 will be asked applicant 2, so it doesn't give anybody an undue advantage into the questions that will be asked this evening. And with that, Mr. City Attorney, well, first of all, any questions from my colleagues? Nope. Okay. And then, Mr. City Attorney, take us away.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to shorten up my procedure discussion because you did a pretty good job of nice overview there. I'm just going to give a little history. I'll supplement what the mayor said on the procedure, and then we'll get started with the presentations. So the city's purchasing and contracts division advertised request for proposal number 25-010 to obtain proposals from firms to provide building department services within the administrative structure of the city of Deerfield Beach. There were 2 firms that submitted timely responses. That was Calvin Giordano and Associates, Inc. and Cap Government, Inc. The evaluation committee appointed by the city manager held their first meeting on June 10th, 2025 to score those responses based on the weighted criteria stated in the RFP. Following that scoring, the committee recommended to the commission to award the contract to CGA or Calvin Giordano. At the July 8th, 2025 City Commission meeting, the commission voted to send the ranking back to the committee pursuant to section 38-116(1G7 of the city code to conduct further evaluations, including conducting oral presentations from both proposers consistent with the requirements of the RFP. On July 22nd, 2025, the evaluation committee reconvened and heard those oral presentations. Following those presentations and questions, they re-ranked both proposers and ultimately sent a recommendation to the city commission with Calvin Giordano as the top-ranked proposer. At the August 19th, 2025 City Commission meeting, the City Commission considered the evaluation committee's ranking and recommendation and voted pursuant to section 38-141 of the city code to exercise the City Commission's option to re-rank the responsive firms resulting from the evaluation based on the RFP. Pursuant to City Code Section 38-141, the City Commission has been provided all materials, both written and oral, originally presented to the Evaluation Committee by the responsive firms for the Commission's review prior to re-ranking. As a condition of your ability to re-rank tonight, you were supposed to review all of those materials. So I just want to, for the record, just confirm with each one of you that you have in fact reviewed all of the materials so that we're prepared tonight to conduct these presentations and this re-ranking. If we could just go down the line, if you don't mind, on the dais. Commissioner Hudak, have you reviewed all of the materials? Vice Mayor Preston?
Yes.
Mayor Drosky?
Yes.
Commissioner Shinetsky?
Yes.
Commissioner Plow?
I have.
Okay, great. As the mayor stated, each firm will be allotted 15 minutes to give presentations, and then the commission will ask them questions. Ultimately, the mayor will open it up to the public for public comment. The commission will deliberate. You have been or you will be provided, if it's not already in front of you, you should have 2 scoring sheets, 1 for each proposer. Those scoring sheets include the 4 evaluation criteria that were from the RFP. And I just wanted to put on the record as well that the pricing criteria has already been calculated for you. You do not need to score that. That's pursuant to the RFP. It's done based on a formula. However, the other 3 criteria should have the max score component next to them. For example, 30 points, and you are to make a decision about how much of those 30 points to award to each firm. As the mayor mentioned, after you complete those 2 sheets for each one of the firms, you'll hand them to the city clerk. I believe our procurement manager is going to come up and do the tally as she traditionally would do. We'll go ahead and announce the results of that scoring on the record, and then ultimately it will be back before the commission to make a motion on a re-ranking and award of a contract if you so choose to take that action tonight. And with that, I'm available for any questions now or later. And if there are no questions from me, then I would ask, or the mayor can ask for the purchasing manager to bring in the first firm for a presentation.
Okay, thank you for the summary. Did we draw lots, or do we know who applicant number 1 will be this
I
evening?
believe it's Cap Government is the first one applicant.
Okay, so is Cap Government here?
And
down.
if the other candidate wants to go with Sean, there is a waiting area just outside.
Sean is the one in the pink shirt.
He's in the pink shirt.
Okay, applicant number 1, just hold tight, okay?
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Mayor, can I make one more quick comment? I would be remiss if I didn't say this, and I may say it again later on. Ultimately, your determination tonight, Commission, should be based on the evaluation criteria that's set forth in the RFP, i.e. the evaluation criteria that's before you on that scoring sheet. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Just give it one more moment, please. Looks to be in the clear. Gentlemen, ready? Okay, Madam Clerk, if you'd please set the clock for 15 minutes. Let us know when you're ready.
Oh, it's tough to see from here. I got it. Don't worry about it. Thank you.
Better?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. Please begin.
Well, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. Manager, Mr. Attorney. My name is Carlos Panin, and I'm the president and founder of CAP Government. I'm at 100 Davie Boulevard is my office, Fort Lauderdale. I'm joined by Carlos Alpino, who's our Vice President of Operations. I'm joined by Mark LeFerrier, who is our Regional Director for Broward County, both sitting behind me. I started CAP Government 36 years ago, and since 1992, over the last 33 years, we have been outsourcing building department services. It's a niche that I found, just by coincidence, that we started in the village of Key Biscayne, and in 1995, the new city of Aventura selected us to do the same thing for them, and we've been in the city for 30 years this year, originally at the hands of a very demanding manager, Mr. Eric Soroka. We have since been contracted by 14 full-service municipalities. We work in 11 education. We have 11 educational clients. We currently have over 90 building department in the state of Florida. To handle that, we have 300 employees, of which over 80 of them are here in Broward County. Electronic plan review. It's an item very near and dear to our heart. We started electronic plan review in 2013, 12 years ago. It's near and dear because we wouldn't be able to have the reach that we have in the state of Florida if not for being innovative and implementing these services. We don't blame our clients. We don't blame the department for failing. It's up to us to be able to do that. And we currently have 12,157 users that are currently logged into our electronic plan review software. Next slide. I mentioned the city of Aventura, 30 years. The city of Weston, which is similar in revenue as Deerfield Beach, we've been there for over 20 years and just recently landed another additional 5 years with the city of Weston. And I say similar because of the budget. We run the city of Weston with 17 employees and not 30 that are working here in Deerfield Beach because we're more efficient, because we can process plans faster, because we can do inspections on a more timely basis. Very strict client, but also very happy with the level of service, which I think that is critical in what Deerfield Beach is looking for their building department. You see there the list of the top 10. I mentioned before, we're in 14 municipalities. Full service. It says comprehensive clients, but it's really full service cities. From the building official on down to the clerk, we handle it all. Next slide. I think everybody wants to know about customer service, why we do it and how we do it. It's very simple. It's part of our culture. It's part of our tradition. It starts here and it permeates through me, through everybody in the organization. We treat people with professional care. We want to be treated the same way that our clients want to be treated. Well, that's the way it starts. We treat people with transparent service. Our service has got to be accurate. It's got to be efficient. Trust us. We have proven success in all of our clients. This is not an on-job training for us. We've been here before. We know what we're doing. Next slide. I think it's important to have the proper staffing levels. We can provide the necessary staff to improve the level of service that you currently have. Why? That is based on not only the staffing, but the management of our staff, and is based on our experience. Because electronic plan review gives us the option that if any one of our staffers, based on their discipline, is going to be out, we click, drag and drop those plans to the next one up. It's a next one up mentality, and that's how we keep the levels of service so high. We will make the transition, if we're so blessed to be selected, seamless
We will make it without any kind of pain or trouble to the department, obviously to the city, and more importantly, to the people that come in that door every day. The clients, those are mutual clients for us and for the city. Innovation is at the very core of our level of service. We can do a better job. I promise you that. And I'm fully committed to making sure that we deliver that if, again, we're blessed to be selected. We will be fully staffed on day one. And that transition is up to you, and I don't know exactly the process going forward, but if selected, we will be ready on day one. Our electronic plan review will be ready on day one. Like I said, 12,157 users. We're ready for you. We will not do anything other than what you need in order for us to be a better department. And I will turn over for Mark Leferrier to take you over the next few slides on a more technical level. Mark.
Thank you, Carlos. Mark Leferrier. I'm Regional Operations Director with CAP Government. I'm located at 100 Davie Boulevard in Fort Lauderdale. And I want to go through some of the slides that are more technical oriented. By the way, these slides are all sort of organized by your departments have given each of the competitors different questions to answer. The first one in the area of technical expertise is the integration of new software. It's about digital permitting. I know that this has been a subject that the city's wanted to conquer since 2019. That's their stated goal. And it is a very good goal because it's a very important function in the new modern building department. The city of Deerfield Beach and with CJ has had troubles trying to bring about digital permitting and electronic plan review. They've had similar issues in Pembroke Pines. I can tell you that all of our clients in Broward County have transitioned into digital plan review and permitting. It's something that I think is very important. I think it's been mentioned as a part of a modern building department. If you do select us, we'll bring to you a proven approach, software and team. We'll bring electronic plan review. There's two basic functions in a building department, plan review and inspections. So the plan review side of it is something that can drastically improve services, cut down plan review times in half. If you think about it, everything is digital. It goes up into a cloud. The plan reviewers bring it back. They review it. They make comment. Notifications go out to the applicants. They get the notifications with a set of plans with the red lines on them. The architects revise the plans, resubmit it, and it returns. Our plan review turnaround time for smaller permits like roofs, windows, doors, AC changeouts, and things like that are usually 48 hours. And for the more significant commercial projects, like a new home or for new construction, it's 5 to 7 days. Those are pretty impressive timeframes. On the inspection side of it, the way we'll handle that is that we have our inspectors out with iPads. That way they're always on the move going from job site to job site. And when you do that and you result the inspections in real time with photographs describing what the issue is and citing the code sections, it gives on site the contractor to see what the issue is. And also it goes back to the system so that if there is a need for reinspection, it can be called in immediately, sometimes the same day. Our inspectors can come back the same day and clear out a problem. I'm sorry, let me move ahead, another one here. There we go. Digital permitting, you've heard about it. I mean, the big thing is for your customers, they don't have to stand in line. They don't have to carry stacks of plans around. They don't have to pull out plans, restaple them with corrections in them. Plans don't get lost. Everything is done simply through the digital cloud, much of the way all businesses are being done now. System migration is pretty straightforward. We've done this numerous times throughout the state of Florida. As I said earlier, all of our clients in Broward County do use digital plan review and inspections. It's something that we're experts on at this stage. We started it before anyone else does, as Carlos said, and it's been sort of our calling card for so many years now. There's a lot of process efficiencies. Carlos talked about staffing it. On staffing it, you can imagine what like legal firms used to be like years ago when everything was on paper. We can do it so much more efficiently digitally that the staffing demands are going to be less. And when the staffing demands are less in moving paper around, scanning it, making sure that it's checked off properly, that means we can spend more time on customer service. And that is what we do. We'll spend time on customer service and time on providing the service out in the field also. It's an easy, for cap government, it's an easy startup cost. It's no money to the city. It's not complicated at all. We'll bring both the permitting software and we'll bring the electronic plan review and inspection software at no cost to the city on day one. Now, years ago, that would have seemed like a pretty dramatic statement, but in reality, what it really boils down to is that our system is so simplified and so good for the customer and the plan review that it's so easy to use. It is simply as easy as uploading plans into a portal. They're digital plans that go into a portal, they go up into the cloud, and then we bring them back down. There's no software that's downloaded onto the city computers. Anyone up at the dais could simply register and become a user of our CAP cloud and our software program. There's no scanning of documents. Those documents are already digital. Therefore, when they are archived, they're all ready to be archived into your new Laserfish system. 3 minutes left. I only have 3 minutes left. I'm sorry about that. Let me keep moving forward. There's one of the questions they asked us about was alternative service delivery methods. I think I've mentioned a number of those already. Some of them are directly related to electronic plan review. One thing that's important about our program is there's a dashboard. Commissioners can keep an eye on what's going on in the building department by looking at the dashboard. It'll give you a status of all the permits. If you're a permit holder, then you can drill down and get all the details of your actual permit, plan review, and inspections. We've got supplemental staff that'll back up, like Calvin does if there's a lot more work to be done. We have supplemental staff. We've got almost 75 BORA plan reviewers and inspectors that are certified. And one thing that we can do, and we've done this in other jurisdictions, is if there's a heavy load of work from a big project that might disrupt the building department services for the daily users of the department, we can have a special permitting office that will expedite that process too. Confidentiality, and let me back up here. I'm so sorry. Here we go. Business-friendly building inspection services. We know in a city like Deerfield Beach that the businesses are critical. They're key. They're the lifeblood of the economic development for the city. We'll be a part of that business community. We're going to hold workshops. We'll have our inspectors out there doing the BTR and the certificate of use inspection, so we'll get to know them. They'll get to know us. We're not out there looking for any kind of trouble. We're just looking to help out. Organizational structure, they asked, what do you think of our building department, the way it's structured now? Our response was that it is structured like a traditional building department. The only problem is it still functions like an old-fashioned building department. There aren't all the different alternative means to make the process more efficient. So we think that it's an outdated building department that needs to be replaced with a modern building department. That's the type of department that we'll bring to Deerfield Beach. I mentioned earlier some of the alternative service delivery methods. Here we are, confidentiality and code enforcement. This can be an issue. We won't be your code enforcement office. That's CJA. We'll coordinate with them very closely. Most of the work that we'll do is work without a permit because our building permits run so efficiently and effectively. More people are inclined to submit for a building permit. A lot of times people don't want to submit because it's just too much trouble. But because our departments run well, we expect that there'll be more permits issued for work and less work without a permit. But when we do have to go out and investigate that, we'll do that with the care and professionalism and be discreet. State statute doesn't allow a code complaint without can't be anonymous. And there are public records laws, but our inspectors are trained to handle it discreetly and professionally. Encouraging contractor collaboration. Well, you heard Carlos a minute ago talk about the 12,000 users that we already have. Many people already know our system. we'll be happy that we are coming to work in Deerfield Beach.
Since Mark says I have the last 3 minutes and I have 13 seconds, I'll try to speed up. Fear not. We've done this before. We can do it again. It'll be seamless. We can do this. Give us an opportunity and we will not fail. I'll be personally involved. Make sure that it doesn't. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Great. Thank you for the presentation. There was no rush for the lights. So,
Well, that's all.
so we'll do the questions by the commission. This will be untimed, so there will not be a 15-minute time limit. We'll go through all the questions that my colleagues have. Commissioner Hudak, by order, you're first.
I appreciate it. No, thank you very much. So I guess, our current building department, as you were, it's your opinion that it's run as an older building department and that there are some efficiencies that going to your organization, would improve it. Is it just the technology or are there other efficiencies that you have noted? And I don't know how detailed you've looked at our current staffing within the building department.
Thank you, Commissioner, for the question. I think the first level would certainly be technology. As you know, the building department has a number of disciplines that need to be checked. These disciplines are building, structural, electrical, mechanical, and plumbing, the MEPs, and then there's other ones that go into that as well. So what electronic plan review allows us to do is that we can simultaneously review the different disciplines. What happens sometimes is that the building reviewer will find an error in the review of the plans that will impact oftentimes at least electrical, mechanical, and plumbing, because how these pipes line up, if they have to move a wall or they have to do something like that, it'll all be reviewed simultaneously and you can get rid of these things a lot faster. The other thing that we do with our software is we allow access to different departments that are not necessarily run by CAP. For example, the fire department, the code can look at it. We also let zoning look at it and civil, the engineering component of it. Oftentimes we see that fire may have some comments. Well, our electrical and our mechanical folks that usually are most impacted and plumbing by fire will be able to see the fire department's comments and then be able to make those adjustments. It'll go a lot faster that way. So that's for sure the number one area that we see improvements. I think that the number of people that you have to have here, it is vital to have that front line. And it's also vital, I think, that what happens is we have our staff reviewing that application. What you don't want to see is an application coming in, then the applicant believes that that application has been approved, only to find out later that they're missing the insurance document or they're missing, the contractor may not have had their license renewed or something. Then it gets sent back to the client, to the applicant, and that begins to build the frustration in this whole thing. The other issue that I mentioned in my presentation is the accuracy and the transparency. You will, and so will the applicant, have access to see what is the status of that building review or plans review real time. I mean, if by the way, if somebody asks you and if you choose to do so, you will also have that access real time. What's happened to us is oftentimes you're standing in public, somebody comes up to me or to you and says, that pool application that I submitted has been stuck in the building department for 30 days. Well, wait a second. Pull up your cell phone, assuming you have access to the internet. I would imagine Publix does. You will be able to see exactly what the status of that particular plan is. Sometimes it's the contractor that's holding it up because they have not resubmitted. So that kind of confidence starts to build up in the department and also in your constituents and in the applicants that submit plans. And that makes things start going smoothly right away. And it starts defining the culture of the department. And it'll start defining what the residents, or I should say the applicants, feel in that department. They will feel trust and they will feel the confidence that they need, that the building department is delivering the services on a timely basis and being really efficient.
Okay. Now, right now, from what I understand, we have a full-time building inspector and a full-time backup inspector that's here all the time. Is that in your plans as well, or would be sharing inspectors with other cities?
Oh, no, no. If a full-time inspector is required, we will provide a full-time inspector. If a backup inspector is required, you mean because the full-time may not,
Right,
Oh,
exactly.
no, no, then we will
That's
cover
what we
that.
have now. And I noticed that in a lot of the cities that you have, you'll have an inspector that's assigned to a couple of cities. And you'll also have a backup assigned to a couple of cities.
Yes, sir.
Where ours right now, they're unique to Deerfield Beach. They're not shared by any others. What would your staffing model be?
We have in the city of Weston, which I mentioned in my presentation, they are a similar city. And we have, our staff there is full-time. So we can mimic what we do in the city of Weston, here in
Okay.
Deerfield.
Because I think the people that you told us that would be here are actually already assigned to other cities. So you'd pull them out of those cities?
Yes, sir.
And you would
Yeah.
assign them to us?
Yeah, that's
full-time?
correct. Yeah. And we will supplement in other cities as necessary. But the model is the city of Weston. Like I said, we do that with 17 employees, and that includes clerks. Yes, sir.
Thank you. No more questions.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Hudak. We will move to District 3, Commissioner Shinetsky.
I have two questions.
Thank you.
Number one, CGA has a 10-year relationship with the city of Deerfield Beach. The team, the city and CGA know each other very well. There's a learning curve. Can you promise that your company could beat that learning curve? Can you hit the ground running? Can you overtake the incumbent? We'll call them the incumbents.
Yes, sir.
Could you overtake their experience and their relationship with the city? Could you give me an example of, say, in Weston? I'm sure there was an incumbent before that. How were you able to overcome that learning curve to hit the ground running to do a good job?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. We're not going to overcome 10 years of service in 10 days or 10 months or 5 days or anything like that. I think that the first thing that we need to do is establish trust. And I think trust is essential. And I am convinced, only because of the number of years that we've been doing this thing, number of municipalities that we have transitioned, that we will be able to establish that immediately. I think that, first of all, it's a very small little microcosm. I mean, the companies that provide building department outsourcing are a handful, 2 or 3 at the most. And so therefore, we know the staff, they know us. We go to building, the BOAF, Building Official Association of Florida. We go to their meetings. So our building officials, in fact, Norm Broom is sitting here as one of our building officials, know their colleagues in these things. They have to sit for certification, so they'll know each other. And I think at some point in time, and I hope that not only if the commission shows the trust by selecting us, that we will have a meeting with your building department on day one, right away, and talk to your staff, finding out what works and what doesn't work, and try to minimize that time that it takes for us to become, to be one with them a lot shorter. It's going to take a little bit of time. I'm not here to say that we can do it overnight, but I think that, maybe sit down for a cup of coffee at the beginning. I don't care. We'll bring the pastelitos or the donuts or whatever it is, and we'll start out that way. But slowly but surely, we will. By the way, there's also a transition of services that need to go from those that started the building permit process with Calvin. Eventually, those have got to come, if we are selected again, to CAP at some point in time. But I'm confident, Commissioner, that we'll be able to do it.
My second question is this. If you go back in time a year ago, my district is Century Village. If you go back a year ago, there was a big snafu in putting in the main gate. Big snafu. There was disconnect between the applicant, between Century Village, between the contractor, between the city, between the incumbent.
Wow.
And it basically dragged on for 3 years, a year ago, that we were looking at this. So I had, when I became commissioner, I had to get involved, and I was able to assist in unraveling this snafu, and we were able to get everything we needed to get done, and the project got passed. And in fact, it's in probably a month or so, it's going to be totally completed. What I'm asking you is, with CAP, would you be proactive?
Absolutely.
Because basically, it looked like the incumbent was just sitting back and time went on and everything got more and more raveled up. So what is your policy as a company? Do you get proactive and say, hey, guys, this is what you need to do. This is what we need. And do you follow up with it?
Absolutely, Commissioner.
Saying, "Hey,"
Absolutely.
because that's what I need.
Yeah.
Do you address that?
Absolutely, we will. And I think you said the key word there is being proactive. The software has limits. It'll tell you when things are due. So we can look up, I mean, and there'll be an alarm going off saying, just like this 15-minute alarm going off a minute ago, that those plans need to be approved by such and such a date, that the contractor is going to be there to pick up the plans, that the permit was going to be issued. Then the contractor has to call for inspections, also done electronically, by way of the software. The contractor will call for, the building review, the preliminary, the final on the plumbing or the electrical. I guess that might have been the case over in the guardhouse. I don't know what it was, maybe structural. But it's up to the building official to get out there and make sure that these issues are resolved immediately and not drag down. I mean, 3 years, I'm sorry to say, that is excessive. If you'd have said 3 months, that's probably a little bit more in line with some things that can happen. But agree that it's hands-on. And, if Mark can't take care of it, then Carlos would jump in. And at some point in time, if he can't, then you're going to be calling me and I'll give you my cell phone. But it would never happen under our watch. Oh, and Norm,
Anything else, Commissioner Shinesky?
No, no.
thank you.
Commissioner Plout?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, so here's a couple of things I heard. When you come in, it's going to be a seamless transition and it won't cost us any money, right? Your exact words, right?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay, so we just passed a budget tonight and we have a line item in there that we're going to designate $50,000 of our taxpayers' money to upgrade our system to an electronic setup. So are you telling me that we don't need to spend that money now?
Zero. We don't, we don't need it.
Okay.
I mean, I cannot speak on behalf of the department
Okay.
through the manager. I mean, but that's not coming to CAP.
Have you had any information exactly how we're set up?
What I heard, yeah.
What do you know about how we're set up now in terms of not being electronic as we should?
Well, I think that what I heard at the last commission meeting, and that's the first one that I attended as part of this presentation, and I was given like 2 minutes or 3 minutes to address it, is that the current provider started to say that it was the city's fault for not having, I guess, access to being able to, I think it was something to do with the storage capacity. Ours is Amazon. They've got all the storage capacity in the world. It's up in the cloud. So that would not be a problem for us. Do you need new monitors? We will be doing the plans review electronically without necessarily needing to upgrade any of your system. Now, if there's something that you want to add as people come in the door that, I don't know,
How would you get the computers to communicate?
the computers are our computers. We don't need city computers to communicate.
Okay, that answers one question.
Yeah.
So with your cloud, you don't have to have a mainframe here, is that?
No, sir, that's correct. Now, I will tell you that what we propose, and this is what most municipalities do, is there is a Freedom of Information Act that requires that you provide information on I guess you get 10 days or something like that to do it. We recommend that municipalities have a duplicity in the stuff that we store. So what happens often is we will store it in the cloud. And then the municipality will duplicate what's in the cloud under Deerfield Beach and keep it in-house. It's a duplicate, only to give you access right away.
I know that memory is, even a phone or a new computer will hold a lot of information.
I don't know the requirements for the 50,000, but it's not for us. We don't need that at all. The duplication of the data is there simply because it's a comfort zone for municipalities, but ours is secure. It's the big guys, it's Amazon, and that continues to grow. Like I said, we have 12,157. I said Why don't we say 12,200? No, it's 12,157 users currently online. Mark or Carlos, you guys open it? Yep. If that answers your question, I'll stop there. If not, Mark seems that he's got his hand up or something.
Do you have 24-hour day, 7-day-a-week IT people?
No, no, sir.
Information?
No, but if we needed to, we have it. I mean, it's a matter of the way that municipalities set them up. Sometimes a smaller municipality would say, all I need is the redundancy 1 day a week. So they set up their system to go into the server, into the mainframe, into the data, and download what they want once a week. Other municipalities are more strict with that, and they want it every day. So at midnight or whatever time they decide, they go into there and they back up into their software, into their system.
I ran an inspection company and lost their whole database. Have you had experience with hacking?
Have we been
Any
hacked?
cities'
No.
information
We've never been hacked, Commissioner.
hacked or held for ransom or anything else?
No, sir, thank God.
Okay.
Don't say that in the public record. I mean, somebody's listening, sir.
All right, well, we won't talk about terabytes.
No, sir.
Okay. So, I'm a little dubious in that when somebody tells me something doesn't cost any money, I know it's more expensive than I
Well,
would
it
think.
costs us money. We just don't pass that savings on to you.
Okay, so you're bringing in all your computers and all the memory storage
Yes, sir.
and the ability for multiple people to look at the same and put notes into the same
Yes, sir.
permit that's being worked on.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah. And we've been doing it for 12 years, sir.
Okay, well, right now I'll take your word for it. No offense, okay? I'm sorry if I'm a little hard.
No,
okay?
sir. No, it's your responsibility.
Okay.
I want you to be 100% feeling good about it when it's time to take a vote.
Okay. So another thing with an inspection company having a general lines license, I'm very familiar with permits and insurance laws and things like that, okay? And so my concern is, things are held up a lot, not because of your fault or our fault or anything else, but it's either somebody that wants the permit done or it's their contractor, okay? So what I see generally, and I'm not putting a finger on our company, but what I see generally when something is held up, like I've had people complain to me about other cities, oh, you're going to be in politics now? How's your permit department? It took me 6 months to get a fence, and they're not even in the city, okay? But they want to complain about it, okay? And I've actually, since I've been elected, called 1 or 2 commissioners to say, can you help me with this lady so she gets off my case? It's not even my city, much less my own district, right? And what I find out is usually that their contractor is the problem.
Yes, sir.
Maybe he has the license, maybe he knows what he's doing, but since you're so cloud oriented and computer oriented and everything, and this guy's a hands-on, contractor, out there in the sun, either a roofer or whatever. Now the roofers is a bad example because they usually have a good in-house. Okay. But one person that maybe is a one-man show or something did not do something right to comply with the permit so it can move forward. Okay. So it's sitting in his email box and he's too tired to look at that at night. What is your system to get on somebody that that it's their problem that they're not responding back to you?
Yeah, we have triggers within the system that once it's submitted, the system will, we can assign, for example, if you needed that swimming pool for your family on August 15th, because you got a party going on the next day, when the plans are submitted, hopefully June 1st, but when the plans are submitted, we put alarms that will go off within the system to make sure that the process is being completed properly, that that contractor who is not internet savvy will know that the plans are ready. And then the staff in the office.
Call them or the machine just sends
Yeah,
them
the
another
staff,
email?
yes, sir. The staff in the office will call and say, listen, your plans have been are ready or have been ready, hopefully are ready. Come on by and pick them up. I think also the other thing that we had mentioned is that we're willing to have a contractors or an applicant workshop. We'll host it here in the city, and we will explain pace by pace, item by item, how it is that you need to fill out an application, how it is that you need to, and how is it that you can go online and do that? We had a municipality here in Broward that actually put a link to that training on their own website, so that if you were looking into your website, you'd be able to see, oh, wait a second, this is the one about the building department. Let me click there, and there's a whole tutorial on how that takes place. So that we can do. And by the way, you mentioned the contractor that always blames somebody else. We have that a lot.
Yeah, they
It's-
tell the customer that it's
it's-
the building department, but they didn't answer the email.
So it's the nature of the beast, may I say it that way? And that phone and that app and you being able to say, no, wait, that's not accurate. I mean, here, we can look it up, and you seem like you want to have access to all of the permits in Deerfield Beach. That's perfectly fine. The way we limit it is protocols. That contractor will only have access to their project. Sometimes it's more than one. And you will have, or through the manager's office, access to anything in Deerfield. But it's all fenced off, if you would.
So I agree with my colleague in that I hear a lot that there was a shift in our city by a previous city manager that said, you know what, we need to treat these people like employees, invite them to the company picnic and all that, even though they're a vendor. And so consequently, we've had the same people like in the office, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, and I know you're assigning full-time people, but you know, I don't think Weston would be happy if you pulled some.
Oh, no, I'm not going to
from
pull
them
anybody at Weston.
Instead.
No, sir.
Let's take them
I
out
said
of
we
Weston
wouldn't.
and bring them over
No,
here.
no, we wouldn't
The
mimic.
people
Yeah.
that maybe your kids have to go to daycare in Weston and their lives.
No,
are
we have,
there,
we
you
have
know?
staff that actually.
It's not quite that easy.
No, I didn't say it was easy. I said that we would commit to do it. But we said we would mimic what Weston does. I mean, the city of Aventura, our staff wears our CAP logo, but when it's time to go and do a Christmas celebration or something like that, there's a Aventura shirts that we will wear as well, because at the end of the day, you got to be able to fit together. Here's what the key is. The key is that the client for us is the municipality, right? That's the client for us. The customer is the same. The customer is that person walking in the door that is both a customer for the municipality as it is a customer for us. And that's where that ties together and that becomes a partnership. Obviously, this is a public-private partnership. There's been a lot of successful ones. Our history shows that we are in a lot of cities where this has been, where it's worked out perfectly for us, because they see us as part of CAP. Who's CAP? Well, I don't know who CAP is. Well, CAP is the building department. I mean, at the end of the day, they start calling us CAP and not CAP government. That's okay. I don't have a problem with that. But anyways, that's what we have to develop. It's going to take a little bit, but we can do it. I think that the professionalism, how we treat them professionally and with respect, will get us there a lot faster than if we don't do that. But
So do you feel like I know there's 300 people nationwide or
no, state of Florida,
statewide.
sir.
Statewide.
No, that's just a state. Yeah.
So is there a pretty good chance that we're going to have people predicated to us that we'll know who they are and they're here all the time, or is there going to be a rotation where needed?
No, the plan for that is for you to know exactly who's here. We may give you two so that there's a backup. I think Commissioner, you brought the question that having a supplemental person in case somebody wants to take vacation. I don't approve vacations. I don't think that they're not.
You sound,
But
that's what my wife accuses me of.
But I guess they call it PTO now. I don't know anything about that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm old school.
All right. So, okay. What is your plan to keep in touch with the inspectors, out in the field, in respect when they have a problem? They're taking pictures and emailing them back or something?
Yes,
You
sir.
have a
All
video?
of our inspectors go out with iPads. The contractors with iPads, where the plans are loaded into the iPads.
Oh,
Yeah,
Okay.
the contractors.
oh, okay. So they go out with a tablet.
Yes, sir. Yeah, and they will have a route. The contractors, they don't care what you bring in with an iPad.
No.
They're
but
gonna have
your inspectors, when they're going out and all of a sudden they realize that there's a problem with some installation or something.
No.
They got an iPad right there to put it in the system
That's correct.
and it
Yeah.
predicates
And
it
if the plans have to be changed for whatever reason, they're immediately notifying the plans examiner to be able to make sure that it's approved properly.
Okay.
The contractors will have a printed copy of the permit set. You don't try to change that. That's just not going to happen.
Right.
9 times out of 10 or 95 times out of 100, that's the way they run it. And yeah, don't mess with it. That's just the way it is.
Okay, so this system makes it so efficient that 17 people can do the work of 30, so you're 90% better, right?
I'm just telling you that in Weston, we do $5 million a year, a little bit north of that, about 5 million.
That's the
And-
volume, 5 million in
Yeah,
permits?
and in Aventura, it's perhaps a little bit higher than that. It's a different, I mean, those are high rises. It's a different
Yeah, a lot more
mix.
people.
Yeah, it's a different mix, but we're also extremely efficient in Aventura, even though, it's, like I said, a little bit more money, but we've been there for 30 and just got our contract extended Tuesday on September 2nd for another 6 years.
All right, well, thank you very much.
No,
That's
thank you
all
for the
I have
questions.
Right now.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Plout. Vice Mayor Preston.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for the presentation. It was very informative.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. My first question to you is, how can you assure the city of Deerfield Beach that on day one, there will be a smooth transition?
Thank you for the question, Vice Mayor, because we start the transition before our day one is. As soon as we're notified, and I'm not sure exactly how it's going to work from a contractual point of view, but as soon as we're notified, we will start asking permission through the city manager to meet with your staff and start the work going in right away. The software is not a big issue as far as how to implement it, because it's just a matter of username. Each person would receive a username. We promise the training, and that happens in day one minus 1 week or day one minus 2 weeks. However long, as soon as we're notified, assuming that we are so selected, as soon as we're notified, we start working right away.
So when you're dealing with, you deal with so many people, and you're obviously saying that you have the technology to be able to come in and to make a smooth transition and to get everything going in the right direction. So who becomes your best customer?
The best customer is that person walking in the door, to be honest with you. Because I mentioned earlier, another question from the commissioner, that the client is the city, but the customer are the people that are coming in and applying for that permit. Every single permit is important.
But that is actually, I can hear your zeal to be able to satisfy that customer, that person that's walking in the door.
Yes, sir.
But I'm gonna disagree with you a little bit.
Okay.
The most important customer first is the internal customer. See, the external customer, there's an expectation for us that you will have that high degree of standard. The most important customer is the internal customer, because that's where the interaction would begin first, is with our staff, with our people. How you serve them would become a great indication of how you would serve others.
Okay. Point well taken.
Okay.
And it goes part of what Commissioner mentioned earlier is how do we start a 1-day process that before us had taken 10 years to get here. I can guarantee that after 10 years, you will still be happy with the services that we provide, sir.
Okay. And as far as the technology is concerned to be able to serve this city, my colleagues was asking about the accessible building inspectors, and you said that you would, if we needed another, then that's what you would do.
That's correct, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have any thoughts of your own that says, hey, City of Deerfield Beach, here's what we're going to do? It's to me, it sounded though you had to evaluate that and look at that. And then if that you needed another, then we could be able to accommodate, as opposed to saying, we're going to put 2 building inspectors here, to already satisfy what we already have.
The contract is set up in such a way that it is a percent of revenue contract. There is no reason to have 2 people when you only need 1. And what is critical about a percent of revenue contract is what I mentioned in my presentation. It's called level of service. How tall is my grass and what am I willing to tolerate? If you're in the golf course, there is a special requirement for that. And if you're in your backyard, there's another special requirement for that, which is not as strict as that for the golf course. So what happens is I have some municipalities that are happy with a level of service that says, bring your plans, your plumber or your mechanical guy Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Are you sure Monday, Wednesday, and Friday works for me? That's a level of service that is defined by the municipality. We have a city in Dade, not the only one, but we have a city in Dade. In fact, there's one in Broward as well. I just remembered. But there's a city in Dade that work 4/10s. And you know what? We provide services on that 5th day on Friday because there are contractors that want to pour a slab on Friday. So it's level of service. Do I need 2 people on that Friday? Well, if one person can handle it, why am I going to send 2? If 2 are required because they're going to start at 5 o'clock in the morning and go the entire day, then we will provide 2. Because again, it's the level of service that you're looking for, because that is what you're going to guarantee your constituents and those permit holders saying, we got you. We got you. I hope I answered your
Yeah,
question.
you did.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it, Vice Mayor.
Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. I have quite a few questions, so bear with me.
Yes, sir.
My first question is very direct. Why should I vote for cap government?
Thank you. I appreciate that. I have seen in the last couple of months a frustration on behalf of this commission, this body, with the level of service and with the type of try to say it as nice as possible, with a number of complaints that you have received from the department. This is the time where this particular contract has come up. We offer you a serious company with an incredible background of 33 years of service. I've owned it for 36. I can just give you my stamp on it. I have committed here that we will not fail you. So if you're going to make any kind of improvement to the level of service that you're currently being provided, we are your answer. And if you honor us with your vote and allow us to go forward, we will prove that you have made the right decision.
Okay. The evaluation criteria focus on 1, experience and background, 2, approach, 3, capacity, and 4, price. 4, we've been told is
Off the
is going to be determined for us. So my other question,
I think we're cheaper.
my other that is correct. So
Okay.
your price is, the city gets more money under your proposal. But that factor is already determined for us. So my remaining questions, which there are a few, are going to focus on the experience and background, the approach, and the capacity. So my next question is, how many other cities have you transitioned from paper to electronic?
Oh my goodness. You want an exact number? Because I mean, I could just go with the 90 that we have there. There were, I don't know the exact number. Do we have an exact number, Carlos?
In South Florida, we have transition
15 in South Florida.
Come to the microphone, please, because there are people.
No, I'm so sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
People online
no,
that
no,
are
no, that's quite all right.
that are listening as well.
I'm so sorry. Yeah.
Pino address.
Carlos del Pino, 100 Southeast, 12th Street, 3331.
David Boulevard.
Yeah, David Boulevard. Yes. Yes. In South Florida and Palm Beach down, we have transitioned lately 15 cities from paper to electronic.
Okay.
The toughest was 4 years, 6 years before COVID, we were doing this. COVID hits and nobody wants to touch this paper. Somebody told them that the flu, the virus is being carried on a piece of paper. Well, we were doing plans review electronically already. And that was the biggest bump that we got to a number of municipalities. Said, so wait, you can help us. I said, yes. I don't think the Teams or Zoom was around at the time. So we said, just get your phone, your camera, and we can talk to your design professional. And Carlos was addressing the most recent tranche. But I think that from that moment on, more municipalities started coming on board and realizing that that is the way to go. And unfortunately, it took a crisis such as that to convince them. I can tell you the number of municipalities where I could see their heel marks on the ground of us pushing them and pulling them to go to a paperless system. But these things are extremely hard to work and extremely hard to get somebody who wants to do this. And then the other part of it, once they do, it's tough to give them a piece of paper because they will start pinching it and trying to make it bigger on a photograph and say, wait, it doesn't always work that way. You got to have a digital photograph to do that. So we've been extremely successful in carrying some municipalities across that, I guess that space. There are some that have taken longer, but when we get involved and when we are the building department in that municipality, it's up to us. If we provide supplemental services like, hey, give me an inspector, give me 2 or 3 people, and they don't want to do it, that is a tougher sell because it's up to them. Their department does not want to do it, and you can't force yourself upon them. You can tell them this is easier, and you will love it once you start doing it. Thank you, Mayor.
So how long would it take you to start a new department here? Assume for the sake of argument that you win the contract tonight.
Thank you.
And that there is no extension with the incumbent. October 1st would be your first day, roughly 2+ weeks away. Would you be able to make that transition in that short period of time?
We will start tomorrow. We got to come in and assess what we're getting ourselves into. But October 1st is something that we can commit to doing it.
And what would the staffing, this is going to be very important, you know, the staffing is something, one of the criteria, and I think all of us have that, those concerns which go into the category of capacity. You know, so what would the physical building department look like in the city of Deerfield Beach under cap? When I walk into that office, what would it look like?
I don't know. I mean, I know there's 30 employees. I don't know what you have as far as clerks go. We would have to bring our own clerks in, assuming that there are no remaining from the current contractor, but we would bring our own clerks. We would start teaching how to do the plans review electronically. It would be our responsibility to do so. So there's got to be a transition where on October 1st, that first set of plans that comes in, that will be reviewed by us. If the set of plans comes in on September 30th, that will be reviewed by Calvin Giordano because they have the contract until the 1st of October. So that dividing line is critical. There will be permits that still have to be done by Calvin Giordano because those plans were permitted under their contract. But beginning on the 1st of October, any plans that come in will be done by us electronically. As far as what will the department look like? I mean, I'd have to come in tomorrow and, I mean, assuming that, as you asked me to assume that we are given the contract, I will come in tomorrow, at least with Mark, with Carlos, and with that gentleman over there who knows a little bit about what's going on here, to assess the current condition and how can we be ready by October 1st. But you have my commitment that we would be ready to do so.
So with respect to the head, I may not use the exact terminology or your lingo, but with respect to the chief building official, would that person be dedicated solely to the city of Deerfield Beach?
Yes, sir.
And what about the assistant building?
Yes. Yes.
So my understanding then is you have to have 4 chiefs.
Well, I think that a qualified that a qualified plans examiner can, assuming that, I mean, obviously all of our people go through BORA. There's 2 BORAs, there's a Dade County BORA and a Broward County BORA. So all of our BORA certified, and we would get our most senior people to qualify also as chiefs. I think, what city do we do that in, Mark? Is it, what city? Where we use the chiefs to be plans examiners and chief.
Oh, cities, and we do the same thing here too.
Okay, Mark should come up, right? Identify himself.
Yes, clarify that answer, because let me just finish my question. So my understanding thus far is we're going to have a dedicated building official, a dedicated assistant building official, but then with respect to the chiefs for the disciplines, there's structural, electrical, mechanical, and plumbing. And I know that the assistant can count as one of those.
That's correct.
One of those chiefs
That's
under,
correct.
under
Yes, sir.
borough rules.
Yes,
So
Mayor, that's
that
correct.
takes care of one, but what are you doing with respect to the other three
So that's
chiefs?
the MEPs. So we would bring in 3 MEP chiefs that are already Boris certified. I've already identified those.
And are those dedicated to the city of Deerfield
Absolutely
Beach, or are they
dedicated.
shared with
No,
other
fully dedicated to
cities?
Deerfield Beach.
And you can do all this by October 1st.
As Carlos said, we can do all that and move forward with all the permits that are submitted on October the 1st,
And
moving
beyond.
forward.
Okay. So the software, the permits that you're talking about, which you would take over first, you're very technology driven, from your presentation. So do you ever have glitches in the software, or do the inspectors have problems communicating when they're out in the field with their iPads? And if so, how do those issues
No.
get resolved, and how quickly do they get resolved?
We have not had any issues with the software. I mean, you go into a place that is boxed in and you have no internet coverage. We have no access, but if they step out to their vehicle, they will be able to report. And by the way, the important thing about that is because it is real time, when that inspector, let's say that they go into a space and they deny the inspection. When they enter that, when they go back to their vehicle and they enter that information, that contractor gets notified through the software immediately. And we find oftentimes that if that happens to be that first inspection in the morning, that person will be called back that afternoon for a reinspection. I mean, that's something that is phenomenal. I mean, the construction industry is just raving about it because sometimes it's just tweaking something that is not 100% where it's supposed to be. And, Commissioner, you were mentioning that you're in sometimes it's just tweaking it. But imagine the service where you could be failed in the morning, you correct the problem, and you can come back in the afternoon and say, yes, that's exactly, now that meets the Florida Building Code. That is an incredible advantage. And we're only limited by the internet. If there's internet service, we can do it.
Okay, so
Your question, Mayor.
no, it does. Yes. And you indicated you have, I wrote down 75 BORA approved plan reviewers, inspectors,
80 soon
80.
in Broward County.
Now, you also mentioned one of the major complaints that we get as elected officials, is the building permits and the time that it takes. And so one of my colleagues, Commissioner Plout, I believe, indicated that sometimes that responsibility falls on the contractor for basically lying, for lack of a better term, to their homeowner. So you said that we would have, as elected officials, access to review the status of the plans and permits.
You can't approve a set of plans though.
No, does the homeowner have that same access, or no?
They will have, yes, it's by permit. So if a contractor has 2 homes, it's those folios are assigned to the contractor and they will have access to those. If it's a homeowner, then that homeowner will have access only to their permit application.
Oh, I see. So if the homeowner applies for the permit, they would have access, but what, does the homeowner have access to the contractor's
Well,
online information?
Their contractor, yes. ABC contractor has 5 open permits. That company will have access to all of their permits.
Mhm.
Individual owners of those will only have access to their individual. Those guardrails are set up using a protocol that as soon as you log in, create your own username, then those protocols are given to you by the software, it's actually Carlos Lapino who sets those protocols so that you don't want your neighbor looking at what you're doing. Well, that's where the safety is.
So I'm trying to understand, if you could repeat that, because I really want to understand. So does the individual homeowner have the ability to look at his or her contractor's progress?
Yes. Affirmative.
Okay.
Thank you.
Back to the software. What integration issues, if any, do you foresee going forward here in the city?
I'm trying to think how to spend your $50,000. No, man. Now listen, Mayor, I don't see anything blocking the way to a very successful integration and a very successful quick to transition
Well,
building.
this is very confusing because I'm going to interrupt you because, and this is nothing to you, but we've been told for years that the non-implementation of electronics is because of the city.
I heard that the other day.
So if it's because of us, how can you pull it off and the incumbent cannot?
Maybe that's a question for the next presenter. We can pull it off. Now, we don't need to say, I mean, look, there's,
You did this 5 years ago, you would have been able to implement the software right away?
yes. We've been doing it since, 12 years. No. And I mentioned 12,157. I'm going to memorize that number.
Bear with me, I have a lot of notes.
Yes, sir.
What is your protocol for customer service and in particular complaints? That same homeowner that may not have access or may not know to go onto the internet to check the status of his or her permit and comes and either calls or comes physically into the building department. What is your protocol for handling customer service complaints?
I think communication is key. We need to understand what it is that they're concerned about. And we have to understand what the issue is before anything else. Everybody's problem is the biggest problem in the world. And if you take an approach that all of a sudden becomes your issue or your problem as well, then it's something that you can more easily solve than if you say, well, you know what, that's not my job or that's not my problem. That's your problem. Go deal with it with somebody else. So that was the biggest mistake. And I mentioned earlier that professionalism, and I think that it's just the respect that you have to have for that person coming in. You want to be respected in the same way. And that is something that belongs in the culture of our company. We teach it to our staff. We make sure that they understand that that is the way that these things need to be done, because at the end of the day, it's a human thing. But it's very important in a business where the majority of the times you're saying no, that all of a sudden you need to tell that person how to get to a yes, because I think internally we want to be able to be successful. So how do you do that? Well, if you installed it at 6 inches and the code says 4, you can't just walk in and say that's rejected. You got to walk in and say that's rejected. But if you put it at 4, I can come back and then approve it, because people will start seeing that you're respecting them. You're respecting their time. By the way, they respect yours as well. And that is critical. We don't have inspectors wanting to go into that same building 2 or 3 times. Just tell them what it's going to take, and tell them, show them. I mean, look, our homes is where we gather when there's storms. You want that to be the safest. And by the way, the Florida Building Code is a minimalistic code. It's the very minimum that we should be doing. So it's extremely important for our people to understand that, and my folks do. So when they go out there, they treat it that way. And when somebody comes in with a concern, you got to say, wait, let me talk to me. What is it that you're concerned with? Well, I don't understand how to load this. I don't understand how to, well, this is how you do it. Explain it to them. By the way, when they come back the next time, they're going to be praising you. And you'll be receiving those letters too, I think.
So if I or my colleagues are receiving complaints on a go-for basis or just general knowledge questions from our residents, who will our contact be at CAP?
1, 2, well, maybe 1, 2, 3. It stops here. I'll give you my cell phone.
Okay. And my last question is, has your, well, depending on how you answer, maybe not, but has your company ever been the subject of an internal audit by any of your cities?
No, sir. Absolutely not.
Okay. Did you have a follow-up, Mr. Plout?
Well, you said it was your last question, so.
No, I said before, it depends on how I answered it, is what it was. I would imagine that if an affirmative would have had another one, but
No, I'm
absolutely not, sir.
I'm finished. Normally that would conclude the presentation, but if my colleagues have any follow-up questions, they're more than welcome to ask. So we'll do that on a light basis. So Mr. Plout, and then if any of you gentlemen have any questions, go ahead and light up now and we'll go in order.
Okay. This is pretty quick. Okay. So, the company I ran, we did wind mitigations. We started out doing 20 or 30 a day. When I retired from there, we were doing 500.
Oh, a day.
Yeah. I know. But I wasn't the owner there. That's the problem. You know, but my point seriously is, when we started out like 15 years ago, okay.
Congratulations, Bob.
Almost, yeah, right after the, 2006, when they passed the law that said you can save money on your insurance if you have one medication. Okay, so I don't want to talk about that.
No.
What I want to talk about is 15 years ago, people would put a wind mitigation in, they wouldn't get a discount because they didn't have the permit for the roof. Okay, so nowadays every city has a website. We do where you can check a permit after it's closed. Okay, back then I had to hire 2 people to call the building departments, and then keep a spreadsheet on, who answered the phone there and who was the person in charge and who would give you the permit number and the date so that you could get it. Okay. So now it's a lot easier. So the cities all have websites, and we have a website probably made the last 8 or 10 years. That website has all the completed permits. So would you set up a new website? Would you use what we have already? How soon would the permits be posted for all to see that are completed? Because the insurance companies do the research
Sure.
on that and all that. They have to make sure that people aren't lying about, a permit or something. So that information's public then, and it's on the website. Could that also be included? If you had to set that website up and not use what we have already to put a completed permit up there, would you be able to set it up in such a way that anybody could look at a pending permit on that same website?
Wow, tough question. I'm not the techie to tell you,
Okay.
give you that answer. I would imagine that if the data exists as it does,
Okay.
that it could be something that could be uploaded to.
Would be less people that
Yep.
would call you guys.
Yes, sir.
Right?
That's correct. But it could be uploaded, and then it would reside in the permit software. Yes, sir.
So you guys were talking about plans examiners, and there's a lot of different kinds, some for electric, some for plumbing.
Electrical, mechanical, plumbing, building. In Dade County, they use structural and building. They have an extra.
Okay, so depending on the plan, I think we probably all have a old time vision of everybody has to physically be in the building to do that, right? So you would have like a minimum of staff, like the mayor brought up, you're gonna have the head guy and then the assistant and the staff up front. But when it comes to
The plans examiners,
examiners
it's remote.
in different areas,
It's
and
remote.
it'll be just as fast to get the
It-
information.
yeah, it would be remote. Yeah. Yeah. Unless through the manager, they say, we want to have 2 or 3 people here and we'll take walkthroughs on Thursday.
Okay.
Yeah.
walkthroughs, Okay.
Oh, I mean, I'm using that as an example of stuff that we deal with a lot. Well, you got to have one special day where everybody wants to come in and ask a question. Well, you got to make sure that everybody's on hand. And you're limited by either it could be Thursdays in the morning, but this is a manager protocol, if you would, more than us. We would meet and provide whatever is
Okay, you
your
made
desire.
point. I'm sorry. I don't want to take up too much time.
No, it's quite all right.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Thank you very much, Cap, and your team for being here and giving us
I
the
am Cap.
presentation. We're going to transition. You guys are going to now depart the commission chambers. We're going to ask the other applicant, CGA, to come in.
Thank you for your questions. Thank you for your time.
Don't leave. We'll
No,
when
we'll be out
CGA
there.
is done, we'll invite everybody back
Thank you.
for public comment and commission discussion. So
Thank you so much.
we're not going to break or anything, although he left. And we'll wait for them to change places.
There might be one left in there. Uh-oh. You can get up downstairs real quick, right? Or no? Sorry. Found it on the bathroom. Thank you. Thank you.
I see people that signed up. They're both on it. And they're still on.
You might have to wake them up.
Well, I agree. We should be like Broward County where during the meeting, people just get up and walk around and go out the room and come back in. Isn't that crazy?
I know.
We should not be like that.
We could not get the game in the break room.
There are speakers.
Oh, yes, that's correct.
You guys remember that? In Texas, they were wearing the lapel mics and the commissioner used the men's room. I think it was in Texas, right? They had wireless lapel mics and one of the commissioners went to the men's room and forgot he was hot and everyone's in there presenting. They're like, you guys hear that?
Yeah, it's got a little bit too, yeah.
Yes.
Yes, yeah, we're ready to go. I think they were just waiting for the other team to get out of the hole. But we're all here ready to go whenever you guys are.
What potato chips?
Good.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, welcome back, everybody. We're going to go into step 2. We're going to have CGA present for 15 minutes. So Madam Clerk has a clock up here. It'll run for 15 minutes when we start. At the end of 15 minutes, we'll stop and then we will do commission questions. As you can tell from the previous, we'll go as long as it takes. So whenever you're ready, go ahead and then the clerk will start the clock.
Well, thank you very much. Apologize about the late hour and the size of the presentation. We wanted to make sure we included everything. We heard the comments in the commission meeting that you wanted full backup. So we won't get to every slide and apologize for jumping around just a little bit, but want to thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, commissioners, and city staff for allowing us to come present with you guys. As you are aware, we've been here for 10 years now working with the building department full service. Before that, we were hourly services actually along with CAP. That RFP went out at that time. We were able to show during the hourly services that we were the better provider, our RFP, our presentation, everything, and we were selected then. It was a tough transition. I don't know if all of you recall exactly how the transition went, but there was some angst on the exiting staff. We did interview them all and provide them all
opportunities, but there was things like plans put behind shelves. We had to move furniture. There was some that were actually urinated on. So we have been battle scarred and time tested here. We brought us through that. We worked tirelessly to get us through that hump. We worked through COVID together to get it through that hump. And I feel that we'll be able to work through this hump as well. And that's what this presentation is about. As you can see on the first slide here, we are proudly U.S. owned and operated. I think that's an important distinction, that all of the decisions for our entire company are made here locally. I am the president of CGA. I'm also the CEO of the parent company. So we are U.S. owned and operated. That's a distinction between us, and I am the last word in both the CGA division and the parent company. That's a little bit of a differentiator there. Want to go and jump around just a little bit. Here's another differentiator between our two companies. We have transferred services with large cities like yourselves. We actually have 6 of the top 25 by population municipalities in Broward County. That has allowed us to become the largest employer of BORA certified staff members in Broward County. That's an important distinction. You can't take somebody from Palm Beach County and put them in Broward County. Conversely, even in Dade and Broward, even though they both have the high velocity wind zones, you can't just pop a Dade County person, even if they've been working there for 40 years and they know the code. You can't just pull them up to Broward County. There's an entire process for that. We have the staff. We actually have a lot of the staff members here today. These are the folks here every day working in your building department, turning out a number of plans and inspections every day, every hour, servicing your residents and your developers. This is about 2.7 times more of the population than our competitor represents in Broward County. We're going to jump around just a little bit. Want to make sure that we touch on a lot of the reference letters and notes that we have received, and Sheila and Summer and Dale and Pete and Roman. We all have handwritten notes, and we try to transcribe a few of those into this to show that we do go above and beyond for those residents and developers. Some of these are the larger developers, Publix, JM, Fernco, a lot of the larger projects, but we're also equally as proud as the handwritten notes. We had a baby 2 weeks ago, and Sheila was great with us and got us through, and we were able to get our AC change out or whatever it might be. Those are actually what we're most proud of, and we have a number of those as well. Every complaint that ever comes in, we track it down. Like we discussed before, there are a number of complaints that come in due to the fact that we are an enforcement agency. What we will find a lot of times is that the contractor maybe gave misinformation to the resident, things of that nature. We track those down, and we always handhold if that's what's needed, if it is an owner builder, to get that to expediting a code compliant project, which is always our goal, expediting code compliant projects. We are firm, but we are fair in each endeavor that we do. This is actually something that oddly we are proud of, right? A post on Nextdoor. I think we all know what Nextdoor normally attracts is a number of complaints. This is something that we are proud of. It was a Nextdoor initial posting saying, please come and complain about the building department. And the comments that were made were actually positive on both the commenters there. It has since been removed, so I couldn't check today to see if it had been updated, any additional comments, but these are 2 that we're very proud of, both stating that their inspectors came to their house, did the inspections, not only did the inspections, were professional and gave great customer service, but actually cited the contractor and had them correct some of the work, even, over and above what the normal inspection would be. So those are things that we're very proud of, and especially on something like Nextdoor, which normally is a hotbed for complaints. The staffing levels that we have here, this is the reporting we can give you now that we are in our software. So we can actually see live updates, what the turnaround times are. And some we're very proud of here. You can see on the left, on the right graph, the left-hand side, the slightly lighter blue, that's the mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and structural turnaround times. Now, this is looking back prior to having remote plan or electronic plan review, which we're now implementing. Very proud to say that there's actually over 175,000 documents that have already been uploaded into the new system now that they are linked with the repository. So that was a heavy lift that we were able to go. There's more to be done, but already 175,000 documents have been uploaded. And all these turnaround times will actually come down now that we're accepting electronic plan review. The screen on the left is actually from our software, and it's showing real live updates on how many plans have come in, what the turnaround time is, what the staffing necessary is, inspection, turnaround, intake. Every piece is now tracked electronically. And what we do with this information is we adjust staffing. You have your dedicated team that is here working every day. They're the faces that you see every day. But now with electronic plan review, we're able to flex up and down as needed for that additional workload. Like you can see here, the structural spike that came in, almost double other departments. So that would allow us to have these remote plan reviewers tackle that and expedite that plan review time. We're not going to spend too much time on the org chart, but I just wanted to show you the volume of what is here and what is working for you every day. So this is both a dedicated and supplemental team. And you can see that's the core, and then each structural, mechanical, electrical, and plumbing teams. These are here. They're real people. They're not promises. They're not booked at another city. We're not trying to, play that, sell it now and figure out how to do it later. These are people that are actually here every day. Again, we have a deep bench of these board certified people as shown in that org chart. If ever there is a vacancy in any position, that is on us to fill. All those costs run through our company, no impact to the city at all. And this is something I want to touch on here for a moment and take a pause here. This was Wilton Manors, and this is a case study that I think we should talk about. Both companies, ourselves, CGA and CAP, were both there working hourly. A RFP went out for full services. CAP was the cheaper solution, so Wilton Manors chose them. They were the cheaper solution at face value. As you can see here through this timeline, 3 years in, the city was unhappy with the services that they were getting. Not only were they not able to staff the positions in a small city like Wilton Manors, they were also overcharging. It wasn't just the permit fee split. They were hitting them for hourly rates. And that you can see here in these exact verbatim comments from the public record that when 3 years later, when it went out to bid, they chose us. And now, if I go back, you can actually see our client contact there now is giving us reference letters saying how professional our staff is and what a service we provided to them. So you can see here's the verbatim comments. CAP government concerns from the city about the quality of service we're currently receiving. That's when CAP was running their full service building department. And then under CGA appears to have a one price system included instead of nickel and diming approach. I think that's something we need to talk about here. In 10 years, we have not had a price increase at all, and we have not charged you an hourly rate for 1 hour. The deal that we make with you is a % of revenue split, and you will never hear anything from us about that. If workloads increase, we go to work and we do that. Now we can do it even more efficiently with a remote plan review. This is our tenured staff here. These are folks that you see every day, you hear, and that are in these reference letters. You can see the years of experience. You can see the gray hair. I can say that now because 10 years later now, I'm starting to get some gray hair. Same age as your lovely city attorney here, except I notice he's staying no gray hair. We'll have that conversation later. But the thing we're most proud of is double digits on every 1 years of CGA. So, your average tenure here for the folks working here is 11 years with our company and, 10 with Deerfield in the last 10. We do the remote plan review for, over 800 jurisdictions, 100,000 permits, 325,000 plan reviews, and over 1 million inspections annually. We can get this done. This is no concern to us. We're already in there now, and like I said, 176,000 plans. Something new to our services are RVI, remote video inspection, something we're very proud of. This is, you no longer have to sit at home and wait for an inspector in a 2, 3, 4 hour window. You get a text message, you click on that link to that text message, it opens up a video portal all through our proprietary software. The inspector can say, all right, on your AC changeout, I need to see the anchor bolts, I need to see the emergency disconnect, I need to see so. And they can take screen grabs, they can pull measurements, and they can document that into the system. You hang up, you get the result of your inspection. No longer waiting for somebody to come to your home. You get a 15-minute window rather than a few hours. And the feedback we've gotten so far is amazing on that. That is all no cost to the city. I want to jump through to some of the items here. These are pictures from our software. So as you can see here, when the staff log in, they can see exactly what they have to do every day. It flags them if something's been sitting. It alerts them if another department is not, if it's waiting in engineering or zoning or whatever they're waiting on there. You can see customizable email notifications to applicants. So they apply online, then as the plans move through, they're automatically getting updates. Your structural plan has been reviewed and it is approved. Electrical has 2 comments. You get those live as they're running in parallel, expediting the plan review greatly. Very easy to read dashboards. You can see here, this automatically tells you what permits are expired, what are about to expire, and it'll automate the letters for that as well. A lot of great things inside this customized software. You can see on the right-hand side here, this is actually where the plan reviewers will mark up the plans, stamp it right on there, cite the code, draw an arrow, makes it much easier for the applicant to get those plans code compliant. This is a printout on the software that can show us where every inspection plan for tomorrow, for last week, the volume, we can slice this data a million different ways. And one thing I just heard, interestingly, in the meeting before is the reports you guys are getting from BSO. We can now rip reports similar to that heat maps, things like that, where we could show you what's going on in each one of your districts, and we can upload that to the website or just provide it as a report to you guys, whatever you would prefer. This is actually complete fleet telematics. Oop, this one is. I can tell you what every vehicle is doing in town. I can tell you if they've sped, and if they're wearing their seatbelt, we can see everything. So we can track all of our vehicles, and we align it with that other software that tells us where those inspections are. And it actually has it will suggest a route. Now, the inspector that knows the city for 10 years can deviate from that route, but it gives them a suggested route, making the inspectors more efficient. This is a customer service item that we do for you guys. And this is all real data. These aren't sales pitches. We don't like to fail anything. It's a necessary thing that we have to do as an enforcement agency for life and safety of property. But what we try to do is, if you see the smallest thing here is failed, what we do mostly is partial pass, and this blows it up. So you can see how much bigger the pass partial is. That means you didn't fail your inspection. Most of it was right, but you have to correct this one thing. And that's where that remote video inspection comes in very handy, is we can leave the site and say, that'll take you 2 hours to do. In 2 hours, click on this link, it'll pop up a video, and we don't have to go back and interrupt your workflow. So that expedites construction there. And then failed without penalty. That you can see is 5 times more used than the others. That is, listen, this was an honest mistake. We're not trying to penalize you, resident, developer, whatever it might be. We just want to make sure it's compliant. So do these couple things and we'll be back tomorrow. So again, that's a driving customer service for your applicants. And that shows from the letters that we're able to get from, that's the org chart, from a number of the developers in town. These are more screenshots of our software. And this is the remote video inspection. So this is what you would get on your phone saying, click this link. You have an inspection scheduled at 10:15 this morning. You can see there, you just aim your device, whatever it might be, as long as it has a camera, at the inspection that needs to be done. Now, this isn't for big inspections. This is for smaller inspections. As Bora begins to, learn more about this, we fully believe they'll open it up to larger inspections, but right now it's just for the smaller inspections, but much more customer friendly. Here's where we were as a pioneer in the building department for software and services combined. And you can see some numbers there, about 900 clients, 25,000 users in our software, over 1 million annual inspections, and over 325,000 plan reviews done each year. And those are some previous results, but this is where I wanted to get to the meat of the matter. There's some highlights in here that I wanted you all to see. Each one of these highlights customer service, going above and beyond, and the ones that we're most proud of are where they mention that we are part of the team. There's a few in here that say firm but fair. That's another proud moment for us. We actually track the number of failures, that's why we have those graphs. And we have in the software, if the pass rate spikes too high, we look into that, because you can't pass everything, right? Nothing's perfect in this world. And we have to make sure that that's, the right mixture on the pass rate. So we have JM, we have Publix, we have Gil Hyatt, we have AJF, we have Butters, Ferncore, Federal, Reliance. And then these are the ones we are also proud of. These are the handwritten notes. We transcribed some of them because penmanship wasn't excellent on all of them. And I don't want to be a hypocrite. My penmanship's pretty horrible. But these are personally naming the staff that are here working as a team with the city of Deerfield Beach. And we want to make sure that we highlight these, showing that we truly do dedicate ourselves not only to the city and the residents and the safety of such, but to driving customer service every day. And we wouldn't be where we are without Summer and Sheila and their teams. They really do, wake up every day wanting to provide services. All of the city staff that we talk with, if we ever have a question on any code, nobody can answer it quicker than Sheila. She's down there. She's always willing to help us. And like I said, there's about 24 of these emails, handwritten notes from everyone under the sun, large and small, to show that, it's not just the large developers. We also take time to walk the smaller developers and the residents. That's what really takes the most amount of time, is somebody's trying to build something to improve what is their biggest asset in their life. And we want to be there for them to assist them with that. One last closing comment. Just want to make sure.
Good timing.
We are here
Wrap it
to
up, please.
be a teammate of the city, and we're here to work with you. So we would accept any renewal. I know that there was comments on the length of the renewal. If it was a 1-year probationary period, that we would increase the reporting to you to show you the customer service that we have, we'd be willing to accept anything to continue being a teammate of the city of Deerfield Beach. And thank you very much.
Thank you. I know 15 minutes goes fast, so.
It sounds long until you're up here.
Exactly. Trust me. So we're going to do the same thing that we did before. We're going to ask commission comments. We're going to do it in the order from the districts, District 1, 3, 4, 2, and then mayor. So Commissioner Hudak, if you don't mind, you're first
Thanks.
again.
No, that's quite all right. What's your total staff company-wide?
1,578.
And how many are here in Deerfield Beach?
So there's a dedicated core and some
Okay.
flux staff. I'd say on any given day, it's about 35.
Okay. 35. All right. Now, we have been talking about this electronic inspections and permit reviews and approvals for probably 6 or 7 years now. And I'm just trying to figure out why it has taken so long. From what I understand now, we're moving forward, we've got 175,000 documents in it. Where are we at? When is it going live? Any kind of updates?
Yep,
if you could
absolutely.
Give me. with
It's
the-
ready to go live now. We needed to upload those documents so that there was historical information in there. The system is up. It is connected to, we have installed Bluebeam, which is the software that we showed there where they can do the stamps and the reviews in. We're going to continue doing training with the staff, and that is both, our staff as well as city staff. So as the permits come in, we'll need to make sure that planning and zoning, engineering, and all the other departments are up to speed on that software as well.
And when do we anticipate the training being completed? So that
The
we're fully
training will be
live?
done in about a week.
All right, now 175,000 documents have already been uploaded. I was down, I guess it was, I don't know, last week before, whenever I was down there. And I found 2 of my kids back in some of those documents there. So you've got reams and what's the holdup with all of those? When do we anticipate those being in the system?
So there will continue to be paper coming into the department. We're not going to tell anyone that they can't walk in with paper. So that will be an ongoing effort. It will dwindle down. But there are very few cities, and I'm under the impression, please correct me if I'm wrong, is that we wouldn't want to say no paper. There's very few cities that have done that. So you will continue to get paper from mostly the smaller contractors, the owner builders, things of that nature. That'll continue to come in. So that effort will never cease. It'll continue coming in, and we'll continue scanning it and making sure that it's part of that, 176 becoming a few million documents.
And in Broward County, are we your largest city? Who's your
The
largest?
city of Pembroke Pines is our largest city.
Okay, and how much staff do they have?
They have, it's the same and we have electronic plan review there. So they probably have 8 to 10 more people than you do here on any given day.
When this electronic plan review goes online, and we're doing it all the time, do you anticipate the number of staff being reduced? Is this going to make the department more efficient? What are your plans there?
It'll make it more efficient, but not because the staff is reduced. There'll actually be more people touching it every day as the remote plan reviewers. The way it works is when they log in, they can see that there's a stack of plans there. They can pull from that stack and start reviewing. We have one gentleman that gets up at about, I think, 3 a.m. every morning and grabs windows and doors and re-roofs and things of that nature, and he cranks those out, and that's what gets that review time down. If somebody submitted a review at midnight, he gets it at 3 a.m. and can do it technically the same day.
So, as far as efficiency going with regards to staffing, you don't anticipate reducing staffing because we are gone electronic?
No, your core team will still be your core team here.
Okay.
The plan review will just expedite quicker.
Okay. With regards to these video inspections, so that's not actually the inspector going for the smaller ones that you explained. That's actually not the inspector going out there. They're actually calling the resident and saying, hey, send me a picture of this, or the contractor, send me a picture of that.
So for the allowable smaller inspections, and what it mostly is a re-inspection, something we've already gone out and seen and we just need to see again. It would be an option when you schedule the inspection restricted to those smaller ones, and they could opt into it. If they opt into it, they would get a text that would say, your scheduled appointment is at 10:15 tomorrow, and at 10:15, the link would go live. They could click on it and it would open up that portal. That portal also geolocates the house. So it allows the inspector to make sure that they are where they say they are.
Okay, okay, all right. I had another question. Um, the residents, do they have access to their specific permits? So that they can kind of see the process? One of the largest challenges is that I have faced as an elected official in dealing with the building department is residents complaining, business owners complaining about how long it's taking. And a lot of times the issue is not the resident, it's the contractor. I understand that. And I know that our residents have had the ability for a while to look at their permits online. And for whatever reason, they don't. What kind of education are we going out to those individuals, the residents, the businesses that have, properties under inspection? A, it's going to reduce the calls to you guys. B, the calls to myself and other members on the dais. How are we getting that education tool out? Not everybody's going to use it, but there will be a percentage of the population that does use this specific tool to track their permits.
Absolutely. So anyone that calls into us or that visits the lobby, we do that in person, over the phone, or in person to teach them that. We're also rolling out a series of videos, video with graphics on when do I need a permit, how do I track my permit, all the most commonly asked questions. We have them on the website now under an FAQ, but it's become apparent to us that the FAQs are, outdated, and that folks are looking on YouTube channels and, social media and things of that nature. So we're beginning a program to educate through that. We can also do town halls. We've done those in other cities as well, and we can certainly do one here now that we're live with remote plan review or electronic plan review. But yes, absolutely, they do have full access and to see every step of the way through their web browser.
Okay, no more questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hudak. If I wasn't clear before, the question and answer session is untimed. We'll take as much time as we need to get through all the questions.
Absolutely. The clock's on, but it's not moving, so we're safe. No, I'm just kidding.
You do not have 3 minutes. It looks like 3 from here,
Yeah.
so don't worry about that. Next would be District 3, Commissioner Shinetsky.
Sure. I got elected to this position, District 3 Commissioner, in March of this year. But I heard that since 2019, people, and they've been imploring CGA to go on online permit process to streamline it. It's 2025. That's 6 years. My question to you is, if this request was made in 2019, why the hesitancy in 6 years? Why the hesitancy of going online?
6 years ago, we weren't utilizing our software. Once we did utilize our software and we switched over, many cities that utilize our software allow us to be the repository for the plans. So if you were to upload your plan, it goes into, and I'm going to get a little bit outside of my area of expertise, but it's stored in the cloud through AWS. The city of Deerfield Beach didn't want to allow us to do that, which I believe it was in your code not to allow us to do that. So we were working with the city IT department for them to set up their own depository for the plans. It is, like we said, we've just begun. It's 175,000 documents already. It's going to grow to a very large storage need. The major delay was the city selecting a vendor to have the storage and then for them to link it to our software. So now what happens is it is uploaded into our system, but then it is transferred into the city repository. And we have done this in almost 900 other cities, and it's much, much quicker than that.
The city and your companies has a 10-year plus relationship. I know that during those 10 years, there've been a lot of customer service complaints. During my campaign, I was out there several months. I'm in Century Village. I'm in 8,500 units. There's been a lot of complaints about slowness with the permit process, also inspection inefficiencies and redundancy. I spoke to a contractor from Century Village a few weeks ago, and he said that when the inspector came out, he was surprised at how inefficient he was, how redundant, that he was going back and forth. He didn't really know what was going on. So he had complaints about that. Also, small items like kitchen remodeling or air condition, the slowness, how long it takes. I get a lot of complaints with that. So could you address that at all? What you would do different now that you're here?
Yeah, and we could, I mean, it's not up right now, but on the slide, most of the turnaround times were less than 2 days. So I think a lot of that and that's why I want to increase the reporting and increase the education on the online portal so you can go and look in, because it's not a slow process. It's 1 or 2 days for a turnaround that's shown on the data. I think a lot of this is the contractors are not submitting the application and they're telling the residents that it's taking that long. We do every inspection the next day. If it's called in today, well, it's tomorrow now, I think. But if it was called in, before the cutoff date, every inspection is done the next day. We don't roll any inspections ever.
My other question, I brought it up with the other party. I'm in Century Village East, the main gate project. This was a big project, something Century Village wanted to do for years. They finally got it together. It took over 3 years for this to get a permit approved. So my question is, why wasn't there any follow-up? Why didn't your company take ownership? Because there were a lot of quote urban legends going on of why the permit process is being held up. And it was just going around and around, really crazy things. Why didn't CGA, and this is a big project for Deerfield Beach, why didn't your company take ownership? Why didn't you follow up and say, you know what, let me see if I could unravel this and get it moving? I mean, I had to get involved, so I don't understand that.
So anything that's in mechanical, electrical, structural, or plumbing, we do take complete ownership and we do move that through, and that's shown in the data. The other departments that are outside of our control, we work with those city departments as best as we can to get a expedited code compliant project. We have a policy that after a second, if we get a set of plans and we have comments on them and they come back and the comments aren't addressed, to set up a meeting or a phone call to address those comments, because to get back into that whirlpool of comments, if they're not understanding the comments or they don't understand the code, we can't design it for them, but we can assist them in that. And a number of those letters, if you go through and read them, are commending Sheila and her team for doing just that.
But I understand about those letters, but why did it take 3 years for a project in Century Village to move through? Why, 3 years is a long time.
Yeah, and it definitely wasn't on the building department. I can promise you that. I'd have to go back and pull the exact info. But if we make comments, so let's say they came in, the architect or engineer came in and made plans. We would review them and give them comments. The data shows that we do that in just a few days. If they don't bring them back to us for 6 months, we can call them, and that's what that system does, is your permit will actually expire for inactivity. We do notify them that if you don't do something in the next few days or whatever the deadline is, your permit will expire. That is what's allowed in the code, and that is what we do in practice. But we can't have them redesign the project and bring it back in. We can't do the design for them. If we were to do that, that would actually put liability on the city and us, because we are not the engineer of record, they are in that case.
My last question is this. I was told through the process that once, you go through the permit process, say electrical signs off on it, but there's a problem with plumbing or mechanical signs off on it. Why does it have to go back again to electrical and mechanical to get to plumbing if it was solved?
If it's a resubmission, all we have to do is confirm that there was no electrical changes. So if you had a whole building, let's say, and electrical made comments, when they make a change on the electrical to meet that code, at times they may change something structural, they may change something else. So the only thing it has to go back through for is to confirm that no other changes were made. If there was no other changes made on structural or mechanical, then it would be approved. But without that, we couldn't be sure that some change wasn't made and it would make an unsafe structure.
Okay. Even going online, would they still have to go through again?
The online system, Bluebeam, actually has a comparison. So it would still have to go through that process, but it would be an expedited process. So the thing can actually take plan revisions and it'll highlight, circle, this has changed, this has changed, this has changed, and makes the re-review much more efficient.
All set, Commissioner?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Commissioner Plout, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, thank you for staying up late for us tonight.
Absolutely. Thank you for staying up too.
So, I mean, I accept change very slowly. Okay. I like to give people the benefit of the doubt. It was the biggest thing in when we were running for office here and being on the planning and zoning board, hearing about it and everything about, it became almost maybe I wouldn't say legendary, but I mean, it was well known. And it was told to me, maybe without evidence, that contractors would actually avoid working in Deerfield Beach because the building department was so hard to work through. Okay. So of course your competitor is giving an electronic plans thing like they've been doing it before they had Windows 95 or something. Okay. So has the city, I mean, I don't want to point fingers at anybody, but like, are you what in terms of percentage, how far along are you compared to say just 5 years ago, not even 10 years ago? Is this the number one sticking reason? Or is it a follow through with the contractor? That if they don't do something, leave them a phone message and maybe somebody doesn't get in touch with them because the customers think it's always the building department, but a lot of times it's the contractor. So can we really and truly from your heart expect a change if you were to continue your company?
Yes, absolutely. And that's why I'm offering whatever you guys were to offer this evening, we would do it and we would prove ourselves again. Like I said, we made it through the transition. That wasn't easy. We made it through COVID together. That wasn't easy. And we're going to make it through this together. The electronic plan review is, the last of the hurdles to really make this more efficient. And I'd like to address about the competitor. I'm sure they talked about Weston, where they use somebody else's software, not their own, Acela. Weston implemented, paid for, and installed that software. In Weston, they take 100% of the fees, 100% of every fee in a city that was built. I mean, it was incorporated in 96. So those buildings aren't that old. And they still have a lot of private provider in that city. Aventura, very private provider heavy. Why would a developer use private provider if they were getting good service from the city? Developers use private provider in the cities that they represent because they know they're not going to get quick turnarounds. So they go to private providers. And if you're not familiar with that, what that does is it basically removes the project from the city. They have a private provider do that, and the city now by state statute has to give a rebate. So that's taking money out of the city's coffers, not in Weston because they take 100% of those fees, but in any city that has a split, that's what they're doing. Their two biggest cities in Broward County, if you add them together population-wise, almost add up to what Deerfield is. They don't use their software in either one of those cities. Dania is Tyler, Weston is Acela. So it's not their software. It's somebody else's software. Do they utilize it? Yes. But it's not their software that they're talking about this evening.
Oh, okay. So that's why we have a budget we passed tonight, and there's a line item in there that we're spending $50,000 to improve the permit system here and get it to an system is because the other cities had to do the same thing to make.
I'm not totally familiar, but what those cities did is they purchased Tyler Acela as a full city ERP.
Okay.
But it included the building department software as well.
Okay. So what do you see that our city has to do to make your system work?
We're there. We just need to finish what we started, which we're going to do. Really, it's the training's the last hurdle. And when I say that, I mean CGA staff, city staff, and the applicants.
Okay. And so all that information, including past permits and everything else, is going to be a property of the city, and that's been your policy along.
Absolutely. Everything we touch is public record and you own it.
Okay. So I'm hoping that that I'm talking about the past and that things will be different. Do you feel that the city has let you down and helping you implement where you wanted to go with this, or is it we just all weren't there yet?
I think the city's been a great partner to us. I think there were some hurdles, and in the IT department that could have been avoided, but we're here today to work hard, shoulder to shoulder with the city and make this happen.
Okay, so you said something when you first started that and I wanted attention of both you gentlemen, thank you. You know, I got the impression, and I've had people tell me that all these problems are in the past, that, you know, city staff loves having the people here. They love Sheila Oliver. There was a light speed change a few years ago where they realized that we wanted you guys to feel like you're a vendor, but we want you guys to feel like you're employees of the city. Come to the company picnic mentality and all that other kind of stuff. So I was thinking this afternoon and the last couple of days, well, if the problems that we had and the customers, residents that complained about you, this is gone now, or is going to be gone really soon because of this e-permit system. Is it possible, and I asked our city manager this today, would it be possible at this late stage of the game, instead of awarding a 3-year contract, to have a 1 year to see how much it changed, or 18 months or whatever? Would it be that flexible? And I didn't ask you, sir, but he deflected me, not deflected, but what is the deferred? Suggested, that's my word. Suggested that I ask you about that.
Sure.
If that's an option the commission would be able to consider.
Okay, I wasn't sure what you were going to say, so thanks to the city manager for deferring the legal
That's what the procurement.
the legal issue to me. So the RFP was advertised for a 3-year term with the renewals that were before you today.
And they're putting together their efforts on both sides and their money based on getting a contract for 3 years. So that could be a problem.
Well, what I'll tell you is normally my advice is to stick to the terms of the RFP if you're doing a competitive procurement. Now, putting it out there, that's not to say if the commission wasn't comfortable at this point entering into, let's say, a longer term agreement, like a 3-year and renewals, there are other options. You could extend a contract. You could, for example, extend their contract for a little bit, issue a new RFP, throw this out. You have other options. But if you're going to go under award, under the RFP, the competitive solicitation that you're here on tonight, my recommendation would be to stick to the terms that are in the document. I'd also, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Gentleman started his presentation with that.
That's my fault. I apologize.
No, that's okay. I mean, if that's ultimately what the direction the commission wanted to go and you didn't feel comfortable awarding a 3-year contract, or at least initial term contract, there are other options for you.
Does that expose us to a liability in your opinion?
Well, you have a lot of rights reserved with respect to who you choose as part of this. So one of those rights is that you can make the decision to throw out a competitive solicitation, reject all bids, and potentially put something else out. So I don't want to just answer that question though, like in a vacuum. I would want to know specifically what you're looking to do before I, definitively answer whether I think there's a liability exposure, to be fair.
I apologize.
No problem at all.
City Attorney, if I may, and correct me if I'm wrong, there's also a termination for convenience.
Yeah,
in
that's
the new
where
contract.
I'm sorry. I was going to get there next.
Sorry.
You do have termination for convenience, both in your existing contract and the proposed contract. That was also made a term of the RFP. We provide a sample contract. So whoever you decide, to the extent you decide to award to a company tonight, you are going to have a termination for convenience for 90 days. So without getting into whose fault it is, you would have the option to terminate either one of their contracts, theoretically, if you were dissatisfied with their performance.
Oh. Okay.
So I think in that case, what we would be open to is if it was the renewal, to stick to the original 3-year term, is set date certain for whatever period it might be, every quarter, whatever you guys would like us to spend the evening with you, and we could do a full report on activity, turnaround times, SLAs, and things of that nature. And if ever you weren't satisfied, you would enact that termination for convenience.
If I may clarify one statement I made, I said 90 days. It's actually a 30-day termination for convenience. 30-day upon 30 days notice. It's actually quicker than I previously stated. I just want to correct that for the record.
Because my concern is if things are bad now, they could get worse if we have a bad transition period, should I say. All right, I'm going to stop talking. I'm done. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Powell. Vice Mayor Preston.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Are you remorseful that the city relationship with CGA deteriorated?
Absolutely. I don't enjoy this. It is my last name on the company. I don't enjoy hearing complaints. I don't enjoy any of this part of the job. It's a necessary thing that we have to come do. I don't ever want to have to offer a convenience, termination for convenience. It's never happened to us in our history. And that's why I'm here tonight to tell you that if we're allowed the opportunity, you will never have to use that termination for convenience clause. I wish if I had a time machine, I would have moved mountains to maybe minimize some of those IT hurdles so that we wouldn't be here this evening.
Tell me what you would do specifically to repair the relationship.
Communicate to the commission at whatever intervals you guys may want. I love hearing that BSO gives you guys weekly. If that's too much, we could do monthly. We do monthly in other cities to show you those turnaround times, because I think that helps tamp down if you were to get a complaint or whatever it might be on a plan. You could look at it and say, wait, they're averaging 1.5 day turnaround. How could that be? I want to make sure that our staff has a more open communication with you guys. If there ever is a complaint that there's a large project on hold, we can very quickly do that research and get back to you and explain to you what's going on with that project. In other cities, we also do a written summary of the larger projects in town and what's going on with them so that you guys are proactively informed on what's going on so that you know, and it's not a, blindsided phone call that I know you don't like receiving, and neither do we. I can tell you that the staff that are here rise and fall. I mean, they're here. We're going to be here till 1 a.m. because they care about the city, that they want to do the right thing, that they wake up every day with 2 goals: to enforce the code, to protect life and safety, and all that goes under enforcing the code, and to be a good partner of the city of Deerfield Beach.
I believe that it's going in the right direction. That's with the information that you provided, and from what I see, one of the things that I thought was very interesting was a direct comparison of one company. You got 2 companies in here buying for the business of Deerfield Beach. There was a comparison, city of Wilton Manors, looking, that company and this company, your company. And so that tells me something as well. And the fact that to get on a JM letterhead, that tells me something too. I don't believe that CGA moved fast enough to get things done as far as the getting on board with things electronically, understanding the urgency and the trust that the city of Deerfield put in you. And I would have been disappointed if you would have said that you weren't remorseful. I would have been very disappointed, but you owned it. And that tells me something.
I haven't been sleeping a whole lot lately.
that tells me something about the company and you as a representative tonight.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
So what I want to know as well, the energy that you're coming forward with now and explaining what the company is doing, does that same candle of commitment continue to burn after the night?
Yes, it does. And I think that we can, to say it is one thing, to do it is another.
Right.
I think, and I apologize to both of you tonight. I'm saying a lot of things here that I should have ran through you, but with the cone, it's been a little difficult. With the manager's approval, we would like to provide him a report that would show you guys what we're doing each month. And if at any moment you wanted a presentation, we could obviously show up to any of the commission meetings and give you that presentation on any updates. We can give you as much or as little as information as you want. I don't think that you wanted 105 slides tonight, but I wanted to make sure that we over communicated because that's where we've fallen short
Okay.
in the past.
Well, thank you again for the presentation. The information that was presented is very informative, and it helps me a lot. So thank you.
Appreciate it very much.
I'm good, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Likewise, thank you for coming and giving the.
Thank you, and I
presentation.
apologize for the hour.
I know I in particular have been pretty pointed in my comments in the past, and it's not directed to you or your company in particular, but please understand that me and two of my colleagues went through extremely heated campaigns recently, and these are issues that we hear. They're absolutely real. So I'm going to ask you some direct questions tonight. The first one is, why should I vote for CGA?
We've been a trusted partner for the city for 10 years. We moved mountains before and we'll do it again. We are the known commodity for the city. Completely understand and completely respect everything that you said in the beginning. You have a job to do and you're doing your job and you're doing it well. If you didn't ask us these pointed questions, then you wouldn't be doing the things that the folks that voted for you wanted you to do. I think you're doing your due diligence. I think we need to respond to all of that. That's why we included so many letters in here. There is a mixture of false complaints, I guess I'll call them, in what you heard on the campaign trail. And then there are real things. We should have had electronic permitting. We should have pushed harder. We should have been communicating with you guys better. That is all on us, and we're going to correct that all. And we will do these things for you guys. We have a history. We're not quite 100 years old. We're 87 years old, and we won't catch up, as the lady said earlier. They're 106. They'll always be longer than us. We've been here. We have our other clients. City of Pembroke Pines is the only building department in Broward, or the only city in Broward County that we operate that's larger than yours. We've been there since, I think it's 1983. We build those long-term relationships. We've been here for 10 years as a building department. Before that, we were here hourly. We are not the ones that come and go. We have never been replaced in a building department. I won't let this mar our record, and we're going to move mountains to make sure that the next time we're up here giving you the report at whatever interval you guys request, that you're happy with our services, more than happy, that you're agreeing with these letters. And a number of these letters, I ask that you do read them, because a lot of them say we work all over the Tri-County area, and we look forward to working with the city of Deerfield Beach again.
So a couple of the issues that we've discussed, tonight, one is the, going to the electronic permitting going forward. And it seems as though, there was a holdup on the city's, part before, and you've been very diplomatic in your response. My colleague asked, to point fingers, and you didn't take the debate. I would not have been so self-restrained as you have tonight. So I appreciate that. But given that, though, I mean, why didn't you come to the city manager or the commission and wave your arms and say, hey, the building department director is holding me up here in the city of Deerfield Beach. I'm not getting the attention that I need. Why didn't you, it was your contract, why didn't you cry out to us before now during the renewal?
I should have. So we were moving towards it prior to the renewal. We were able to implement our software, and that was moving forward. The real hangup was on that integration. And I apologize. I should have come and waved my hands harder. We did have meetings and conversations where the city IT department was saying that they were making progress, and you're absolutely right. Trust but verify should have been our adopted ideology, and we should have been here, but we weren't. And for that, I apologize. I am remorseful. If I had a DeLorean in the parking lot, I know what I would do with it.
So the other thing, that we get a lot of is the complaints, either well-founded or not. So what will you do to prevent, or to at least solve those complaints, whether they're founded or not? And the second part of that question is, will the homeowners be able to have access to the online review so that the homeowners can verify for themselves that their contractor is lying?
Yes,
So it's kind of a big question there.
Yes. So I wish I could say we had a solution to end all complaints. That's not going to happen. There's always going to be complaints. The majority of them will be unfounded. Every now and then, when you fail somebody's plan review or inspection, we will have a complaint in the future. I don't want to come up here and give you the sales pitch that that won't happen. What we will do is give clear on the plan review. Let's start there. It is always our goal to give clear and concise comments on the plans so that either the homeowner or the engineer or architect understands what we're saying without us redesigning it for it, and they can give us an approvable plan. That is always our goal. It costs us money every time we reject a plan. So we want to approve the plan. We're bound by our ethics to not do it until it's approvable. So it is our goal to always give them clear, concise directions there. Any complaint that's brought to you guys, please immediately send it over to our staff. I have business cards. I can give them to all of you. Send them to me, Sheila, Pete, everybody here, and we will jump on them immediately. Residents, all public, residents, contractors, nosy neighbors, all will have access to the system. You can search a permit information by name, address, pretty much anything in the property appraiser. You can do it by folio number. It links directly to that, and it's updated automatically from that information. So you can look up anything as far as was a permit applied for and those types of things. Once you apply for the permit, you can look it up and you can see actually the comments that are made on your plans and when they were done. Immediately that automated email goes out and it will say applicant 2479, you have new structural comments, and those come in as the reviews are done. So electronically the plans go to all reviewers. There's we call it a tree in the software that says, okay, you applied for a pool, so you'll need structural, plumbing, and electric and zoning. So in engineering, it'll shoot out to all of those. And as each review is completed, you're getting an email and then an email saying all reviews are done, so that the engineer or architect could be reviewing. And if there's electrical comments, could already be working on those before the structurals come in the next day or whatever it might be. And I think I hit on all the questions, but
Oh, we'll keep going. So what does the physical building department look like under the new CGA going forward? Because you alluded to it at a prior, not tonight, at a prior meeting.
as far as the paper that's coming into the building department.
Well, let's start staff wise.
Okay, so the core staff is still your core staff. They will still be there. There still will be work for them to be done. Even though you have electronic plan review, there's still phone calls, emails. Folks will still walk in. There'll still be owner builder permits that need to be addressed. There'll be work without a permit that needs to be addressed. So the physical staff that comes here every day comes here every day. What will happen is those bars will shrink down, because what we will be able to do is we have a fleet of remote plan reviewers that can see City of Deerfield Beach has that. You saw that big spike in structural that will alert the structural team, and they can go in there and grab plans and do reviews. Then once somebody grabs that plan, it is assigned to them. So if it's approved, it goes on to a permit. If it was denied, then it would know that I was the reviewer for that plan. So when revisions came in, it would automatically go back to me. So you're not getting different plan reviewers.
Okay. And what about, you indicated like, for lack of a better word, like a greeter or a staff member up front that would handle folks that physically came into the building department. Does that offer still stand?
Yes, it does. Yeah, I believe we call them a customer concierge.
Customer concierge, okay. So the follow-up question is that, why is that taking so long too? It seems like these are all great answers, but they're given in the context of a renewal. Why wasn't this done during your tenure during the city so far?
So we've been getting these reference letters. We're not hearing all of the complaints. The complaints that we were hearing weren't founded. We weren't out on the campaign trail. So what we're doing is responding to what we're hearing here on the dais. We do have permit clerks that are there every day, but they are not dedicated to that. That is a part of their job, the collective group of them. Now this will be a person directly dedicated to that.
Okay. And how many cities do you have in Broward County?
In Broward County, for all, including hourly services,
start with the, I don't know.
we
what
have 6 of the
terminology-
top 25.
The full service, there's a word for it. I may not get it right, but what?
Full service building departments. We have 6 of the top 25. In Broward County, we have 21. Where that's not full service, that's both hourly and full service. 7 full service clients.
And how many of those have you transitioned from paper to electronic?
All of them have some version of electronic plan review.
And are those in the same time period that we're doing, or have they had it?
They've had a blended version of it for a number of years.
Okay. So the 3 categories that we're supposed to evaluate tonight are in reverse order: price, which is that's predetermined for us, so we don't have any control over that scoring, capacity, approach, and then experience and background. So as part of the experience and background, I want to ask you, have you had any internal audits against CGA in Broward County?
So the city of Pembroke Pines hires an internal auditor, or sorry, a commission auditor.
You
that is-
anticipated the question well.
I could see the report when you were flipping through it when I was talking. I can multitask. And I knew that this was going to be an item. So they have a commission auditor. The commission auditor is charged with selecting a random number of contracts that the city has, and they report on them. About 5 years ago, I think they did the building department, and it was the turn for the building department as well as I think 5 other contracts as well. That audit was done. The city of Pembroke Pines now runs on Tyler Intergov. That's one of those ERPs. They pulled the data, and the auditor didn't exactly understand what data that they pulled, and that data in the audit is inaccurate. I don't know if you watched the commission meeting, but that was brought up where the commissioners asked the auditors to meet with us. We've asked for their raw data. We found a number of errors. For example, if somebody called in an inspection tonight to schedule it for next Thursday, the auditor thought that they asked for it next day and counted the days. I believe in there it says the average rolled inspection is 11 days. We don't roll inspections at all. We never do. We never have in Pembroke Pines. So we're working through them, and there'll be a revised audit issued.
Okay, because it seems like your largest contract cities having some of the same issues that we're having as well, at least from what I read on paper.
Understood, and that's why we were at that meeting and asked the commission to ask the auditors to meet with us. It's the commission auditor, so we weren't involved in the process. And it's an auditor. They don't really they didn't understand how the data was pulled out of the system that the city operates. So we're working with them to revise that. And we'll definitely, when it comes out revised, we'll get it back to you. If it would help you, I have emails back from city staff saying, we agree the data is flawed. We're scheduling the meeting. I could forward those to you in the next few minutes if that would help.
Well, we're supposed to stick to the initial submission documents. I'm just, as part of experience and background, I'm just bringing that up. Bear with me. I have a lot of notes to make sure that I
Absolutely.
covered everything. I think I hit the highlights that I wanted to. Was there any follow-up questions from my colleagues? No? Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Appreciate your
again.
time. Thank you very
So
much for
that's going
staying
to
up with us.
Conclude the presentations and commission questions. We're now going to invite the other applicant back and go into public comment. After public comment, we will have our commission discussion. After our commission discussion, we have our scoring sheets, which are part of, everyone should have them, part of the letter that we received today. So we have 2 sheets, one for each applicant. We'll do the scoring, tabulation, and then voting.
Question. When they both come in, am I allowed to ask one question to say cap?
No more, well, maybe. We're gonna have commission discussion. We'll do public comment first. And then under commission discussion, I don't see why you can't bring anything up that you have. Yes? So we're just gonna pause while the other applicant comes back into the room.
Well aware. Well aware. Tick tock.
Saw those guys yesterday. You saw those guys yesterday.
Are you missing one member from your team? Okay, well, no, we'll wait. Just one more minute.
You guys ordered it. We did. Back up on.
Does the emergency services contract for food kick in tonight?
That's a good question. I'm gonna eat that salmon, sure. It tastes like salmon. It's okay.
Okay, I think everybody is back in the room. Again, thank you for both teams for being here, and I think God's telling us something for being here and giving your presentations and answering our questions. Your time is certainly appreciated. I know it's almost 1 o'clock in the morning, but we are going to go into the public comment next. So let's start, Madam Clerk, with anyone online. We'll do online first, and then we'll do the commission chamber. And I appreciate everyone that wants to comment and stayed either online or being here for your patience. We really appreciate it and look forward to your comments. Okay, Donald S. Anderson. Mr. Anderson, go ahead. Thank you for your patience.
Hello.
Yes, just name and address for the record, please.
Can you hear me?
We can. State your name and address,
Donald
please.
Anderson, 400 Fairway Drive, Deerfield Beach, Suite 106.
Yes, sir. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Donald Anderson. I work for Investments Limited. We are a property owner that leases out property. Deerfield Beach is one of those cities that we own a lot of property in. I think we're the largest property owner in Boca. I've been managing Broward County for the last 8 years for Investments Limited. Deerfield is probably the biggest city that we have properties in Broward County. Probably ranging around 50 commercial properties and 2,500 residential units, including Tivoli Park, a lot of shopping centers and office buildings. I've worked with the city of Deerfield for the last 8 years, and it's been a good experience for me. I've worked with Sheila and Summer and Dale over the last 8 years, and it's been I've had nothing but good experiences. I mean, we've gone through things together because I've done a lot of work there, but they've always been helpful, very professional. They've been there through the thick and the thin on our behalf. I know they have to stay within their guidelines, but they're always doing anything they can to help within those guidelines. And so I have nothing but good to say about the city of Deerfield and staff at the building department. And I've worked with them, like I said, for 8 years, and it's been nothing but a good experience. And we've worked through a lot of issues. You can imagine 50 properties, a lot of build outs, a lot of code issues, a lot of renovations, buying new buildings, transferring properties, all the things that we have to do to be in compliance with the city. It's been all the cities. I got about 6 cities that I manage properties in, and I would say Deerfield Beach is probably, out of all those cities, probably the best city I have, and as far as the professionalism and the staff and the people. And like I say, starting with Sheila and Nell and Summer and going on down the line through all the disciplines, they've been just nothing but, if I need help and they can help, they will. So that's really all I got to say. Just I'm a satisfied customer for Investments Limited, and they put a lot of trust in me to manage Broward County, and I think my word should have some some valid to it because of the years of working with them, and I hope it stays that way because I got a great relationship with the city of Deerfield and the building department.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Anyone else online? Go ahead, Mr. Wood. Name and address for the record, please.
Michael, Mayor, Commissioner, City Manager, Michael Wood, 18516 Ocean Mist Drive, Boca Raton, Florida. I appreciate y'all staying so late tonight. Just a heads up on our background. Our company's been doing permitting work in South Florida for over 20 years. I'm a retired Virginia zoning attorney. I've had a number of interactions with Sheila and her office going back to the original Enterprise Rent-A-Car that's located at 160 East Hillsborough Boulevard, a bunch of houses over off Southeast 4th. As it relates to Calvin Giordano, we're doing the $70 million Baptist healthcare facility in Pembroke Pines. I can say from our perspective, it's been a wonderful relationship, much like Illustrated Properties has indicated. I've seen every electronic platform there is that can provide services. You guys have touched on a number of the issues. You know, can owners see them? Can builders see them? As I conclude here, I will say this. One of the things we find in our business is that the owners and architects sometimes, and the builders, don't always share with us where a particular job is in the process. By way of example, we had an architect telling an owner that he had plans in Deerfield and on and on and on. Turns out, after speaking with Sheila, we got her involved. Turned out the architect wasn't turning plans in. So, of course, the owner's calling disgruntled. How come my plans aren't moving? They're in. Turns out they weren't in. But for Sheila and Summer's help, we had the owner meet us at the building department when the architect showed up to turn those plans in. But for her, we would have never gotten through that process.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Madam Clerk, anyone else online? Okay, we'll shift to in the commission chamber. Anyone inside the commission chamber would like to speak this evening? Come on down. Just please state your name and address.
Victor Andrade, 900 Southeast 8th Avenue. So I don't want to spend a lot of you guys' time. We've been here a long time. I have an autistic at home, but I figure I had to come here tonight. Building department is not only about a matter of building a building. It's about people's lives. I own 9 buildings in the city of Deerfield. And when my business partner called me, I'm in Massachusetts, and he said, let's buy this building, ugly, and let's turn it into something very nice. I said, fine, I'll put a couple bucks on it. And here we are, $500,000 later, maybe, I don't know how many calls I made to the mayor, spoke to several other people here, including the commissioners and building inspectors and everything else. So I took lead on it. I'm also a contractor. My whole career was in construction. So I looked every single thing. I submitted. We fired different contractors. We spoke with building officials. Not only the building department failed the people at Deerfield, they failed to comply with law. And if you go read the Florida statute, it's very clear and simple. I heard them say here that, yes, we have this, we're doing that, we're going to implement this. Nothing really is happening. And I truly believe you guys has been elected here to serve the city and people of Deerfield. And I usually give the benefit of the doubt to anybody. But 10 years, 3 years for a permit, 24 months for me, it's beyond reasonable. We need a change.
When I hear big companies like that giving great reviews, yes, 50 million, 100 million. Why? What about the people? What about the people? It's 1 o'clock at night in the morning. Where's all the people of Deerfield? Where are their voices? Matter of fact, I set up a website less than 6 hours. I have 87 comments. And they're not good. And I will drive that constantly until we reach the 89 million people, 80 million people that's here.
Thank you, Mr. Andre. Appreciate it. Anyone else from the audience like to speak this evening?
Peggy Nolan, 325 Southeast Third Terrace. Great presentation by Calvin tonight. Where have they been for 10 years? Okay, they promise all these things, but you all got the complaints. So now all of a sudden they've had almost a month to come up with all these new things that they're going to do in the building department. They've had the advantage of coming in here and presenting. Did they present better? Yeah, they did. But is this something you can trust? I mean, your responsibility is to take care of the residents. And I just find it disturbing that it took all this time. What was it, 2 months? When was the last meetings? You went through 2 reviews, sent them back and everything else, and then now we're here. You're interviewing him yourself. Plenty of time to try to straighten everything out and say we're doing electronic and we're doing this, but that's still not the permits and not anything that these gentlemen, and I don't know these gentlemen. It's not that I know them. It's just that they're up to date with what they can do and they could start tomorrow. Should you give them another chance after 10 years? That's up to you. Can you trust them? I don't know. But they've done nothing until this contract came up for renewal. And you didn't improve them the first time. You sent them back for another review. And then you weren't happy with that. And then you brought him here tonight. Just think about it, okay? If I had a month to redo everything real fast, I'd get it done if I was going to lose a contract. Nobody cared for 10 years until this came to light. And I don't know them personally. I'm not vying for any of them. I'm here because I care about the residents of the city. And what we have all, I sat up there for 16 years and heard it, but the building department. That's why we went with them in the first place. And you said, and then still got complaints after they took over. So this is your decision. Let's hope it's a good one.
Thank you. Anyone else from the commission chamber tonight like to make any comments on item 19, I believe it is? Madam Clerk, anyone online? Okay, we're going to close the public hearing then. That will bring us to commission discussion. Commissioner Shinesky, you have your light on.
Sure.
You're first, so you will.
Thank you.
You're off the hook, Commissioner Hudak.
During the evaluation, there was an allegation made against CAP. And they said that in 2021, CAP was working with Wilton Manors. And basically, they were fired. CAP was fired because they weren't able to do the job. That's the allegation. And CGA took over and they improved. I'm hearing one side. I'd like to maybe hear the other side of CAP. Is that true? Were you fired in 2021? What happened with Wilton Manors? That's what I was told.
Okay, so I don't know what an appropriate time limit is. We'll give the applicant X amount of minutes. We'll give CAP X amount of minutes to respond, and then if CGA would like a rebuttal, we'll give them the same amount of time. Gentlemen, you think 2 minutes is sufficient? Okay. So, Mr. Panine, if you would come up and we'll give you 2 minutes to respond to Commissioner Shinesky's question. And then CGA will have 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Thank you very much. Good evening again. Carlos Penin, 100 Davie Boulevard. Yes, that is accurate, that we lost the contract. We had it. We got it from directly from Broward County, outsourced it. I mean, Broward County was providing the service. We came in and we started providing the service. And all I can tell you is that, we had 3 employees that were in the city at the time, and they had a new department director that came in. She had different ways of wanting to implement the services, and we went our separate ways. There was a RFP that was put out. We submitted, Calvin Giordano submitted, and we were voted out. That is not a reflection of necessarily how we do our business. We have been on the opposite side of that against Calvin, where we have come in and replaced them. But it's not for me to start bringing out, situations like that, because I can also probably find that is more relevant to Deerfield Beach than it would be to Wilton Manors 4 years ago. I mean, staff changes and that happens, but I think that is more important is what is happening in Deerfield today, and would I ever use if we were selected, I would never bring up the fact that we were chosen over Calvin Giordano. I mean, that's just not my style. I would never do that. But I mean, they chose to do it, and I'm up here facing the music. Yeah, we were replaced. And I don't know whether we would knock on the door today and speak to Leanne Henderson and say, would you want us back? I have no idea. We'd never tried. I mean, that is their city. So the question, I think, is how are they reacting and how are they performing in Deerfield Beach? Not how did we do in Wilton Manors. But anyways, that's my answer. Thank you, Commissioner.
Perfect timing. Did you want 2 minutes to rebut?
I think it's completely relevant to how the companies perform. That's why the commission wanted to speak to references. And we have never been replaced from a full service building department by CAP in our 87-year history. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no lights, for the lights. Any other questions, Mr. Shinetsky or Commissioner Shinetsky?
Just have one question. In terms of the Wilton Manors situation, how have you improved? Did you learn that that's 4 years? Sometimes it could be a lifetime, sometimes a lesson's never learned. Have you improved in those 4 years if you had to undergo that same situation?
So before you start, 1 minute. So we're gonna give you 2 minutes to respond. And then I want to be fair to everybody. So you'll have 2 minutes to add anything else that you would like to for your side. Okay, Madam Clerk, 2 minutes.
Thank you. Of course we have. We learned our lesson. I hate to lose. And we've improved not only the management of the contract, but how we go forward with every single one of the opportunities that we have. I mentioned to you that we're in over 90 cities in the state of Florida alone. So every city is a new lesson for us. Electronic plan review has gotten a lot better for us since then. I mean, we have overperformed in a number of cities. I mentioned Aventura, a 6-year extension, and the city of Weston, a 5-year extension. All of that happened since November of last year to today. Aventura was approved for an additional 6 years, Tuesday, September 2nd. So we learned our lesson. We try to do our best every time we go out, and I can guarantee you that would not happen if we're selected here in Deerfield Beach. Thank you.
Thank you. You want to?
No, I think we're good.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Just checking. Just want to offer you the courtesy. Commissioner Hudak, you're going to be next anyway, so good choice.
I appreciate that. I want to thank both entities for coming out and spending both days with us. Greatly appreciate it. From listening to both organizations, you're both run by genuinely good people. And I think that trickles down to the staff as well. And I think any choice we made would be a good choice. I think what to me separates the two entities. I mean, the electronic process that we've been dying for, I honestly feel that If Cap was here 5 years ago, they would have had the same hurdles that Calvin Giordano had. So I really don't look at that as a defining separation between the two entities. And I think honestly, CAP does a great job for the cities that they do their job in. My biggest concern, honestly, is CAP has 300 employees, and we have 35 here, which is over 10% of their entire staff. Calvin Giordano is 5 times larger. So if we need to pull resources, we're not pulling from another city's, backup person. I understand it's great. Yeah, well, we could just pull someone and have them here full time, but that does a disservice to the city that they're at right now. And if you were to get Fort Lauderdale, would you pull our guy to go to, or gal to go to Fort Lauderdale because they're a bigger corporation or they're a bigger city? To me, that's the big separation is the ability to staff when we need it, when we're ramping up, when we have a JM family building a $120 million project. Building companies have the same challenges, whether it's Calvin Giordano, whether it's CAP, and a lot of it has to do with the contractors and the individuals that I've spoken to. That seems to be the common factor. Their system works great. Their system works great. Their people are great. Their people are great. So what's the tipping factor? There's a couple tipping factors for me. One is the size of the organization that we have, the continuity of the staff that we have. I've personally met with the staff that we have from Calvin Giordano, and I was very impressed with them. And I'm sure if I met with CAP's people, I'd be equally as impressed. But the continuity is important to me. There have been a lot of challenges in the 6.5 years that I've been, in this seat. And so I'm going to recommend that we stay the course with Calvin Giordano, but I'd like them to, a bi-monthly report to this dais on how we're doing and our progress. One of the largest challenges, I think, has been communication. This commission set a directive to have this electronic permitting process in place years ago. And speaking with our staff, I've understood some of the challenges, and I wish it was brought forth here in the public, those challenges, so that we could have tried to address it a lot quicker than 6 years. I don't know why it took 3 years for the gate in Century Village to be done. I wish you would have given me a better answer for that, because here we are in Deerfield Beach. We're your second largest city. I would have hoped that you would have known that there was a 3-year delay and would have been able to be a lot more forthcoming as to what those challenges were, not necessarily pointing fingers, but that would have told me that you understand our account and you understood our challenges, and you didn't. So that's another reason why, at least for the first 6 months, if this dais agrees to stay with Calvin Giordano, that there is a bi-monthly report, so that you can make sure that you're kind of keeping your finger on the pulse of our city as well. So that's going to be how I would like to vote, and I've filled out my forms accordingly.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Shinetsky, would you like to make any comments?
Yeah, I would.
Commissioner
Okay.
Plow, you'll be next.
Again, thank you for gentlemen, both sides for coming here. I appreciate it and talking to us. And I understand what my fellow brethren is saying, that CGA is much bigger, has more resources than CAP. But I also like David beating Goliath. And what I liked about David was his spirit, his can do. I'm going to beat this giant even with just a slingshot. And I like that Cap is a David going against a Goliath, and they're just asking for an opportunity. And I really feel that after 10 years, it's time for a change. Let's give it a shot. So I'm willing to give you a shot. Don't make sure you own up to it.
Absolutely.
All right? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Plout, and then Vice Mayor, you'll be next.
Okay, once again, also thank both of you, both companies, their hearts are in the right place, and I do feel like they're trying to do the best job or obtain this position with Deerfield Beach. I have heard the drumbeat out there about people are unhappy. I also understand that a lot of times it is not the city's fault. But I have heard another drumbeat, and that drumbeat is the city, in many ways, has told me many times, several people, that they really haven't provided the support to our existing team that we have here in the way of getting that electronic situation going. And a little bit on both sides. Okay. I know COVID, that's you've been here 10 years, and that happened in the middle of the tenure. That kind of stopped a lot of things that were going on, second guessing everything. But I do appreciate the fact that if God forbid we do have some type of really big disaster here, the hurricane that we don't want, anything else bad I won't even mention that could happen, that I believe that CGA does have the staff that they could bring in here without pulling them from other cities. That tip, that hurts the employees that have maybe been accustomed to being in one place and then being, pulled to another. They might not like that. I understand with an electronic system that you need less people to run a building department, but that could also happen if we get our act together. And we already have made a commitment on this budget to put $50,000 into putting this together. And I also understand that there's some residents, because maybe they've been personally affected with this, would not like to have a decision to go with this, but there's also a bailout provision that this 3 years doesn't have to be 3 years. I'm not suggesting to change the procurement that was advertised and change the 3 years, but I would like to give these guys another chance. And I don't know how else to describe it, but I think their heart's in the right place. They've been here for a long time. I'm leaning towards giving them another chance, because I do believe that they had one arm tied behind their back with the support that they got from us, and hopefully that's changed. I also have a fear on the back of my head of making a change and having that be the wrong change, and then have that really be even worse. So that's all I have to say, Mayor.
Thank you. Excuse me, Vice Mayor Preston.
Thank you, Mayor. There's a lot to consider when you have situations like this, and it can be extremely difficult. But in the end, what are you really looking at? You're looking at the integrity of people, and looking at whatever situation is that you had and how that integrity of the people that you're dealing with, how that plays into it. Cap comes in and, in my opinion, they were extremely professional. They, you know, they put on a presentation and they present themselves in such a way that we're eager to be a part of what you're building here. And I think that that's admirable. I really do. But then when I look at CGA, I asked him, my question was, are you remorseful? And he said immediately, yes. And I looked at that, didn't try to make excuses. And I again asked him some other questions, follow up to that. Never tried to make excuses. That tells you not about a person that is just answering questions, but it gives you a little bit of insight about the commitment that would come forward to say, yes, this relationship is damaged and we own that. He never put it on anybody in the city, never put it anywhere except where it belonged, and that is with the company. That was hard to do, in my opinion. It's up here. It's hard to do because you're admitting that we made mistakes, and this commission would have every right at that point to go to operate, except we're people. We're all people. We all make mistakes. We all make mistakes. And had he done anything other than the way he handled it, I would be extremely troubled and I wouldn't be feeling the way that I am. The ex-mayor made some great points. And one being is that where were they? Well, that's a question that CGA have to ask, because she was right. All of those things that you're supposed to do. But also I understand that you cannot live life looking in the rearview mirror either. It's what they do going forward as to how the relationship would be best repaired if they really wanted to be prepared. And my colleague to my right was saying a bi-monthly type of evaluation type thing. It's not going to boil down to that. It's going to boil down to if they really want to fix it, they're going to fix it. And if they don't, there will be options for this commission. And because of their presentation and knowing, I agree with my colleague, we couldn't lose either way. Either way, you can't lose because you have very competent people looking to do a good job. But I'm also tell you that I've gone down to the building department and look at the operation. Had never done that before. And I think Mr. Powell is he talks about having them feel as though they're city employees, and I could see that at work. So I do believe it's trending in the right direction. But is that the answer? The answer is if they really want to repair this so that they are actually serving the city of Deerfield Beach like we all expect them to do, that is when we really know. And it becomes their job to do that, to restore trust, because trust is challenged, it's been breached, it's been broken. Is it impossible to repair? It is not. And it's because of how my questions were answered that I too am willing to extend to them another opportunity. Prove us right. Prove us right. Make us proud. You're hearing sympathy from this commission of saying, we're willing to extend. That's trust from this end. Is it going to be matched from your end? That really becomes the question. And if that commitment isn't matched, then it tells something that we were all wrong. I hope that I'm not. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Appreciate it. Again, thank you to both teams for being here tonight. I don't know either of the principals for any of the companies, so I don't have a dog in the fight. It's just what I hear from the residents going forward. And And I must have been on a completely different campaign trail than Mr. Plout because the residents were completely loud and clear. This was the number one issue in the campaign was the building department and the slowness and lack of it. And while there's been comments to try to explain that away, the situation is that the incumbent has had 10 years to fix the situation. So it's a case of being reactive versus proactive. You want to give them an opportunity to fix it going forward. That's great, but we can only judge them by their history that they've been here for the last 10 years. Our residents are demanding a change. And that is the change that we have to give them. The former mayor said it exactly 100% right. We represent the voters up here. We represent the residents. So every one of us up here has to look at those residents in the eye going forward and explain to them the decision that we made tonight. Now, I understand that Commissioner Hudak and Vice Mayor Preston, you don't have an election coming up, so you don't have those voters to stare at going forward, but it is the legacy that you leave going forward to what you leave behind to your residents. Is this what you want to leave behind? And to my colleagues to my left, Commissioner Plout and Commissioner Shinetsky, I mean, you were on the same campaign trail that I was, and this was pervasive, not just in District 3 or 4, but in 1, 2, 3, and 4. So it's nothing against the incumbent. They had the opportunity to change. They had the opportunity to come before this commission and raise a stink. They had an opportunity to scream to the city manager. They had an opportunity to scream to staff, and it didn't happen. And so I don't see the harm in making the change. It couldn't be worse that we have now. That's for sure. And if you think that it is, we have the opt-out provision going forward. But what is the harm in trying somebody else who we grilled them with all of the questions that they can provide the staff beginning on day one? They will give the dedicated building official and the assistant building official and the chiefs. So I think we need to, before you vote, do some inner examination and think of who you're voting for. You're not voting for yourself. You're not voting for all the businesses that had those letters. You're voting for the residents and the businesses, the ones that we get the calls from and talk to. Those are the people that we're voting for. So keep that in mind when making your comments here tonight. I'm not afraid of making change. This is what the voters did. They put us here to make these difficult decisions going forward. It would be very easy to stay with the incumbent, and rightfully so. They've done some good things here in the city, but have they done enough to merit renewal? And that's what we have to decide here tonight. My opinion is no, based upon the questions that we had, that came out tonight, based upon the criteria that we were supposed to evaluate on experience and background, approach, and capacity. This is an issue that's going to affect our residents very near and dear going forward. And I do not want them to stare me in the face and say that you basically chickened out, Drosky, and did not make the right decision that we voted you to do. And that's what people elect their representatives to do the will of the people. And it is very clear what the will of the people is. And if you don't believe me, believe the former mayor, and former Mayor Gans was here as well. So both of them were saying that they had the same issues as well. So please listen to your residents. All the lights are going back up again. But we it is late. We do need to land this plane, but please keep in mind your residents when you're voting tonight as we go forward. I'm not sure who was first.
Mayor, if I may, I don't know if did you all complete the scoring sheets yet? Because we do need
No,
the scoring
not
sheets
yet.
delivered, and we'll need some time to tally those up, and then ultimately it'll be your final vote. and
I've
motion, so-
not completed mine, so I'll need maybe we can take 5 minutes while we each complete our sheets to turn them in. But we'll do, all right, if you two gentlemen on my left want to speak, press your buttons now, because we'll do Hudak, Preston, and then Shinetsky, and then Plout. That's the order. And then we'll go to the next phase, which will be the score sheets.
I hear you loud and clear, Mr. Mayor. But I also know that there are thousands and thousands of building permits that go through this system every year. And we hear from 100 residents, 200 residents. So yeah, maybe they're the loud minority, but the far majority of the building permits do go out without an issue, and we don't hear about that. The only thing we hear are residents, and there's a percentage of those residents who are getting false information from their contractors. That's been proven here. That's been proven when a resident comes to me, yells and screams, and then when I go down to the building department, I yell and scream, and then they pull up their data and shows where the contractor is not being fully honest with the resident who is their customer. Yeah, we do receive the complaints, but like I said, I don't think it's 10%. I don't think it's 5%. I think it's in the low single digits compared to the volume of permits that are processed by this department. And we've all been through election, and we all know that you have a certain loud minority. And if you just listen to them, the sky is falling. But if you take a step back and you look at the data that has been presented, if you look at the size of the two entities, we would be the largest city that CAP has here in Broward County. And we would take up more than 10% of their entire staff. That to me is a red flag. And I said, it's nothing about the organization or the company. It just so happens that we are one of the largest cities in Broward County, and we have to have an entity that is going to be able to support us. And I know they feel comfortable and confident that they will be able to support us. I don't share that confidence based on the size of their staff. They have the opinion that technology is going to make up for, the staff. Weston has 17 employees. So, they could be under the opinion that 20 employees will be able to do it with the technology. I don't share that opinion, and I'm not in the building department. I understand that. And I understand the challenges, but I also understand that if we go the wrong direction, it could be a lot worse. Because now you're not going to, first you're going to have a staff that's got to learn everybody. You have a staff that's got to learn the new system. You've got a staff that's got to deal with the legacy data. The 75,000 files have already been uploaded into the current system. How long does it take for those 75,000 files to get over to the new system? Plus what is also still down there that still is in the process of being filed. You've got staff that has been here for 10 years that are dedicated individuals. And I really think that it's the loud minority that you're using to make this decision, and not the silent majority that is very, very pleased with the system. That's my opinion on that.
Vice Mayor, you were next.
Thank you, Mayor. I think some of the points that you made, Commissioner, is right. But Mayor, here's where you and I would disagree. You said that the people elected us, to do what they want. That would be all good if everybody wanted the same thing. So if you got 20 people that want something and another 20 people, how do you then vote to satisfy both? No, what the people elect us to do is to think about it, to be rational, and to make an informed decision that is going to help them the best that we know how. There is nobody up here that's going to be able to say that they please all the people that vote for them. That's not how it works. The system that we have in this country simply puts you in the position to make an informed decision, not to do what I tell you to do, because that's not how it works. Listen, it's without a doubt, they had issues, they had problems. There were issues and problems. Even the mayor said, do you give them another chance? That becomes your choice. See, and that makes my point. Make a decision that you think is best for all of us. there is no way that we can make a decision up here and it's going to satisfy everybody that went to the polls and voted. It doesn't work like that. And the other thing is about debating. You said something about we got to land the plane. Why? This is the only platform that we have without breaking the sunshine law that we can talk openly. And unless there's a rule in the charter, I'm willing to stay here all night if I have to. I don't believe in landing the plane until the people's work is done. That's how I feel about it. And if the city attorney tells me that there is some kind of rule that says that the meeting can only go so long, then I have to abide by that. Other than that, I'm up for debate.
Commissioner Plow?
You know, the one thing the staff has always told me is that it's the city's fault because we haven't come into the electronic procedure, but that they love the people that work here and that they're doing the best that they possibly can with what the city has provided them besides offices. Okay. The city, I believe that the city budgeted this $50,000 because the city realizes that they have to put something into getting us into the electronic age. The presentation that I saw tonight was that we're more than 50% there. I don't want to even throw a percentage on it, but it's just about there that we have that. I also understand that I will never make a vote based on whether I'm going to get elected again. Okay. It's all about the people. And yeah, I heard a couple of people. I didn't cover the same territory to run for my district as the mayor did. Okay. I didn't talk to that many people. I did hear some complaints about it, but I've also heard complaints, from other people when I was in the inspection business about their contractors and everything else. And the few people that I have helped, I've found out that it hasn't been our city's fault. So this is not a permanent thing. It might not even be the 3 years, but these people have deep roots here. I don't think it's entirely their fault that the city hasn't provided an electronic procedure. And these are fine gentlemen, and I understand that they have a really good procedure. But I don't like the idea of pulling staff from one place to the other. I also heard some comments about, they didn't perform the way that they were supposed to down in Wilton Manors. Okay, so maybe that's a one-off or something. But I really I'd like to concur with making a change. I'm kind of scared about that. I want everybody to know that this is not a done deal when it's a done deal for the whole 3 years. There has to be accountability that maybe wasn't there before. There has to be an effort by them and by the city to use the money that we just put in the budget to get this whole thing. I mean, this is just like going from Windows 95 to to an Apple or whatever. I don't have a great example there, but technology is very advanced now, and it doesn't take forever to do it. It just takes that ambition, it takes that push, and it takes some money to get it done. And I think it can get done soon. And I'm sorry if some residents will be disappointed. I do believe that the squeaky wheel makes the most noise. And, I've heard a lot more people say that the commission's corrupt than I do they're unhappy with the permit. It took too long or something. So, I'm up for giving them another chance, and I just can't get that out of my mind. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. It's a decision. And, I think it's mostly the city's fault. The staff has told me it's the city's fault. They love CGA, but we didn't have an electronic, a situation in place. I'm not totally convinced that, CAP can just put it in just like that and it doesn't cost us anything. Why don't we have money budgeted if it's gonna be free? So I'm leaning pretty strong towards that. Okay.
Commissioner Shinetsky.
Well, in District 3, I'm going for the main gate project. And basically, in my opinion, that was a 3-year debacle. And what bothers me is that CGA dropped the ball. They didn't take accountability. That was a 3-year debacle, and it shouldn't have been. That's number one. Number two, on the campaign trail, I would have people come up to me and ask about the permit process. And I was embarrassed to tell them that we're still using paper and we're still using paper for the permit process. I was embarrassed. We're already a quarter of a century in the 21st century, and we're still using paper. And people were laughing at the city. And I was very embarrassed about that. I got very defensive. And it bothers me that since 2019, we've been asking CGA to please get us into the 21st century, go online. And it's now 2025, and only now are they addressing it. That really bothers me. I feel that in 10 years, the tenure of CGA has not been successful. That's my opinion. Now, the old adage, insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. Well, not when we're dealing with taxpayer money. Taxpayers are paying us up here to make sure that we do right by them, to make sure that everything is streamlined, efficient, and moves fast. So this bothers me. I don't think they deserve another chance. I like the fire of CAP. I like that they're a David. Yeah, they don't have the resources, but they're a David willing to slay a Goliath. I say, let's give them a chance. I think the people of Deerfield Beach deserve that. So I'm going to go with CAP. Please don't prove me wrong.
Thank you, Commissioner Shinetsky. This whole narrative of now, let's blame it on the city, is such a false narrative and a cop-out, in my opinion. I mean, we've had 10 years to fix the problem, but now all of a sudden, let's blame it on the city, and that's going to give a pass for all of this. I mean, there's been 10 years to fix it, but we're gonna run and look the other way because it's an easy excuse or something that someone planted in our ear in a conversation within the last week. So we're gonna run with that as an excuse to do it. I just don't buy it, because again, we're not responding to the will of the voters. We're responding to what we need to respond to what the residents and what the residents are asking now. Do we have our ear to the ground, or are we listening to the residents? Are we going to pacify all of them? No, absolutely not. That's never going to happen. But when the residents reach out to us and talk to us and say things to us, it is our responsibility, if not our duty, to listen to them and to bring their concerns up here, no matter what our personal prejudices may be. We're supposed to represent the residents. And this whole kind of conversation of, the false information, is such a small part of it, that the contractor, that the residents are basically reacting to lies that their contractors are giving them. And that's such a small percentage of the cases that we are hearing, and that they're the loudest and the vocal minority going forward. But where's anyone else to discuss any of their, situations that they had with us tonight? The problem resolves in the fact that if the contractors were being lied to, the way to have fixed that would have been to gone electronic years ago, and that way the residents could have seen it online. This could have been resolved years ago, but it wasn't. It's only being resolved now in the context of a contract renewal. So if it was the vocal minority, there was a way to solve that. There was a way to prove that going forward. But that didn't happen. It's only happening now. And so I don't like to take the reactive approach as we do this. I want to be proactive and listen to our residents and listen to their comments and what they want. The fact that, we're going to award a 3-year contract and, if we don't like it, we can get out of it. I'm not buying that for a second. We've never opted out of a contract. Once it's awarded, it's awarded. And so I don't think that that's a rational basis for awarding the contract is, oh, we might get out of it going in the future, because that's just not, that just doesn't, it just doesn't happen, you know, up here. So we have to take the bold leadership that our residents are demanding of us going forward, and it's an opportunity to make the change. Change is not easy, never is, but it is an opportunity. Otherwise, if we never made a change, you know, nothing would, a lot of things wouldn't get fixed. We'd be in the same rut here in the city that we are over and over. So sometimes you have to make change for the better, and especially when the residents are demanding it. So if this is not an opportunity for change, I don't know what is. I really don't. So I'm passionate about it because I was the one in the trenches and had to listen to it. And I'm continuing to get the calls, and I'm going to continue to get it for the next 3.5 years. And same thing with my colleagues to my right. We're going to continue to get these calls and going, you know, forward. And there's an opportunity to fix it, and that fix did not happen. So why are we awarding the contractor that had the opportunity to fix it in the first place? We have another contractor who I don't know either, who's coming in and saying that they can be fully armed and prepared to go on day one in less than 2 weeks to afford us the staff that we need for our particular city, and that a lot of this is done online now and remote with respect to the plan review. So having a physical presence isn't for both contractors is not as important as it used to be, but we have a viable alternative. So why we would not take that alternative in this situation and listen to the residents as we go forward, I think is the most important part that needs to be the takeaway that we really have. So again, I implore my colleagues, you know, listen to what your residents want in this situation. We've all received the calls. You voted 5-0 to bring it here tonight. If the three of you that are inclined to go now a different way, why did you waste everybody's time in doing this tonight when you could just voted for CGA at the last couple meetings that we had? You could have done it then. There's no information. The information was available to us then that we have now. We just had the presentations tonight. So there's not really, you had the opportunity before and didn't take advantage of it. And now here we are. You brought this forward because you had heard the same thing that I heard going forward. You heard all the complaints from the residents. You heard the cry for change, and you voted for that to bring this forward tonight. And now we're going backwards. So I'm a little confused about that. But I guess we're going to have some more discussion. Commissioner Plout, I saw your light first, followed by Vice Mayor Preston. I'll stay here all night too, if we have to.
Change is a difficult thing. I didn't hear it as much on the campaign trail, but you're making a good point to me in that there was time to get things changed. I could swear that I got a feeling from talking to multiple staff here up and down the road that it was pretty much the city's fault. There is $50,000 that we're putting out towards doing something about this. So maybe it was the city's fault. But I'm just still a little concerned about the size. And these guys are hearts in the right place. Everybody's hearts in the right place. This is a very big change. I take your comments to heart, and I trust your leadership. So I mean, I went over every page in this thing, you know, some things that are impressive about CGA. If I take that telephone book right there, right now, and look at the presentation, it's this thick compared to, you know, compared to CAP's presentation. But of course, they got a lot more to say because they've been here longer. But I don't know. If I'm going to be that deciding vote, then I'm going to have to go with a change. And it's not just because of what you said, but I mean, this the residents, I think it might not be a majority of the residents, but I do know that there's a lot of problems here that probably need to make a change.
Anything further? Commissioner, I don't want to cut you short.
You did not cut me short. I always say, thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. You'll have plenty of other opportunities. I believe Vice Mayor Preston was next, followed by Commissioner Hudak, followed by Commissioner Shinetsky.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Mayor, you said that it becomes convenient to blame the city. I didn't hear CGA one time blame the city. Not one time. Not one time did they say it's the city's fault is the way that it is. So that's not what they said. Okay, so that's number one. And number two is what's wrong with understanding that people can change? Things can change. Do we just take a look at the mistakes? How can any of us as human beings improve anything in our life if we were always held to the standard of always being perfect? There can be no failure in your life. They made some mistakes, and I even said that they admitted those mistakes, they embraced those mistakes, and I really believe that there's a sincerity on their part to fix those mistakes. Why shouldn't we do that? Does that mean that anybody that the city do business with, when we find a mistake, that we say, hey, that's it? No. Listen, if it was like that, I lost an election and the people said, we want to give you another chance. That's what it's all about in the life experience. That's what it's all about in the United States of America. We grant second chances. We do that. There's nothing wrong with that. If we don't feel like there's a sincerity, then okay, fine. But they admitted their mistakes, and I believe that they would be better. So the transition, of them, of coming from where they are now to getting to where we want them to be, I believe that can happen. Why can't we give people second chances? I live in a country. I believe in a God that gives second chances. Why shouldn't we? Why shouldn't we? They did a good job in bringing forth the information. Now we could take the harsh, spirit and just come down with them on, with a hammer and say, no, 10 years is a long time. Granted. But then what do we do if we start to see mistakes on the other side? What do we do if that time comes and it's just not exactly what we thought? I say they are building a culture in there and it's going in the right direction. And I think it should be continued, and let's see it to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner Hudak.
Thank you. Well, first of all, they've built a culture in there. Staff is still here and it's 2:00 in the morning. So, they are passionate about our city. How many residents did you hear yell and scream about how much we spent on lifeguard stations? Didn't hear any of them say, hey, they look great. Really appreciate you upgrading the beach. How many residents did you hear say, oh, I can't believe how much you spent on garbage cans? Didn't hear any residents say, wow, they look great. Thank you for upgrading our beach. How many residents did you hear anything about the undergrounding of the power lines? Not one. But you heard a whole bunch of residents say, oh, this is this business is closing or that business is closing. Or, how many residents did you hear about the pier and how much we spent on that? How many said, hey, that looks great. Thank you very, very much. Yeah, there have been challenges, but based on the pure volume of permits that they do every single day, the number of complaints are extremely small. Extremely small. Are they perfect? No. If CAP comes in, are they going to be perfect? No. They're not. We're going to hear the exact same complaints because that's just a challenge in the system. There are contractors who are going to lie to their employees. There are people that want stuff done that they can't get done. So they're going to call you and try to get it done. They're going to call me and try and get it done. They're going to call their commissioner and try and get it done. Those people aren't going away. So you're considering going forward with an entity that is 1/5 the size of the vendor that we have right now, 1/5 the size. We are going to be over 10% of their entire staff. They have 300 employees. We have 35 here. They think that their technology is going to allow them to get away with 20 employees. So when there's only 20 employees here doing it as opposed to 35, I think you're going to get a lot more calls. It has nothing to do with the software system. Again, if CAP was here 5 years ago, we'd have the same situation with the software, the exact same position, because the software situation wasn't their fault, wasn't their fault. We all know where it lies. We all know that. So no matter which vendor was here, we'd be in the same situation with the software. It only got cured a couple of weeks ago because we've got a new person in-house who was able to fix it and figure it out. So to lay that on either entity is inaccurate. So what you're looking at is you're looking at a company that is a lot smaller, has a lot less resources than the entity that we have now. And I just feel that you're going to open up a lot more issues by going to a smaller entity. They've already told us, the inspectors that they're going to have here, well, one's already assigned to Dania. One's already assigned to Southwest Ranches. One's assigned to West Park. So they're going to be pulled out of that. I mean, and then what happens, to these entities? So they're going to be going back and forth because they're not going to be able to staff all of their cities with full-time people. Oh, well, we'll just pull them from there. Well, what happens if they get a bigger city? They're going to pull them from us. I just think I understand the challenge. I hear them too. I just feel when you're going with a smaller entity, you're going to have a smaller entity that doesn't know our city, a smaller, and now you've got a department head that's already doing 2 jobs. You're going to have new staff in there. They're going to, all of the builders and that go to Deerfield Beach know all the staff already. So now you're going to build new relationships with new staff. And if you don't think that you've already got complaints now you're going to get complaints from people who don't have relationships with the staff. I just think, where are you going to find another Sheila? Everybody goes and everybody knows, she knows everybody. Where are you going to find another inspectors? They're going to take 10 years in order to build up those relationships again. And I just feel that I understand listening to the residents. We all listen to the residents. We all make the most educated decision that we possibly can. You've got residents that'll come up here and say, you need to pull this out of the emergency fund. You need to move that out of the emergency fund. But we know better. And so, yeah, we listen to that resident, but we don't follow their guidelines because we know that the information that they're presenting is not accurate. So yes, we do need to listen to our residents, but we also we have more information than the residents have, and we have to make the best educated decision that we can. And in my opinion, the best educated decision that we can make is to going with a larger entity that has proven to have the staffing capabilities to support this city. And now that the city has provided the tools in order to have the electronic permitting section, it's going to be on equal terms with a smaller entity. And that's just why I'm strongly going towards CAG. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Shanetsky.
We've had a month since the last reading, since we put this together. And what I've been doing in this past month, I've been outreaching to companies who know about CAP. And basically what they say is this, and I've written this down. They say that CAP has fire in the belly. This company has fire in the belly. They're saying that CAP is a David that goes against Goliath and they want to prove their worth. They're saying that CAP is a little engine that could. Now, I look at CGA. I see a giant company with all these resources, but you know what I see? From the debacle at Century Village main gate, and that was a debacle, 3 years of wasted time and effort and to be laughed at. That was a debacle. I see lethargy and I see incompetence. When I see that it takes 6 years for them to go online and giving excuses of why, that says to me that's lethargy and that's incompetence. Maybe it's like a don't care attitude, and that bothers me. I'm embarrassed about that. I think the taxpayers in Deerfield Beach deserve the best. The taxpayers deserve the best with their time and money. They're making an investment. And I think that CAP deserves that chance. I think CAP is a little engine that could, and I think they have the fire in the belly. And this is what I've been told from many, many sources. So I think we should give them a chance. It's time for a change. Don't be scared of change either. Never be scared. That's the only way you grow is change, to look fear in the eye and say, you know what, I'm going to take a chance. That's the only way you grow. When you do the same thing over and over again, you're stagnant. And I think this city should move forward. It shouldn't be stagnant. I think we should give them a chance.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm all for giving second chances as well. I'm a God-fearing man like you as well, Vice Mayor. But the difference here is we're giving a second chance on mistakes that were made on the taxpayer's dime. And so if it was my personal life or my personal situation, I'm all for giving second chances, but we have an additional higher responsibility as elected officials to make sure that those mistakes aren't made on the taxpayer's dime. And that's what we would be doing. We can't worry about, the change and the potential future mistakes. Like if I go to a doctor, I'm not worried that he's going to use the wrong instrument during the surgery or whatever. I'm going to trust that he's doing what he's been trained to do and to use his professional experience, that he's going to give me the best possible outcome for my particular procedure. And that's exactly what we're doing here. We have a viable alternative. If we did not have a viable alternative, we wouldn't have a lot to discuss here. But we do. And so the fact that we do is that we're not risking our future going forward. We're putting it into the hands of someone that's just as capable, and maybe more so because they have the technology going forward to take care of the concerns that we have. There was an argument made, that we're going to have the same complaints going forward that we have now, but that's not true because they have the technology to go forward that's going to reduce those complaints. This is the same technology that was available that wasn't implemented, by the way. So the current contractor had the opportunity to implement that technology and for whatever reason didn't. But it could have been done. And so now we're having someone that says that we can resolve those issues on day one when we come in. So the fact, and to Commissioner Hudak, to your point, I mean, I understand your concern about the staffing, but the false narrative about your argument is the 10% is you're assuming is they're taking the folks from the other cities and not replacing them with somebody else. They already indicated during their presentation that they were hiring staff to replace those. So they're actually probably going to grow by 10% and not shrink by 10% by taking those folks out of other cities. So yes, they may take folks out of other cities to give to us, but they're hiring elsewhere to fill that gap. So I'm not concerned about the staffing because that's going to be filled on the back end. That's going to be other cities that are going to have to resolve that and not us, because we're going to be getting that brain power going forward. So I don't think we're taking a risk. I really don't. I think we're listening to what the residents want. I think they're asking for this particular change as we go forward. Change is not bad. Change is not scary. Change is something that should be embraced when there's a viable alternative, and it's something that we can embrace going forward. And I think that's what the residents are asking for, and I think that's what we need to give them. So with that, I don't see any other lights. Let's take 5 minutes. Has everyone completed their forms? Maybe I'm the only one that hasn't, because I had an opportunity to do so conducting the meeting. So let's take 5 minutes to complete our forms. One form is for CAP, one form is for CGA, and then we will turn those in to Madam Clerk, and then her and oh, I don't know where she. Oh, there's Peggy right there. Sorry, right in front of me. They will do the tabulations. So we'll take 5 minutes while we complete our score sheet.
And commissioners, while you're doing that, just please remember, as the mayor stated, one is for CAP, one is for CGA. If you could just put who you're scoring at the top, there is a blank for that. Just make sure you have that at the top, whether it be CAP or Calvin Giordano.
Is the date the 15th or the 16th?
That's fair.
No, I'm serious. You want me to date it the same as the meeting?
It's the 16th.
Okay.
Date it when you sign it.
Yeah.
You have the restaurant too.
I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, that was easy. You're making your biggest mistake or the fact that you put it on me. Right, this time. I'm a great grandma. No, that's all right. It's exactly.
Yeah.
Boom.
Comments. I need socks. I know, look, you better follow her home.
I said I had not said hello to you.
Oh, no problem. Hello.
How's your family? As well. Died also. Where's you living? In Georgia?
Yes.
He called me one time.
You know, I've never used it.
No, that's fine. I didn't say. I said because there's two people that have been influential in our company. One of them is your dad. The other is friend. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, no, 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 no. No, no, no. I didn't. And they're the ones, I mean, Glenn in particular, Weston. I mean, you know, he's the one that. Okay, and then I got them both. One was 30 years, one was 25 years, and it was 40 something.
Oh, oh.
Any more fingers? That is not. I told her I never.
Heather. So after they're all tallied up, depending on which side the score on, okay, you don't know. So after the scores are tallied, is there like, this side had more and this side had, and then you make a motion, then we're gonna make a motion for that? Is that what we're doing? No, okay. Say again? Right. Override it. But the highest, whatever the highest score there, that's the recommendation in the procurement. Yes, yeah, that's what I'm saying. TB. Two bears?
Bears.
To be?
Football game.
Oh my God.
There's a football game yesterday. Wow.
What is it, man? What about the, oh, who won the first game? Tampa Bay. Hey Siri. Did Tampa Bay win?
Who's game?
There were a couple of Buccaneers games between August 9th, 2019 and December 29th, 2019.
What?
Wow. They
What?
scored with 6 seconds left.
Did they?
Yeah. Buccaneers, man, they scored with 6 seconds left. Guess they got a quarterback who can make a play.
Brutal. That must be nice.
Not to shave again. Good morning, sunshine.
Would you like me to read the final scores? Can I read the final scores?
Okay, hold on. Let's call the meeting back to order. We did the rankings and the tabulation was done by staff. Mr. City Attorney, should the clerk read the scores?
That's fine if you have them, Madam Clerk. I don't have them.
You're doing them individually as a total? How are you doing this?
A total.
Okay. Give me 1 second. Okay, go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Calvin Giordano and Associates, Inc. had a score of 438.30. And Cap Government, Inc. had a total score of 467.0.
Okay. So just to repeat, Calvin Giordano had a score of 438.30. Cap 467.0. Now we need a motion.
That's right. And before you do that, I just wanted to point out, so we need a ranking on the motion and then the award.
Is this two
So just
different votes?
confirming the rank and the award. You do not need two different votes, but it's a re-rank. So I just wanted you to all to affirm the ranking and then the award. You could do it as two votes, but I think you could do it as one as well.
So just make one motion, re-ranking, and then,
Right. So for example, if you followed what was just said, it would have been Cap ranked first and CGA ranked second, if that was the motion. And then who you want to award the contract to.
okay. Commission? Well, somebody's gotta do it.
Motion to approve the change to cap? Is that the motion? I don't know. What
Okay,
do
let's
I
start it
say?
again. So
Oh, a motion.
motion to
accept
approve the
rank-
ranking
To approve the ranking.
with cap as number one.
Cap is number one.
I don't want to put words in your mouth, right? So
A
this is
motion to approve the ranking with cap as number one and CGA as number two.
and to award the contract to.
Or the contract to cap.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Commissioner Hudak,
Nope.
Commissioner Plaut,
Yes.
Commissioner Shinutsky,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Preston,
No.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes. Thank you, everybody.
We are now at comments by mayor and city commission.
We will, Commissioner, you look ready, Commissioner Hudak, so we'll
Sure.
go ahead. We'll go,
Um,
same order, 1-1-3-4-2.
The only comment I have is on 9/11, numerous residents called me about the fact that the city hall flag was not flying at half staff. When I inquired, I found out that staff does not have the ability to lower the flag at City Hall, which is our main flag. And that we actually have to reach out to a contractor in order to have them do it, which I think is a big, big challenge that the city manager and I have already discussed. So it's my understanding that we're looking at some alternatives in order to have the ability to be able to lower this flag as we needed. There are a lot of times, such as the assassination earlier, I guess it was last week, where we don't have the ability to have a notice of when we need to lower this flag in order to have a contractor come on out here to actually do it. So from what I understand, we're looking at some kind of a motorized way in order to have the ability to have this flag lowered. So I just want to make sure that we do move forward with that and we get something done because I think that's extremely important. And that's utility. I'm tired. I can't.
Commissioner 3, Shinetsky,
Okay. Good morning, everybody.
or excuse me, District 3, Commissioner Shinetsky.
Sure. Good
I had it
morning, everybody.
reversed, sorry.
Well, I want to say District 3 is in excellent shape. My three big communities, Century Village East. In October, I set up with Century Village East that American Red Cross is going to do a hurricane preparedness seminar for Century Village. And also they're going to have a sign-up list for free smoke detectors and installation for Century Village East residents. So we're very excited about that. That's going to be in October. That's all set up. The perimeter wall on Hillsborough is totally complete. And the next wall will be by FDOT on Southwest 10th. That should probably, hopefully break ground in a year or so. In terms of my other community, Crystal Lake, they had a yard sale. It was a success. They had it Saturday and Sunday. Now, what I did was I brought the president of the HOA of the Meadows. I brought him and I introduced him to the president HOA of Crystal Lake. And basically their plan is to basically have an HOA coalition so that they could share resources. So these are two of my bigger communities, Crystal Lake and the Meadows. They're going to have an HOA coalition. That's their goal, so that they can share resources. In terms of the Meadow, I said a few months ago that the back wall perimeter was knocked down. So they were deciding whether to repair it or replace it. And they decided to repair it. It would be a lot cheaper than to replace it, which would be significantly more. I know recently Fort Lauderdale Chamber of Commerce, I guess got notification from the city that they're sort of maybe distancing themselves from the Fort Lauderdale Chamber of Commerce, and the Deerfield Beach Chamber of Commerce is part of the Fort Lauderdale Chamber of Commerce. So now that they're distancing, maybe we could look to maybe try to get back our own Deerfield Beach Chamber of Commerce to have it in city, especially with, the new building, the Seagrass and Sawgrass Museum. Maybe we could have office space there for the Deerfield Beach Chamber of Commerce. So that's something to look forward to that maybe we could look at. Now, I want to bring this up. And concerning the BSO, I'm saying as an elected official who was elected by my District 3, I need two things for me to do my job. I need two tools for me to do my job. The first thing I need is a comprehensive study. Hopefully that the city could hire an independent consultant to do a comprehensive study for a 5-year plan from 25 to 30, because we have to think ahead. We have to look at both the pros and the cons of either, having a contract with BSO, police and fire, going regional, or going our own way. But we have to have that tool. We have to have a comprehensive study to examine this. That's one tool I need for me to do my job that I was elected by my District 3. The other thing I need time. I need time if we get the study for both me and my constituents to analyze this study, to look through what the information is. And what bothers me, we only have 2 weeks before the transition period, supposedly. The clock is ticking. And this is such an important matter. We're looking at a 35-year relationship with our BSO fire and police brethren. And we're also looking at the future of the public safety for Deerfield Beach. We need more time. We need to slow this down. So I need those two tools. I need a comprehensive independent study. And this is what our sister city, Pompano Beach, has done. They've gotten a comprehensive study that they're working on right now, and also Hallandale. So they're doing it. And also they're taking time. They're not rushing into it. Now, there are factors involved, and I just want to bring up those factors of why we need time and why we need information with the study. Number one, factors like pension consideration, competitive salaries, operational needs. Also, we're looking at the study would cover community needs, operational planning, staffing, recruitment, budgeting, financial feasibility, the study would include community surveys. The study would include community forums. The study would also look at the regional approach. Also, the study would look at high startup costs, including vehicles, equipment, uniforms, office space, facilities, infrastructure, our jails, our fire station, and also indirect costs like sick leave, maintenance, technology, crime center, specialty units, union costs, and most importantly, litigation protection. If we go into the transition period in just 2 weeks, the question that I asked last week, and I really got to have an answer, how will the city pay for that transition? Say there's an accident or something involving a fire truck or a police officer, who's responsible for that? Because then there's the question is, how will this affect our taxes? Will taxes go up? I mean, there's so many questions that we really, really need both information. So I'm recommending we have a study, as well as we need time. We need to back off a little bit. Policing today is more complex than in the past decades. To establish a separate police department would require significant and ongoing investment. We're looking at, to establish it, $100 million or more to start, and between $70 to $80 million annually to let it go. Would we increase taxes? There are so many questions. That's why I implore that we should take time and have a comprehensive study, hire a consultant to do a comprehensive 5-year study, and also to give us time to really digest this. That's why I would like to make a motion to call a special meeting before that September 30th or October 1st deadline. I really think that this commission should meet and really discuss what we should do, because once that transition period starts, we're on the clock. And I just want to make sure we make the best decision, whatever it is, for the citizens of Deerfield Beach. I think the citizens of Deerfield Beach deserve that. So if I can call to make a motion to call a special meeting before September 30th, if I can do that, am I allowed to do that?
You would need one other of your colleagues up on the dais
Okay.
to agree
Well,
with.
I'd like to make a motion to call a special meeting before September 30th so that the commission could really discuss what we need to do going forward.
Motion dies for lack of a second. Commissioner Plout, thank you. Your comments?
Well, my comment is, this paper I got tonight, the special meeting accepting a savings. And BSO will withdraw its intent to transition services. The current contract will continue uninterrupted through March 31st. Well, starting October 1st, we moved into a transition and the contract continues. And that's the provisions right there, uninterrupted. I don't even want to talk about BSO tonight, you know? I mean, it's not that it's late, but the transition period gives us the time to look at all of our options. It gives us the time to get in the study that you're asking for. And the provisions of the contract keep the contract in force with no interruption and no change in service for 2 years, so that we have that. So it's not needed. I won't vote for it. And wasn't what I was going to say for my final thing, so I'll let that be. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Mayor?
Yes, I don't know if my colleagues have been listening and paying attention. 2 commission meetings ago, I asked for a study. I asked for a study. I don't know if you heard me. Maybe nobody heard me. Okay, Commissioner, you don't need to ask for a study. I already asked for that. And then the last commission meeting, I asked the city manager where he was in that study. Do you remember that, Mr. City Manager? You did tell me it would take how long?
Told you to take about 60 days, 90 days.
Who's doing the study?
We have a consultant that already has done our staffing analysis, who's also updating that. They did a staffing analysis based on contract services, and they're doing analysis now based on us, if we did our own.
Who is that, sir?
I'm sorry, say again? Center for Public Safety. It's the same group that's doing Pompano.
Okay. So the city manager said that we were going to get that information. My question is, why do we keep asking the same thing over and over again? If somebody wants to take the credit for asking for a study, fine. But I asked for a study 2 commission meetings ago. So let's get that clear. So the other thing is that knowing that this is becoming imminent, I'm not so sure, Mr. Mayor, that there was enough time for us to contemplate the motion that was made by Commissioner Shinetsky, because we may have to have a special city commission meeting. I think that, and I'm going to ask the city attorney, what do we do? Because I'm inclined, actually, I was thinking about it before it was said that the motion died for lack of second. So, what do we do?
Well, a special meeting can be called by 2 or more commissioners or by the mayor.
Okay, 2 or more commissioners. Okay, so we still have some leeway there, because there is a meeting that is imminent, and at that meeting, it may be the right thing to have a city commission meeting so that we can look at that information. In fact, if there's something new that we may end up having to vote on. So we know that the study is being performed. And so let me just ask you for clarity, once again, when is that information going to be available?
You should have about 60 to 90 days.
Okay, 60 to 90 days, we're gonna have the information, and we know that, what's the name of the group again?
I always get it confused.
Center for Public Safety. So for anybody that don't know, the Center for Public Safety is conducting, this study. So we're gonna get the information. Okay. Hope we're clear with that. And Mayor, you said at the last city commission meeting, it was coming up to 9/11, and you said that we don't forget. We shouldn't forget. Well, the fact is that I think a lot of America has forgotten. And so I'm going to ask now my colleagues to join me, because I'm going to, and hopefully we can do this. If not, I want to put on the agenda that we have a 9/11 observance day in the city of Deerfield Beach. A 9/11 observance day. That'll take care of lowering the flag and everything. Okay? So let's put that on the agenda. I will greatly appreciate it. The fact of the matter is that it's a time that has passed, and it only took me after this meeting the next day to be in the grocery store to hear a lady said the exact same thing that you said, Mayor, that prompted me to say that. The fact of it is that unfortunately we have forgotten, and it needs to be revived. 9/11. We need to remember exactly what happened on that day to all of us. Not in New York, but to the United States of America. And do we have the courage to remember it and do something about it? Also, I want to just give you a little bit of an update on the Packer Rattlers. I'm getting some good feedback from some of the constituents in the city. A lot of the residents are very, very happy. There are some kinks that are being worked out, and but I really think that for the most part, it's really going in the right direction. Mr. Adams and Mr. Hall over there are doing a great job. Tremaine Hall, a great job. And so we're giving these kids some direction, and that's the right thing to do. And so I really want to thank the city manager. I want to thank my colleagues for all the things that you're doing with that, because it is absolutely making a difference. Okay?
Homecoming?
Is it? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, this Saturday. Yeah, that's right. This Saturday is a homecoming, and so I hope that we all can be there. And so that's going to be good. And oh yeah, tomorrow, today, yeah, today, at the Hillsborough Technology Center is going to be a town hall by State Representative Mitch Rosenwald. And so, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Appreciate that. If someone could, Mr. City Manager, if you could have staff put the homecoming time on our calendars. I have the game, but I don't have the time. So just please make sure that gets onto our calendars before this weekend. Secondly, Vice Mayor, you are 100% right on the 9/11. I agree with you 100%. We used to have a 9/11 ceremony here in Deerfield Beach over at Pioneer Park. I don't know why we didn't have one this year. So I'm with you. So Mr. City Attorney, if you think that's something we need to put on a future agenda, I don't like putting things on voting at 2:30 in the morning, but I mean, if we can put that on if the city manager needs a motion for 9/11 Remembrance Day, I think we'd all be, well, I can't speak for everybody. I know me and the vice mayor, it sounds like, would be in favor of that. So that's, or if you just need
I think I can go with
Just-
the direction.
the direction.
Yeah, is there an expenditure component of that, or is it just we're remembering? Or yeah, if we need to come back to you for an expenditure, I'll let you know. Mayor, can I just make a clarification if you don't mind?
Sure.
Either before or after your comments. I'm happy to do that. I misspoke before. Sorry, it's a little early. I said 2 or more commissioners. It's actually a majority of the commission or the mayor to call a special meeting. So I wanted to just point that out. My computer was a little frozen at the moment. I was waiting for it to load. So I just wanted to clarify that for the record.
That kind of sort of ties into my next thing. We have been talking about all of these issues. We discussed, Mr. City Manager, at the last meeting, that it'd be 60 to 90 days for that workshop to discuss these particular issues. Let's just get that date. Let's get that date out there in the public. So by no later than our next meeting on October 7, if we could have that scheduled so we can announce it to the public, I think that would be, give us something that we can take back to our residents as well. And those are my only comments for tonight. Gentlemen, thank you for your professionalism tonight. I know there was a lengthy debate and it's late tonight, maybe a record in my time in office. But you guys were passionate, knowledgeable. Everybody brought their A game. So I don't think anyone's going to go home not thinking that they didn't give their best tonight. So thank you very much, gentlemen. And with that, I entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Vice Mayor, second, excuse me, motion by Commissioner Hudak, second